Yu Yunqing, the swordmaker, Jiang Yuanqi, the watchman? Lin Chen recited it silently in his heart, and nodded slightly. I remember. Thank you, old manly, for his advice. All of a sudden, a graceful figure drifted by like the wind, Iren's brows were like autumn frost, spotless, and her long purple hair was beautiful and heroic. Yi Homing's eyes lit up, and she approached Lin Chen and whispered, "Son, is this also a daughter-in-law?" Lin Chen coughed lightly and said helplessly, "No, no, no, not yet." Yi Hongming made an "oh," half smiling, "Not yet." Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. After the mother was rescued from the Protoss herself, she was extremely excited. Zhao Enren arrived in the air, looking nervous. Lin Chen, the situation is a little bad. The Protoss army has a powerful god lord, whose combat power tends to be the quasi-emperor. He has mastered the law of calamity, one of the 10 laws, and seriously injured us 20. 1 god king, 7 god masters, and 350 true god warriors. Lin Chen pondered, the law of calamity. It is also one of the 10 major laws. The law of calamity is powerful, strange, and sinister. Once infected, it is more terrifying than any strange poison in the world. Zhao Enren said seriously, I heard that you rescued the mother who is the chief alchemist of the god race, and asked her to see if there is any possibility of treatment. Yi Hongming immediately said, send people here. Then, Jiang Fan and the others quickly lifted up a group of wounded Covenant soldiers. Their faces were black, their skin was stained with fiery red spots. Or there were scars with bruises. Different from the divine poison, these scars are all divine powers that have penetrated into the body by the law of calamity, such as maggots on the tarsal bones, and soul-enchanting souls, which are difficult to remove. Yi Hongming pursed her sandalwood lips and frowned. The law of calamity invades the body, there are fires, poisons, star disasters, and it is complex and remote. I have a superb divine pill that can solve the law of calamity. But the time, maybe the masters of the gods can last for a while, and the lives of those below the gods are on the verge of death. Lin Chen took a deep breath. It seems that the only way to bet on alchemy is to use the ultimate function. Brother, we are back. Suddenly, Lu Qixin's excited shouts spread all over Silver Shark Island. Lu Qixin and Tang Jianghai descended on Silver Shark Island like a beam of starlight. Brother, guess how many superb jade I found? I also found a Peerless treasure. When Lu Qixin, who used to be indifferent in the past, saw Lin Chen, he was as excited as a child. He took out a piece of clear sapphire jade leaf from his arms. Fabulous. When he saw the divine branch, Li Chenhuan's body trembled and he froze in place. Lu Qixin said excitedly, this thing can make me break through the 5 level gods, and even hit the realm of the quasi-emperor and god-emperor. Without any obstacles, can shape the body of the god, cleanse the soul, and subvert all the treasures in the world. Ah! It must involve an important secret of the Protoss. Lin Chen was surprised. This is the divine branch of the origin divine tree? Huh? Lu Qi said in shock, brother, you know this treasure, but it is from the treasure house of the Protoss. I used the ancient dragon from the ancient universe that you gave me, and I finally figured it out. There are a total of 12 pieces. That's right. Yi Hongming's beautiful eyes brightened. Chener, the energy of the origin divine branch, can save them. Zhao Enren was furious, and immediately took the divine origin branch from Lu Qixin's hand. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Qixin hurriedly grabbed it. Don't, big brother. This treasure is too precious. Isn't there an elixir? Give them. Elixir. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. It's very likely that it's too late to use the medicinal pill. It's important to save people. But this is a treasure that can break through the God Emperor. Lu Qixin said regretfully while holding the God branch. Which is more important, one's own life or one's realm? Lin Chen was expressionless, looking directly at him. Tang Jianghai patted Lu Qixin on the shoulder and smiled sweetly at him. Let's hand it over. Lu Qixin sighed helplessly, and said, okay, I still want Big Brother to break through the realm. Holding the divine branch of origin, Zhao Enren waved it gently, and the divine branch swayed the splendid divine splendor like the radiance of the galaxy, and sprinkled it on everyone in the disaster. Lin Chen used the origin divine branch for everyone, because his Tai Fu Tianju had insight into a secret. The origin divine branch, no, it should be said that the origin divine tree. After losing the light soul and the dark soul, the energy it now carries is the power of luck of the human race. Seeing that the energy of the origin divine branch fits everyone perfectly, Lin Chen's mind is particularly complicated. The energy source of the origin divine tree is hundreds of millions of people. When he understood this secret, Lin Chen was the closest moment to Emperor Fu Tian. The soft brilliance of the origin fits everyone's bodies, rejuvenates, avoids all disasters, and even pervades a new vitality, quietly breaking through the bottleneck. Are we still alive? Being in a disaster, but being able to survive. This is what it is. Old man, can you actually break through the realm again? When hundreds of people regained their new vitality, half of the spacetime of the triple boundary sea shook. Allied righteousness. This scene fell into the eyes of all the people in the Star Alliance who participated in the war. It was Lin Zhong who applied the laws of space to reflect this situation and seen to every corner of the boundary sea. My eldest nephew really perfectly inherits the decisive killing of Lin Tiandi's ancestors, and also inherits the heart of Fu Xiandi's old man. Lin Zhong couldn't help but smile. The divine branch of origin after healing everyone, the light is dim, it seems that 90% of the energy is consumed, and there is only a wisp of breath left. Kacha. Suddenly, when the origin branch split, the last breath drifted towards Lin Chen. When Lin Chen's injury was recovering, the cracking sound of the bottleneck was like the beginning of chaos, and it opened up from time and space. The realm of laws in Lin Chen's body suddenly expanded. Double, triple. All the laws of the law realm are soaring at an astonishing speed. A shimmering silver-gray law divine power, such as a brand new law that opens up time and space, has risen from Lin Chen's law domain and has become one of the centers of many laws. The host comprehends one of the 10 laws, the law of space. The host is promoted to the second-level God Emperor. Lin Chen, who slaughtered many God Emperors in a row and destroyed tens of thousands of true gods and tens of thousands of God Kings, was at the door, and was urged by the aura of the God Tree of Origin, and finally broke through to a higher realm, and he also realized the space system law. Lin Zhong on the side said in astonishment, eldest nephew, you actually broke through the second-level God Emperor? Too monstrous. How exactly did this little guy cultivate, how much resources and sublime cultivation did he spend in the God Emperor realm to break through a realm? And how long did it take his nephew? Yi Hongmei was very pleasantly surprised, and she was very proud in her heart, and she touched Lin Chen's face with tears of joy. My son, even if you don't need the bloodline of the number one in the God realm, you can surpass the number one in the God realm. Lin Chen scratched his head, cough, a little bit, a little bit. When Lin Chen got up, silver-gray threads appeared in the palm of his left hand. He narrowed his eyes, and with a light touch of his palm, an island 100,000 miles away moved to the vicinity of Silver Shark Island together with the space like a star. This is the law of space. Lin Chen was amazed. The laws of space and time are the most extensible laws among the 10 laws. No matter they are used in any field, they can have miraculous effects. There are space laws to protect the body, my ultimate wind god, and the law of movement, which can only step in the 4 dimensions and threaten my life. I am afraid that only the ancestors of the various races in the past. In Lin Chen's divine eyes, a ray of silver light flickered. If you are fighting in divine attire, under the 5-level God Emperor, in a one-on-one case, only the top 4-level God Emperors at the level of the 3 major Lords of the Gods can compete with each other. I fight. When I meet the 5th-level God Emperor, unless I fight for life and death, I don't need to burn my life to fight. Lin Chen's eyes showed terrifying confidence. It's time. The moment of unification of the world. God's domain, after the war, set off a new round of great shocks. What? My night house was burglarized? How could this be? All the origin divine branches in reserve have been stolen. Beast. It turns out that Lin Chen's purpose still has this level. There is an insider. This son definitely has an insider arranged in my chin family. Give me a thorough investigation, and be sure to find out. The monstrous anger of the great masters permeated the Protoss, and everyone felt that an unprecedented storm was about to sweep the divine realm. Eightfold Boundary Sea, Hingtian Island. Wan Jianlin. An ancient sword with a broken handle stood upside down on the ground, casting endless sword monuments, a forest of swords. An old man in azure clothes with white temples stood in the sword forest, holding an ancient pen and writing a scroll of jade slips. Suddenly, the old man in Singi said, slowly, "You are that young man, surnamed Lin." When a silver robe appeared like dust in the breeze and emerged from the sword forest, Lin Chen walked out slowly and bowed respectfully. I have seen Senior Yu Yunqing. The old man put down his pen and suddenly looked back at him. It was the first time that Lin Chen saw this strong man who had witnessed several eras, and he couldn't help feeling shocked. He was thin and handsome, with a high nose and eyes like twin stars. Although he was old, he had a kind of slashing the world and standing in the center of the universe. Momentum. Yu Yunqing nodded slightly. I know you, and have heard of your deeds. Lin Chen couldn't help but said, since the seniors know me, why didn't I help you? According to Lin Chen's current emperor realm, the realm of the other party is actually a 4th-level God Emperor. I'm afraid Yu Yunqing's strength is second only to the 3 masters of the Protoss. Would history have been slightly different if he could have helped him in the first place? Yu Yunqing shook his head slightly. Everyone has a historical responsibility for everyone. You chose to challenge the Protoss and call on the aspiring people in the world to practice the 5 scrolls of heart dharma. Which means that you must have the same strength, only the truth, but no strength. You are not qualified. Stand in front of me. After speaking, Yu Yunqing flicked his sleeves, and the entire Wanjian forest was boiling, and the sword light was dazzling. That broken ancient sword was radiant with divine light, and it turned into an invincible heaven-opening divine sword, all of which were transformed into divine weapons of the highest quality. Lin Chen's eyes were solemn, and he was surrounded by how many divine swords? He did not know. 10,000 handles? 100,000 handles? The combined blow is unimaginable. The best artifact is an artifact made by a god king with a high level of cultivation. Lin Chen's ability to break the defense and kill the god king instantly does not mean that he can destroy so many superb artifacts in an instant. Yu Yunqing's sleeves fluttered, and the perfect kendo realm shrouded hundreds of thousands of miles. His eyes were awe-inspiring, and he looked directly at Lin Chen. I am the sword maker of the human race. This is the Futian sword forged by silence for thousands of years. It is unparalleled. Lin Chen, I know the intention of your trip. If you want my help, you must show the same strength. The person who made the sword is still there, but the person who held the sword was not there. Lin Chen let out a breath, and held the heavenly god axe in one hand. A vigorous pitch-black light possessed his body. Senior, please enlighten me. Desolate star territory, the plane of the Empress. In the tower standing between the clouds and the sky, a woman in a green palace dress knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Have you really decided to join the Star Alliance?" Luo Binger, who was sitting alone on the phoenix chair, looked impermanent. And the beautiful fairy nodded slightly. Hearing this, all the women in the hall were not surprised. The Empress has always been alone, even after creating a plane and opening up the universe. She doesn't care about world affairs, and she actually participates in worldly battles today? The green-cloaked palace woman gritted her teeth and looked directly at Luo Binger. Your Majesty, dare to ask, did you find what you want? Luo Binger said softly, the past is no longer important, this emperor has a new choice. She waved her hand and asked indifferently, call all the elders, notify all the fighting forces, abandon this plane, and everyone will go to the sea with me. The face of the woman in the palace dress changed slightly. Your Majesty. What do you mean? Luo Binger sure got up. Her slender figure was beautiful and enchanting, but her expression was icy and impermanent. Target, Protoss. Yes. In the Empress plane, the breath of no less than 10 god emperors rose into the sky, shaking the sky, and could not calm down for a long time. The eightfold boundary sea, Wan Jianlin. Boom. 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 The infinite sword light shot down, moving the mountains to fill the sea, and when it rolled down, Wan Jianlin's space law enchantment was completely torn apart. Yu Yunqing, who was walking in the air with countless divine swords in his hand, looked down at Lin Chen. Why don't you fight back? Lin Chen slightly lifted the divine axe, and said with a casual smile, you can click until you reach it. Senior will help me to sweep the Protoss together, right? Yu Yunqing's straight face suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, good. Very good, within the 4 dimensions, let alone a few dragon emperors, supreme gods, and god clan patriarchs, you are no longer invincible. And you are qualified to use them. Yu Yunqing waved his hand and the 10,000 swords fell to the ground. He proudly said, there are 170,000 Futian swords in total, of which 90% are superb artifacts, 10% are supreme artifacts, and 10 are imperial artifacts. If all the controllers practice the Tai Futian art and use them all, they can exert the power that rivals all the imperial artifacts in the world. Lin Chen was shocked. He picked up a Futian sword. The golden-yellow shimmering sword body was transformed and stretched through the slightest divine light, and it turned from a sword weapon into a sharp spear. Yu Yunqing smiled and said, the Futian sword can change its shape according to the user's consciousness. It seems that you are good at using a gun. Lin Chen was amazed. Mr. Stunt, eye-opening. This huge combat power is comparable to the wealth of a Protoss family. Since the founding of the Star Alliance, in addition to excavating the ancient gods and robbing the treasure houses of the two great Protoss families, a total of 18 Emperor-grade artifacts have been harvested, but superb and top-grade artifacts are still scarce. The main reason is that everyone in the Star Alliance has improved their cultivation speed by leaps and bounds, and has rapidly transformed between life and death, and the number of artifacts is seriously insufficient. Now with this help, it can be said that the combat power of the Star Alliance has nearly doubled. Lin Chen asked, curiously, Senior Yu, where is Senior Jiang Yuanqi? The vastness of the time and space of the Eightfold Realm Sea is as strong as Lin Chen's current Emperor Realm Spirit, and it is far from being able to spy on its full picture. The intensity of the fog is several times that of other realm seas, and the perception range is greatly limited. Yu Yunqing shook his head slightly. You ask him? He may be alive or dead. But the only thing that is certain is that if he is alive, he will naturally come to you. After all, he is the second mathematician in the God realm. Yakajiki, in a bamboo house on an unnamed island, a delicate and gentle old man in a white robe poured himself a drink. He quietly watched the violent storm outside the window, sipping the cold, bitter tea for thousands of years. Suddenly, a wisp of mist rose, and the tea was boiled to an unprecedented degree of heat. Raise a glass and look at the moon in Shenzhou. I will protect Songqianin. This life. Watching for many years, this game of chess has been played for 200,000 years. The white-robed old man turned his hand, and a fiery red invitation card turned into a bird of fire, and flew out slowly, through the violent storm, across the long river of history, and fell into the sky above the new era. Lin Chen, who had just left Wanjian Forest with Yu Yunqing, looked up, and the fiery red bird slowly fell. Yu Yunqing smiled and said, Come on. The fiery red spirit bird was lying in Lin Chen's palm, and it turned into a fiery red post and a white list, with a series of names engraved on it, and the red post with a simple sentence. People are available, Mochuanqin. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled casually. It seems that he is ready. Yu Yunqing thought thoughtfully, it's not too late, let's go. The 8th Realm Sea has already spread the news about you. I'm afraid that the dragon, Azura, Demon and Phoenix clan who are entrenched here have already planned to deal with you. Yu Yunqing and Lin Chen rose from the sky, they swept into the distance. On the other end of the Eightfold Realm Sea, the top of the vast cliffs, the great Emperor Henggu, who dominated the world, wore a purple-gold unicorn robe, with the vicissitudes of life, standing with his hands behind his back, suspending in the air, and there was a deep worry in his eyebrows. Is this the famous Eternal Emperor? The young man's light laughter came, wearing a silver robe to win the snow, and set foot on the top of the cliff. Emperor Henggu's eyes narrowed. You're so young. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You are Lin Chen's little friend who is famous in the world. Lin Chen said with a smile, the powerhouse of the Triple God Emperor is truly extraordinary. The side Emperor Henggu cupped his hands. Little friend Lin Chen, Dao Ming is here. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, I invite you to join the Star Alliance. Boom. The waves and raging waves swept through the waves, and the law of movement was like starlight twinkling, entangled in the palm of Henggu Great Emperor. His pair of divine eyes erupted with terrifying hostility, and said, Ruthlessly, what if I say no? Lin Chen said again, the Protoss is powerful, and there are no finished eggs under the nest. The great Emperor Hengu sneered, if you want to join forces, it's up to you. With all due respect, don't think that if you have fought against the three great masters, you will be able to compete with the Protoss. You have no idea how powerful the Protoss is. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and the fiery red invitation was shot at Emperor Hengu. When he raised his hand to take it, he read it carefully, his face changed slightly. Did Mr. Jiang ask you to come? Before he finished speaking, when Emperor Hengu raised his head, his eyes suddenly froze. A sword in blue clothes came by the wind and landed beside Lin Chen. When he saw Yu Yunqing standing beside Lin Chen, he knew everything. The great Emperor Hengu smiled bitterly and said, I can't believe that even you have come out of the mountain. Yu Yunqing, who was in the sword array all over his body, smiled smartly. The new era needs new swordsmiths. Since they can still guide the new generation, why not do it? Emperor Hengu put away the letter and took a deep breath, Brother Lin Chen. Although I owe Mr. Jiang a favor, but... Boom. 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 Suddenly, there was a vibration in the space of the Eightfold Realm Sea. I've heard Mr. Lin Chen's name for a long time. Since he has come to Jiahai. Today, why don't we come to discuss important matters? Phoenix family. Yale Wang, please. My dragon clan invites the world strong, and even admires the Star Alliance. Leader. Please come to Jiaishanshan Island to discuss. I am the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, Wang. I, Mo Tuatian, have already led the demons to wait for the little brother for a long time. After 7 days, I will invite you to Jiaishanshan Island to discuss. At this moment, the superpowers standing at the vertices of the four-dimensional, all came to the Eightfold Realm Sea, came with a sound transmission, and invited Lin Chen. Every sound transmission represents a fifth-level God Emperor. Without the cultivation of the fifth-layer God Emperor, it is impossible to transmit the sound to such a vast area in the eighth-layer sea. Yu Yunqing frowned and said, be careful of an ambush. It's okay. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was a majestic spirit, and he smiled lightly. Emperor Hengu, come with me for a cup of tea. The great Emperor Hengu thought in his mind, if you just go to see it, it's fine. Well, take this opportunity to see the details of this kid. Lin Chen was full of pride and stepped into the air. Let me see what kind of monsters the four-dimensional superpowers are today. 7 days later, Eightfold Realm Sea, Jiaishanshan Island. Rather than calling it an island, it is more like a tower that towers into the sky. On the top of the island of God, there was a big banquet, and all parties were full of figures, but a total of 4 figures were seated. In this banquet, everyone is a God Emperor level powerhouse. There are more than 25 God Emperors present. This specification feast is rare in ages. And the 4 people who can sit at the banquet are all the most powerful people in the world today. Wearing a multicolored feather crown, the demonic man's skin was like congealed fat, and the eyebrows were engraved with the imprint of the demon Phoenix. One of the 8 primordial phoenixes of the Phoenix clan, the monster moth. A noble man in a golden robe, with blue dragon horns on his head, blue eyes and blue eyes, exhaling and exhaling, he exhaled 2 white mists to practice. The dragon beard fluttered without wind, and the momentum was magnificent. The man in the golden robe leaned on the seat, crossed his legs, and stretched out his hands to dig out his ears. One of the 9 great dragon emperors of the dragon clan, Wang. The black-robed woman who opened the mouth of the blood basin and bit a high Great divine jade has a delicate and graceful figure, and there are blade-like barbs behind her back. The evil spirit is like a natural disaster in the world that has transformed into a human form. It laughed a few times. Hey, I don't think so. If you have a big fight in the realm of the gods, this kid is afraid that he will still hurt his body. If he dares to come, it is a risk of his life. One of the 12 heavenly emperors of the demon race, Demon Tuatian. I think he will come. Suddenly, the last boy in gray opened his mouth. His eyebrows are like swords, his hair is whiter than snow, his broad forehead is engraved with 3 eyeballs, and behind his shoulders hangs 4 time-space vortexes of 10 feet in size. Each time-space vortex derives a vigorous and simple Shura arm. One of the 4 supreme Shura gods, Brahma. Mo Tuatian smiled strangely. Hey, who would let someone be beaten to the house and not be able to keep them? Brahma said indifferently, your mouth doesn't seem to be big enough, do you? Want me to make it bigger for you? Mo Tuatian swallowed the divine jade, and licked his fingertips with his scarlet tongue. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Whose injury hasn't recovered yet? The entourages, subordinates, and generals standing behind the big bosses of all ethnic groups were sweating coldly. This group of existences standing at the top, a little careless. It is possible to start a war. Clatter. The steps rang suddenly, interrupting the quarrel of the people's tongues. A team slowly set foot on the island of God. The leader, Yin Pao Xingxue, held a golden battle spear in his hand, a pair of secluded eyes glowing with a calm fire-like fighting intent, and a calm smile tucked into the corners of his mouth. When he landed on the island, he held a gun in his hand, pressed it down, and put the golden war gun upside down on the ground. The hearts of the strong men of all ethnic groups shuddered. He actually dared to come. You must know that the powerhouses present are the supreme powerhouses of all ethnic groups, the 5th-level God Emperor. An existence even more powerful than the 3 great masters of the Protoss. Once he is besieged, is he not afraid of death? All eyes were on. Lin Chen walked to the seat empty-handed. Behind him, the people of the Star Alliance followed. Yuan Wujue stood beside him with a knife, his eyebrows stern, standing on the left of Lin Chen. Lu Qixin stood proudly on Lin Chen's right with the Emperor Shi's divine sword on his back. Yu Yunqing, Lin Zhong, Luo Yaoer, Hu Shisheng, Luo Qianzhou, Zhao Enren, and Xinling Shuang, all of them were calm, and they had an aura that wanted to shine, and they did not lose to any of the powerhouses present. Brahma stared at Luo Bing'er, who was quietly hiding in the team, and clenched his fists slightly. The Empress. The heroes gather, and the top powerhouses of all ethnic groups gather in the Yaffled Sea. What all the powerhouses did not expect was that Lin Chen slowly sat down without speaking, and raised the jug to pour himself a drink. He looked so calm that even the most powerful people present didn't feel that he had just gone through a life-and-death battle. Xinling Shuang, who was behind Lin Chen, was like a great enemy, and the huge pressure that was faintly coming through made the space between her eyebrows flicker like the brilliance of the god of war. Master is really amazing. In the face of so many strong people, he is still calm. Xinling Shuang smacked her tongue secretly in her heart. This time, the powerhouses who have come to the critical Tiantian Island are no exception to be called the top 3 of all ethnic groups. For example, the 12 heavenly emperors of the demon race, 2 of the 12 devil heavenly emperors are 5-level god emperors, and there are 2 devil heavenly emperors here today, 1 4th-level god emperor, and 1 5th-level god emperor. 2 of the 9 dragon emperors of the dragon clan also came, Zhulong Huang from the 5th God Emperor, and Taishi Gulong Tsong from the 4th God Emperor. Although the Asuras and Phoenixes did not have a 4th-level God Emperor present, the power behind them should not be underestimated. It can be said that if the powerhouses present are united, any 5th-level God Emperor will have his life in danger if he faces it alone. Suddenly, a magic light flashed between Mo Tuatian's eyebrows, and a magic eye opened and closed instantly, gaining insight into Lin Chen's situation. Lin Chen didn't use his soul to stop him, instead, he let him spy on his injuries. In the last battle, with the help of Yi Hongming's elixir and Origin Divine branch, more than 80% of his injuries have recovered. Mo Tuatian said with a playful smile, Lin Alliance leader is really leisurely. He came to see a few of us with a wounded body. This courage will not lose to anyone today. The monster moth slowly got up, shook the wine glass, and Shiran said, Lin Alliance leader is the owner of the former 7th Realm Sea. If you still want to eat the 8th Realm Sea, I'm afraid your appetite will be too big. Luo Yaoer and Luo Binger suddenly stood up and looked directly at the originating phoenix monster moth with Yu Yunqing. Huh? Empress Luo Binger, who is this? The colorful phoenix eyes of the monster moth shrank slightly. He felt that the mysterious and unpredictable aura in Luo Binger and Luo Yaoer actually gave him a dangerous signal warning. Just who is this woman so holy? Forget the Empress, she is a 2nd tier God Emperor, so she can actually make my instincts alert? As the first Phoenix of the Phoenix clan, he has participated in almost any battle except the ancient times, and he has never heard of this character. The monster moth sat down slowly, and said with a smile on his face, Lin Alliance Lord's men are really masters like clouds, and the characters that can make this seed unclear. The two Mo Tuatian's eyes narrowed, and the few barbs behind her faintly converged. Her demonic eyes were unable to understand what the power of the two women was. Lin Chen remained silent. He raised his glass and drank. The light in his eyes made the enemy shudder. The desolate Dragon Emperor slapped the table with an old-fashioned look. Lin Alliance leader, with you plus the two behind you, it's not enough to want to be the master of this realm sea. Yes, the resources of the 8-fold boundary sea are even more than the sum of all the preceding boundary seas. If not, how could the 5 God Emperors who are present appear so easily when the dragon sees its head but not its tail? This is also the reason why Luo Binger was able to kill the sky in front of the 7th Realm Sea, but was blocked in the 8th Realm Sea. It originally belonged to the most amazing and talented era of the human race. After the Heofutian era, the boundary sea was divided by various ethnic groups. The boundary sea, which was originally classified as a place of natural peace, became an endless hell. Now that I want to unify the sea of world, no one in this world can have such courage. Not even the powerful and unparalleled Protoss. This is equivalent to violating the core interests of all ethnic groups. Especially the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is the closest to the 8-fold Realm Sea, and benefits the most. If there is a strong person who wants to unify the World Sea, the top level combat power of each clan will inevitably intervene. The Wild Dragon Emperor said proudly, but this emperor admits that you now have the strength to establish your own portal and are qualified to negotiate conditions with me. The desolate Dragon Emperor's tone was somewhat charitable, condescending. With the high-level combat power of the Star Alliance revealed by Lin Chen, this time, he is indeed qualified to stand against the various ethnic groups present. At least, with the weight of him and the Empress, the powerhouses present had to take it seriously. Perhaps not as powerful as the Dragon Clan, Azura Clan, etc., but not far behind. Lin Chen still didn't speak. He smiled and drank his tea, shaking his glass, and the ripples of the wine reflected his smile. Seeing this, the desolate Dragon Emperor frowned slightly, and stretched out his palm covered with dragon scales to Lin Chen. He said again, Lin Alliance. Lord, if you drink this cup today, even if you join me, and wait. Whether it is the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Demon Clan, Azura Clan, the powerhouses present almost reached the same idea. The Covenant will definitely join them. After many battles with the Protoss, the Covenant needs time to regroup and recuperate. It has just stood firm in the Sea of Jia. No matter which angle you stand in, it is the best choice for the Star Alliance to join them and share the interests of the Eightfold Boundary Sea. At most, it requires negotiating some irrelevant conditions. Even Lu Qixin, Yi Tianqian, and others believed that it was basically the victory of the Star Alliance, to be recognized by the great powers without much trouble. Next, as long as they stabilize the time and become stronger, sooner or later, they will become the top of the world. The desolate Dragon Emperor raised his glass, confidently, let's work together to jointly develop the Eightfold Boundary Sea. Boom. The wine glass in Lin Chen's hand was crushed, and the wine swept across the wild Dragon Emperor's face. All the powerhouses were immediately stunned. Lin Chen stepped on the chair and the table, and his body stood upright. Yuan Tingyu Ji, his eyes staring straight at the Huanglong Emperor. I ask you, what is joint development? He pointed at Huanglong Emperor's nose, every word was sonorous and powerful. I ask you, what the fuck is joint development? The azure dragon pupil trembled slightly, and the desolate Dragon Emperor was stunned by his finger. How many years? Except for an Azura tribe, no one from his dragon tribe has spoken to his dragon tribe in such an arrogant tone. The chatter in Jiaishanshan Island came to an abrupt end. The strange silence seemed to be able to hear everyone's heartbeat, which made every strong person feel uneasy, and the mountains and rains were about to come and the wind filled the building. The god of war spear standing on the island of God throbbed slightly. There was no wind, and there was a monstrous fighting intent that would float out at any time and return to the hand of its master. The waist is tall and straight like a spear, and Lin Chen and Huanglong Emperor are close at hand. When their eyes met, Lin Chen did not give in, and asked again coldly. I'll just ask you a question. What the hell is a fucking joint development? This scene, beyond the expectations of all the strong. They thought that Lin Chen would choose the best solution, but they didn't expect that someone from Lin would overturn the table. Not even half of the face of the dragon family. Boom. Boom. A line broke open from the top of Huang's head, and the dragon gas transformed into a shape, roaring to shatter time and space, and shattered the void of the Heavenly God Island. The light is free and dim, time is stopped, the space is torn apart, and there is a dragon roar, as if the doomsday natural disaster is coming. Huanglong Emperor laughed in anger. You humans have a saying, you are shameless. This emperor sees that you, Lin Chen, are not only shameless today, but you want to tear your face, right? Lin Chen sneered and said, what nonsense joint development, I'm not here today to talk to you for your face. I'm here to inform you about what to talk about. Reflecting the sharp and razor-sharp eyes, he glanced at every strong person present, and Lin Chen said decisively, on the territory of my human race, either get out, or I'll beat you to get out. What Dragon Clan Shura, what Demon Clan Phoenix Clan, all punch. Before everyone could refute, Lin Chen added another sentence. And now, immediately, get out of the sea. Boom. 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 The powerhouses of the four clans were all furious, and the divine might that wanted to tear apart the sky shook the sea of 8 layers of anger, and the divided and torn time and space smashed the space of the sea into several pieces. What an arrogant human race, courting death. I see that you are impatient, a group of beasts of inferior races. There is only one star alliance, and there is only one 5th level god. Emperor. What if it breaks through the sky? I really should give you a face, right? The strong people of the Phoenix and Dragon clans were the most furious, and they shot violently. Boom. A phantom of the soul of a million zhong stood on the ground, entrenched on the heavenly god island of the realm, and the coercion of the soul that suppressed the ancients was released towards each strong man. What? Late Emperor Realm Divine Soul? It's his Emperor Soul. No, his soul spirit is very strange, the old man has never seen such a powerful spirit. His Emperor Realm Soul is actually several times stronger than that of his Majesty the Dragon Emperor. The faces of the strong men of all ethnic groups changed slightly, and their expressions were solemn. Emotuatian said solemnly, Tiani soul body. I can't imagine that after a million years, there will be such a perverted monster in the human race, but in addition to Tiani soul body, there seems to be other forces in his body too. Make his soul powerful to the level of several times 10 times. After the battle in the realm of the gods, Lin Chen's realm broke through the shackles, and Tiani's soul body soared as the body broke through the realm, making Lin Chen's soul break through the late stage of the Emperor realm. His divine soul is no less than the consummation stage of the divine soul of the Emperor realm. After all, his spirit realm is more than 10 times stronger than that of the same realm. Lin Chen's Emperor-grade soul alone has a combat power comparable to that of a 4th level God Emperor. Lin Chen said indifferently, try to move again, my soul will explode for you. Let's see how many people can get out of the scene. Crazy. The faces of the strong men of all ethnic groups changed slightly. This guy is really worthless. The self-destruction of the Emperor's soul is no less than the self-destruction of the 4th level God Emperor. The most important thing is the self-destruction of the God's soul, which will have fatal damage to the soul. God Emperor. Other strong people will either die or be severely injured. The monster moth of the Feng clan smiled lightly, you dare? Are you not afraid that your people will also die? Lin Chen pointed at Luo Binger behind him, would you like to try it? You probably don't know what the Empress of the Star Alliance is best at. Luo Binger's immortal face was indifferent, and she clapped with Luo Yaoer's palm. When she waved her hand casually, a mysterious power of divine soul, fused with light and dark, protected everyone in the Star Alliance present. Enough. The Wild Dragon Emperor raised his hand slightly, and put away his angry look. His tough face was still so arrogant and contemptuous, as if he despised everything in the world. He pointed to the person behind Lin Chen, you are indeed insatiable. The tone of the Wild Dragon Emperor is almost like a judgment. This seat, in the name of the 9 great Dragon Emperors, hereby announces that your Star Alliance, get out of the 8-fold Realm Sea. From tomorrow onwards, if you dare to step into the 8th Realm Sea, our Dragon Clan will start a full-scale war against your Star Alliance. The elites of the Shenlong realm will attack the rest of the Realm Sea and destroy the people of your Star Alliance. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the strong men of all ethnic groups were horrified. Clan war? The desolate Dragon Emperor actually gave the final judgment to the Covenant. On behalf of the Dragon Clan, if the Covenant does not roll, the Dragon Clan will come out in full force and level the Covenant. Desolate Dragon Emperor's face full of arrogance is all telling, "Young man. Want to force my Dragon Clan back? You're squinting at your head, wanting to eat fart. Fight, hit, come. Who's afraid of who? You dragons really think that my Star Alliance is muddled? It's all one head and one soul, whoever persuades his grandson. Today, if I am a member of the Star Alliance, I am your father. You're too big, come when you want to fight." Hu Shixing, Luo Qianqiu, and others stood out in anger, and no one showed weakness. The demon moth stepped back slightly, shook his head and laughed. "I didn't expect to play so much, it's really interesting." This time the Star Alliance really kicked the iron plate. Usually, the war of genocide is the last choice, either a great benefit or a great crisis. No clan would choose this path until it was a last resort. For example, of the 4 major demon emperors of the Zerg, there is only one 5th-level God Emperor left, and they can still survive in the world. The reason is very simple. After destroying a race, how much vitality can one have left to ensure that they are not destroyed by other races? Being taken advantage of by other clans is the reason why the war of genocide did not dare to start easily. From the perspective of the entire four-dimensional universe today, the only one who has the initiative to fight the war of genocide is the Dragon Clan. Among the ancestors, Zulong, Tianwai Mozu, Azura God, Qin Huangzu, and the 4 great gods, only Zulong once left a wisp of remnant soul in the God Dragon realm as a follow-up. If the Shenlong realm encounters a crisis, it will automatically trigger a wisp of Zulong's remnant soul is also a means of the God ancestor level. Without multiple 5th-layer God Emperors, it is impossible to provoke such an ultimate killing move. In other words, the 4-dimensional Shenlong realm is now dominated by the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon. Even if the elites of the Dragon Clan are all out, after a battle of extermination, and the remnants of the ancestor dragons are sitting in the town, the dragon world will not be taken to the nest. The only one who has the initiative and dares to fight the battle of extermination is the Dragon Clan. But the Star Alliance was also hit by the genocide of the Dragon Clan and declared war in an all-round way. This basically pronounced the end of the Covenant. With the current strength of the Dragon Clan, whether it is high-end combat power, backbone strength, or basic strength, it exceeds the Star Alliance. If there is a war of annihilation, the Dragon Clan will most likely be able to pay a certain price and take over the Covenant, and devour the Covenant's property. All the powerhouses mocked and looked at the Star Alliance and the others with sarcasm, as if they were waiting to see their jokes. Greedy. This is called greed. Times have long since changed, and Jia Hai is no longer a human race. If Lin Chen joins them like this, he can still get a share of the pie, but he wants to greed for everything? Lin Chen raised his hand to block the crowd behind him. The wind was light and cloudless. "No, we don't fight their dragons." Lin Chen looked directly at Emperor Huanglong, pointed his needle at Mei Mong, and smiled sternly. "You guys remember, once the Dragon Clan invades the Realm Sea, all the God Emperors of our Star Alliance will lead the strong men under their command to cross the desolate star territory from the position of the 3rd layer to the 5th layer Realm Sea, rush into the Azura imperial capital, and launch the extermination of the Azuras. Battle. Ashura? Brahma? Even the God Emperors of the Dragon Clan were stunned. What kind of play is this? The first person to come back to God was the demon Tuatian of the demon race. This demon emperor, standing at the top of the demon race, had a shocking expression on his face. The desolate star region is divided into thousands of star regions. And the Shenlong realm, far from the sea of the realm, is far away from the 700 star fields in the godly desolate star field. The closest to the Shenlong realm is the Shura God realm, and the boundary between the two is less than 3 star fields. The Azura God realm is vast and vast, but the Azura imperial capital is very close to the godly desolate star territory. Within the 9-realm sea, between the 3-realm sea and the 5th realm sea, is the closest location to the Shura imperial capital. Not far from the Triple Realm Sea is the Shura Do realm. The Shura Dojia is a barrier forged by the Azuras to resist the external cosmic storm. Once you cross the Dojia, you can go directly to the Shura Empire. Last time, Lin Chen followed this route and went directly to the Azura Empire. The 3 eyeballs on his forehead shook violently, and Brahma's face twitched violently. Brahma said in a hoarse voice, Lin Chen, provoking my Azura tribe, do you want to court death? Lin Chen smiled slightly and looked bright. Provocation? Do you think I'm provocative? Clang. If the Aries spear has spirituality, it will fly back to him. Seeing his magic spear, the strong men of the Azura tribe twitched, and their faces were extremely ugly, as if they had eaten overnight xiang. That is the eternal nightmare and pain of the Azuras. The words of other powerhouses, launching a war of genocide against Azura, are not counted at all. Even if the 3 great masters of the Protoss came to declare war, they might not really take it seriously. But only Lin Chen is different. Other strong people are the most hilarious. And this man really dared to hit the Azura tribe. Because last time, he dared to come alone. He even dismantled Emperor Shura in half. Now give him a covenant, you say he dare not? Who the fuck believes that? Brahma's forehead was exposed with blue veins, squirming slightly, and his 6 fists were about to burst the space and time, clenching tightly. In the end, Brahma suppressed his anger and focused on the bigger picture. His eyes were like swords, and his eyes were cold at the Dragon Emperor. Wang, in the name of the Supreme God of Shura, I announce to you that if you dare to move the Star Alliance to start a war of genocide, my Shura Emperor God realm will attack the Shenlong realm in an all-round way. A word stirred up 1,000 waves. The Azuras actually stood in line with Lin Chen? Shen Lingshuang's red lips parted slightly, stunned. And this kind of operation? Which of the top powerhouses present is not a seasoned veteran, with extremely vicious eyes, by analogy, and instantly reminiscent of Lin Chen's intentions? Could it be that? Damn, is there such a way of playing? Intelligence often says that this Lin Chen does not follow common sense, and he is so reckless that he makes good use of young conspiracy. When I see it today, he is indeed a monster. The evil-looking monster moth couldn't help sweating coldly. Lin Chen, this lunatic, he's going to change one by one. That's right, the Shura God realm is the closest to the Dragon realm. If the entire army of the Star Alliance breaks into the Azura God realm, and if the Azura tribe fights bloody battle with the Star Alliance, no matter what, the result is, the Azura tribe will definitely be severely damaged, and it will be irreversible. At that time it will definitely be destroyed by other powerful clans. The only way for the Azuras to save themselves is to stand in line with Lin Chen, stand in line with the Star Alliance, and threaten the Dragon clan. They have no choice. The desolate Dragon Emperor saw that the face of the Azura clan was not right, and suddenly shouted, Azura clan, what are you afraid of? if he dares to go to the Azura clan, my dragon clan will rush to your Azura god realm. The monster Mothine and Yang smiled strangely. My phoenix family will also go to the Azura god realm to help. Mo Tuatian laughed and said, hey, my demons will also, I will take the lead. Brahma sneered and said, what are your ideas? This seat is very clear. Huang. Don't talk nonsense, your dragons dare to move the Star Alliance, and my Azuras will break into your dragon world. The 4 Azura arms behind him were gearing up, and Brahma's killing intent suddenly arose. You know that I can tell it, I can do it. This time, it was Huanglong Emperor's turn to be surprised and shocked. The current situation has evolved into Dragon Clan, Star Alliance Ashura. Dragon Clan. Holding the God of War spear in his hand, Lin Chen jokingly said, it is our attitude to life that we look down on life and death. Patting her chest, Shenling Shuang proudly said, if you don't agree, do it. It's our performance art. You. The desolate Dragon Emperor was full of suffocation, and the dragon's horns surged with radiance. Be careful. Brahma actually leaned towards the desolate Dragon Emperor. Faintly, as if he would take action as long as the desolation erupted. As for support? What a joke. Not to mention the Dragon Clan, is the support of the Phoenix Clan and Demon Clan really supporting the Azura Clan? Damn, I'm afraid these wolves and leopards would like your Ashura to die more thoroughly. I'm afraid it's fake to help, but it's real to stab the Azuras with a few knives. The battle of genocide is different from the one-on-one confrontation of the top powerhouses. It is the fight of all the forces of both sides. As long as the war of extermination starts in the territory of the Azura tribe, no matter what the support of other tribes is, the Azura tribe will ultimately bear the price. Once the backbone and basic strength of the Azuras have been wiped out, the remaining high-level Azuras will be attacked. No one can ignore the number of God. The so-called Dragon Clan support is nothing more than affecting the Azura Clan's loss of 80% or 60% of the living force. But neither of these two results can escape its final outcome, that is, the Azura tribe will be divided up by the remaining strong tribes. The only way to solve it is to block the Star Alliance from the Shura God realm. But Brahma has seen Lin Chen's extreme speed guard against him? It is impossible to prevent. As long as there is him, it will inevitably be torn open and into the imperial capital. No matter how you fight, the final outcome is 1-for-1. The destruction of the Star Alliance can also drag a strong clan to death. Together, this strong clan, either the Ashura clan or the Dragon Clan. The real limit is 1-for-1. The great Emperor Hengu, who was watching outside the banquet, saw this scene. His eyes were in a trance, as if he remembered the past. He, Lin Chen, really made money standing up. I slap you Azura, you have to hold me back. I'll give you a step for the dragon race, and you can watch it yourself. Get slapped and go down the steps, you have to do things for me. The great Emperor Hengu had a bit of an illusion. The youth in silver robes, who was full of energy and arrogance, was iron-boned and full of courage. As always, it was like a glimpse of the great man when the great Emperor Hengu was still young. Dare to compete with Shura, and don't give in to Quanglong. Desolate Dragon Emperor's blue veins were exposed, and when his 5 fingers clenched his fist, Jiaishanshan Island shivered, and the flow of time in the island tended to stop, suffocating. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the Golden War God gun started, and it was like a sky, holding the gun in front. The surrounding powerhouses quickly retreated, leaving only the Dragon Clan, the Star Alliance, and the Azura Clan. It is more than words. As long as the Wild Dragon Emperor dares to make a move, the Asuras and the Star Alliance will also give the strongest counterattack. The ones with the most ugly expressions are none other than Brahma and a group of Asuras. If he was threatened, he had to be forced to stand in line with Lin Chen. It's no good to achieve the goal. If you don't achieve the goal, you have to be pulled into the water. It's really a bastard gnawing on peppers, and I'm so aggrieved to the shell. Zheng. A dark and pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. Luo Binger silently stood beside Lin Chen, and his eyes were filled with cold and arrogance. He pressed again. The female emperor, plus Brahma, and Lin Chen, if they really fight, Yali and Mo Tuatian may not really help, and if the three are besieged, they are as strong as the Desolate Dragon Emperor. Desolate Dragon Emperor resisted the killing intent, and laughed in anger. Okay. From generation to generation, there are heavenly emperors, each leading the way for tens of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, there is still a human race that can take back the sea of boundary. The dragon robe was rolled up, and the Desolate Dragon Emperor waved his hand and instructed the people beside him, let's go back and count things, and leave the world. Boom. The air churns, and the space-time collapses. 7 kinds of laws that opened up the world swarmed around the golden fist and slammed in front. Boom. Boom. Jiaishanshan Island suddenly shook violently, a golden mushroom cloud rose, and the whole banquet was blown up, and all the utensils were destroyed. Some of the god emperors, who were not strong enough, were even sent hundreds of miles away by the aftermath, and their expressions were horrified. Infinitely close to the punch of the 5th god emperor, the Desolate Dragon Emperor retreated inch by inch, and the scales on his chest left obvious fist marks. After being knocked back 7 steps, his dragon pupils, which shone with blue and purple divine light, burst into rage. Lin Chen, are you fucking unbelievable? Lin Chen lightly raised the god of war spear, pointed at the dragon clan emperor, and said indifferently, I don't believe what I say. What did I say? Lin Chen said word by word, what I said is, all of you, get out of the sea immediately. Pack up? Do you think you are your home? Good guy. The eyelids of the demon moth and Mo Tuatian twitched slightly. Only today did they know what domineering is. In today's world, who would dare to order them to get out of the sea immediately? I'm afraid even the patriarchs of the 3 major protoss didn't dare to have such courage. Without waiting for the Wild Dragon Emperor to respond, a ray of divine wind swept across the heavenly god island like a hurricane, with afterimages like a tide, and 1,000 strikes in a flash. Boom. 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 The meteor fell, and the dragon flew. In the dragon lineup, the high-level elders of the dragon family who were lower than the triple god emperor were instantly blasted away, and they didn't even react. What? The Desolate Dragon Emperor's heartstrings trembled slightly. The 2 pairs of Fengshen wings fluttered slightly, and the person who came was holding a crescent moon bow and wearing feathers. With a beautiful appearance, he stepped into the air to Lin Chen's side. The god of war and the god of wind stood side by side, like the sun and the moon shining together. When they stared at the dragon clan, all the strong men were shocked. Especially the demon race and phoenix race, they didn't even react for a while. Is this the famous clone of the Star Alliance leader? Good guy, this Nima calls this a clone? What's the difference between it and the main body? It was so fast that this seat was able to sense his breath, and a group of old dragons were sent flying. The law of time, space, movement, and wind? No, it's not that simple. Actually, it is faster than my Phoenix clan. The hearts of the demon race and the Phoenix race shook. And the God Emperor of the Ashura tribe, who was still unconvinced before, now suddenly understands the intention of the supreme God of Brahma. No wonder Brahma would stand in line so thoroughly, even the fifth-level God Emperor might not be able to stop it at such a speed. The demon moth phoenix narrowed its eyes slightly. In terms of speed, I don't know who is better than Shen Huang in the clan, but if he thinks that he can be named a god with speed, he can compete with this child at most between 5 and 5. Lin Chen issued an ultimatum to all the strong. It was a warning just now, a dragon will reward you with a kick. If you wait any longer, then shoot directly. While chatting and laughing, the phantom avatar wearing the ultimate wind god pulled the bowstring. The god wind gathered into arrows, and many strong people were horrified. Especially not far away, there is a soul that is pressing step by step. The female emperor, Yu Yunqing, Lin Chen's avatar and soul, plus a Brahma, who was forced to join the team. If you really launch an attack, let alone the dragon clan, even if the demon clan and the phoenix clan go together, there are only a handful of people who can survive. Lu Qi shouted in shock, "Look at your grandfather, don't get out, are you waiting for us to invite you to a late-night snack? Okay, your Star Alliance is really good. Hey, I hope you don't capsize in the gutter. With such a big piece of meat, you won't be afraid of choking to death if you eat it. Wow, let's see how you guys end up then." The demon race and the phoenix race were the first to evacuate. The desolate dragon emperor broke his teeth and swallowed in his stomach, snorted coldly, and ordered the dragons to leave. Brahma's face darkened as he watched the crowd leave. He glared at Lin Chen like a knife, and left with a flick of his sleeves. Seeing this scene, the people of the Star Alliance present were like a dream, and even felt like they were living in a dream. Recapture the sea. The vast plains that originally belonged to the human race, to open up and stabilize since the last era until today, have finally been unified again. Emperor Shi, who was once famous among all ethnic groups, fought against the Protoss with his death, but in the end he failed to complete the unification of the World Sea. But now, it was completed in the hands of Lin Chen, who inherited the inheritance of Emperor Shi. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to be happy, the next thing is a good show. They won't give up like this, they are all old monsters, not the ones who suffer." The voice just fell. Lin Chen's phantom avatar was switched to the magical dream reincarnation suit, holding the reincarnation pen in his hand, the reincarnation mirror in his palm, and the stroke of the pen was in the air, drawing a space law, moving 1,000,000 miles and disappearing. Zhao Enrand smiled and said, "Next, the various clans will definitely send strong men around the 8th realm sea to harass us, but waiting for them, not the people of the Star Alliance, will be endless illusions." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "You all need to guard the secret realms of the 8th realm sea for a month. In just 1 month, my reincarnation fantasy realm can stop all incoming enemies. Unless the 5-tier god emperors from the 4 clans gather together, there will be no force attacking me." The possibility of the sea. Lin Chen turned to Jiang Fan and instructed, "Check out the resources of the Dragon Clan, send out 100 top-quality divine jade and 10,000 kinds of 9th-order divine materials and treasures of heaven and earth, and give them to the Dragon Kings of the Triple World Sea, and tell them, the doors of the Covenant, always open for them." Lu Qixin said in surprise, "Didn't you turn your back on them?" Jiang Fan, who stepped forward, patted Lu Qixin. The layout is small, we can afford it and let it go. Our alliance leader is just retaking the territory belonging to the human race, and it is one thing to fight against the dragon emperors. Jiehai's dragon friends are the same thing, 1 yard is 1 yard. Haha, since ancient times, heroes have been young, and this emperor has seen the demeanor of brother Lin Chen. At this time Emperor Henggu stepped into Jiaishanshan Island. The robe fluttered in the wind, and he slightly folded his hands, sincere and serious. Emperor Henggu Songheng, on behalf of me, the 8 houses of Wuheng, joined the Star Alliance and is willing to obey all the rules of the Star Alliance. Everyone rejoices. There are 5 god emperors, beside Henggu, Great Emperor, and their strength is by no means weak, and they are more familiar with Jiehai. With their participation, Jiehai can be regarded as a real unification. The Lord of the Realm was born at this moment. Everyone tacitly understood that they had already called Lin Chen the Lord of the Realm. See, as expected of a character admired by the Empress, she is truly charming and daring. Hee, do you want to play accordion with my sister? At this time, a burst of lithe woman's laughter echoed. In the void, 11 graceful figures, with long palace dresses, like flowers and jade, are charming and beautiful, each with a beautiful appearance. The God Cheong mansion of the Empress Plain. The beautiful woman in red as the rosy glow fell into the island of God, her eyebrows were like autumn leaves, her charm was gorgeous, and she held Lin Chen's arm with enthusiasm. She smiled sweetly. Hello, Star Alliance leader, all the battle power of Xinqiang Mansion has been transferred to Jiehai. How are you going to compensate us? Before Lin Chen could speak, Zhao Enren pushed the beautiful woman in red away and said solemnly, "This elder, please show some respect to our leader." The beautiful woman in red squinted her eyes and said, "Oh," with a half smile. Zhao Enren's cheeks were dyed, and she coughed lightly. Pay attention to the impact. Hongya. Luo Binger came over. Less nonsense, cooperate with the actions of the Star Alliance. There are a lot of important things in the near future. This red leaf is the number 2 person in the Queen's mansion, second only to the Queen. The cultivation base is no less than the triple god emperor of Lin Zhong. Okay. She raised her hand energetically, smiling charmingly, with a bright and charming face, but her whole body exuded the temperament of a lively girl. Shen Lingshuang murmured, "It's obviously an old monster. Why are you pretending to be tender?" "Yeah," Shen Lingshuang exclaimed. Hongye pinched Shen Lingshuang's face, rubbing it horizontally and vertically. Smiling softly, "It seems that there are children here who can't speak. It seems that the atmosphere is good." The old man came just right. An old man in a white robe was delicate and gentle, walking from the mist of God and landed on the island of Jietian God. Everyone's faces were especially wonderful. Yu Yinqing bowed his hand slightly. "Mr. Jiang, long time no see." Jiang Yuanqi. One of the most mysterious characters of the human race, he is called the second mathematician of the gods by very few people. Emperor Henggu bowed and said respectfully, "Elder Jiang, you are here." If it wasn't for Jiang Yuanqi, he would have died several times in this life. Songheng is not stunned. He is a partisan that Jiang Yuanqi deliberately cultivated, and is used to be responsible for accomplishing some things that the mathematician can't do. Jiang Yuanqi asked slightly, "Little Lin Chen, come and have a chat with the 2 of you alone." Lin Chen nodded and said, "Sir, please." The 2 slowly left. Just as the 2 of them were going to talk, Zhao Enren gestured to Yuan Wujue. And Lu Qi sheen with his eyes, and began to arrange the matters of the star alliance in the eightfold boundary sea in an orderly manner, unifying the sea of world, and gaining part of the background of the Protoss. What they need most now is time, so that the internal growth of the covenant. Zhao Anren looked at Luo Binger and hesitated, but the latter nodded with a cold expression. Don't worry, I will sit in the Sea of Eight Realms. On the other end, Lin Chen and Jiang Yuanqi were walking on the shore of Jiaishanshan Island. The surrounding space storm is like a fierce hurricane, and every now and then a piercing sonic boom is howling. Taking a leisurely walk, Jiang Yuanqi said slowly, you know why the fifth level god emperors of those clans care about the 8th-level sea so much. Lin Chen pondered, could it be that you are coveting the 9-realm sea? Jiang Yuanqi said with a smile, it's just a part of it. They can't find the entrance to the 9-layer boundary sea. Only a very few people can know how to enter, and Mr. Jun Yuebai is one of them. He pointed to the long stars. When the 4 ancestors fought, it was silent. The sky and the earth were scattered, and the Zhuhongjihai would not be foggy for no reason. Lin Chen squinted his eyes were sharp, from the 1st realm sea to the 8th realm sea. The deeper you go, the stronger the fog. Jiang Yuanqi grabbed a handful of shenwu, and the mist filled the air. Psychedelic and strange. He smiled slightly and said, do you think that the divine fog, that even the perception of the 5th-level God Emperor, can hinder? What kind of energy or life can be generated? Lin Chen said clearly, God Ancestor. Not bad. Jiang Yuan ordered his hands to disperse the fog, and stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on his face. I have a big gamble, you can take it. Lin Chen smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Jiang is playing a big game. Is it time to open the cup? Mr. Dares, why don't I dare? Come with me. Jiang Yuanqi took out a snake-headed cane, tapped the void lightly, and a dark space channel extended out. Lin Chen stepped into the space passage with him. The stars shifted and disappeared from the Heavenly God Island. Huh? Big Brother's breath disappeared. Lu Qi said in shock. Luo Yaoer said softly, don't worry, he just moved to another place with the old gentleman. At the end of the dark space, there is a place of nothingness where the surging ocean waves are rolling. A ray of light pierced the darkness, and Lin Chen was shocked. This is a strong attribute light. At the same time, there is a monstrous aura that is faintly suppressed, brewing in the endless void, as if it will erupt at any time. When Lin Chen and Jiang Yuanqi came here, their hearts shook. He was very sure that he had not left the Eightfold Realm Sea, but he had never felt this place. Stepping onto a place of nothingness, what came into view was a monument of the town boundary rising from the sky. It is sacred and solemn, like the immortal monument, which records countless heroic spirits and generals. Countless heroic souls who stand shoulder to shoulder with gods and mortal bodies are buried here, bearing the vicissitudes of history. That monstrous aura was suppressed by this immortal monument. Jiang Yuanqi looked at the Tianjia monument from a distance, stood quietly, and was silent for a long time. Lin Chen stood side by side with him, looking at the Tianjia monument in the distance. There are several lines of mottled traces engraved on the monument, and the original works are covered by dust, and the fog of history cannot be seen clearly. After a long time, Jiang Yuan said leisurely, I have watched all beings and recorded history. I have experienced the previous era and this era. I worked for the Protoss, fought, and gambled on my life. I once thought that the Protoss was invincible, but I finally found out that the big brother was right. Jiang Yuanqi's expression was struggling, sighing, regretful, angry, and finally turned into a helpless sigh. Books that record history may be little girls dressed up by others, but history is not. It has happened, it has existed, it has happened, and no matter how anyone tries to erase the clues, they can't deceive everyone. It will wait there quietly, waiting for the next one, waiting for the next group of people who can take over it. Lin Chen stepped out. When he walked past the monument, the wind suddenly picked up, and the thick mist in front of him slowly cleared away. In the distant time and space, two behemoths, their hostility is unimaginable. Propping up the world, opening up the universe, and twisting the 3,000 avenues. The deadly aura on them is something that God Emperor does not have. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This monument was suppressed. It turned out to be the corpse of the ancestor. Of the ancestors and the ancestors of Shura. Suddenly, the wind blows over the clouds. The wind of history has blown away the dust on the monument. A few lines of traces on the steel of the gods appeared one after another. This person raised the sky with only one hand, and held the sky alone. Once compared with the Duke of Heaven in the test, only willing to sacrifice himself to tie the blue dragon. Forging the great cause of the martyrs of the human race. The unfulfilled wish of the adult gods. May the world be at peace. Awakening to the new heaven. May I melt with the river. May the spring and autumn be with you always. May all beings come. Wish to go back to all beings. Protect human civilization for thousands of years. Long live the people of the tribe. Two behemoths, leaning on the sky and covering the earth, are so arrogant that they are unimaginably huge. Even if it is the ancient dragon of Lin Chen today, it can maximize its body to transform into a huge dragon body like a galaxy, and in front of them they appear as low as an ant. From them, Lin Chen felt the inexhaustible peerless divine power, all the coercion of subverting the law. One finger can explode billions of cosmic planes. Its arms and arms are like pillars of heaven, covered with golden hair. Its gray-blue skin makes up for dry and cracked scars, and its huge and vast head has 3 faces that look like human races, blue-faced and fangs, and any creature in the world seems to be especially in front of it small. The only Azura ancestor of the Azura family. The other end is a giant shell covering the sky, endless, the purple body flowing with rolling tides, gushing endlessly. The 8 tentacles are covered with dragon-like barbs, and a huge eyeball opens and closes the world, showing on its giant shell, nibbling away on the 3,000 avenues of heaven and earth. All things sink, time is infinitely close to stagnation, and everything that comes close to it will vanish. The first demon of the demons, the first demon in the world. The body is a mirage. The first primordial demon of the demon clan, the ancestor of the primordial demon. And the unpredictable and strange divine mist continued to radiate from the corpse of the demon ancestor. The Yue of Shura god ancestor opened up this world, dividing the sea into 9 layers, and at the same time expanding continuously. It turns out that the divine fog and the bizarre plain space of the Juzhongjihai are all because of the remains of the 2 ancestors. Lin Chen was amazed. The power of the ancestors really opened up dimensions and created the existence of billions of universes. Jiang Yuanqi frowned and said, "This is the main reason why the various races occupy the 8th layer C. They want to find the battle that the ancestor of the gods left behind and recapture the remains of the ancestors. Unfortunately, they have never been able to find it because of this piece of God. The monument suppresses them." Lin Chen said solemnly, "I sensed their bodies, and they seem to have the ability to move? Are they still alive? Jiang Yuanqi nodded slightly. You can sense this aura, which proves that your knowledge of the law is extraordinary. After the battle of the four ancestors, the two great ancestors are indeed dead, and even their souls are gone, but their corpses are preserved. Come down, the life energy has not completely died out. As a god ancestor, even a drop of blood can give birth to infinite miracles of life. They depend on powerful creatures. The corpse of an ancestor is simply an unparalleled new universe. It is not impossible that new life will be born from its corpse. Lin Chen was startled and said, could it be that Mr. sealed them? Jiang Yuanqi shook his head, I am a mathematician. Even if I become a god in arithmetic, the mathematician's cultivation can't become an emperor. How can I seal their corpses? Jiang Yuanqi showed a look of nostalgia. They use their lives as chess, and their flesh as their sun. They use the universe as the plate, the heaven and the earth as the game, and the game against the sky. They are better than the heaven and the half-sun. The remains are suppressed here. Lin Chen said, who are they? Jiang Yuanqi smiled and said, a group of the cutest people. The old man looked at him and said, even if he died, the corpses of the two great ancestors would still be able to destroy any fifth-level god emperor. How about you, dare you not bet? Jiang Yuanqi looked at the dazzling and splendid galaxy, and said quietly, it's still too late to retreat now. The universe under the monument can only be entered, but not out. Unless the remains of the two great ancestors disappear. No. Lin Chen glanced at the monument and smiled sternly. There's no better time than this. Lin Chen jumped down and broke into the universe plane suppressed by the divine tablet. At that moment, his azure natural enemy godhead spun at the fastest and most violent speed. Boom. 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 Azure god ancestor, Taishur demon ancestor trembled slightly, and his body shook. The remains of the demon ancestor moved slowly, sweeping up a tentacle that spanned the nebula, and when it blasted towards Lin Chen, the stagnant time was instantly eaten away. When Lin Chen's time was swallowed up, the distance between his whole person and the remains of the demon ancestor was shortened at an unimaginable speed. In the remains of the demon ancestor, there is a residual consciousness controlling it. Lin Chen's eyes froze. God killers, God's rebel. The power of Shura Godhead and divine rebellion was empowering, and Lin Chen's realm temporarily climbed to the second level of perfection. It's not over yet, the realm of his laws is expanding at an astonishing speed. The host uses the ultimate wind god suit to obtain the characteristic, the gift of the god of wind. The two pairs of Fengshen wings slapped the void and rolled up the divine wind. White dragon. Lin Chen grabbed the void with his 5 fingers, urging the law of time to turn into a silver-white divine glow, covering the whole body, and once again possessing the flow of time. The tentacles of the demon ancestor waved, and when Lin Chen stabilized his body for the first time, he moved his figure and jumped at a rapid speed. If I hadn't mastered the law of time, that move just now would be dangerous. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. If the time was extracted, he would not be able to move the space. Boom. The space is sinking, everything is dead, and the vigorous Shura divine fist suppresses the ancients and slams in the face. All attribute speed increase, 99,999 times. Lin Chen's hands quickly formed a seal, and the spirit that covered the universe rose from the sky. Emperor Fengshen is angry. Boom. 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 With the blessing of the Fengshen suit, Lin Chen unleashed the emperor. Fengshen fury dozens of times in one breath, consuming 4/5 of his soul power. The divine soul burst into an infinite storm of divine wrath that swept across the star field, annihilating hundreds of millions of stars with the momentum of destroying the dead and smashing into the vast divine arm. Unexpectedly, it was only a slight pause in its movements, and the storm of divine wrath turned into nothingness. Boom! 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 As soon as it fell, the fist of the ancestor of Shura shot down countless galaxies, the light collapsed, and the dimensions began to distort. The kamikaze flashed, and Lin Chen avoided it dangerously. The blow just now was enough to disrupt the galaxy, forcing back a 5th level God Emperor, and he couldn't even stop the remains of the Azura God Ancestor. Lin Chen's eyes were dignified, and he looked directly at the point where Shura God Ancestor dropped his fist. That punch shattered the curved dimensions of countless galaxies into 3-dimensional dimensions. Dimensionality reduction strike. If you want to perform a dimensional reduction blow in the 4-dimensional universe, only the powerhouse of the 5th level God Emperor can perform it. If the designated 4-dimensional creature or space is directly labeled into 3-dimensional, if you get hit with that blow, it will be doomed. And the remains of the ancestors of Shura are used, and the power is even more powerful. Directly type the dimension of a galaxy into 3-dimensional. The massive amount of divine soul power that was consumed just now, the Shura natural enemy godhead, which was spinning in his mind, turned extremely fast, dispersing the divine soul power, filling the previous consumption. The remains of the 2 great ancestors attacked again, giving Lin Chen no time to breathe. In the face of their attack, Lin Chen could only be reduced to passive dodge all the way. Even if there is no godhead of Azura natural enemy to make up for it, Lin Chen will have to run out of ammunition and food within a quarter of an hour. The remains of the ancestors, how terrifying and powerful. Even today, their terror still stands in this vast universe. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He couldn't help admiring those sages who sealed them here. For any 5th level God Emperor, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave alive. Today, even 2 or 3 may die here. The god's eyes flashed with tenacious fighting intent, and Lin Chen looked at the space behind the remains of the 2 great ancestors. There are 2 attribute beams of light rising there. 2 attribute beams, perhaps one of them will be a talent fragment of the eternal Tao. Lin Chen is not foolhardy. He chose here because he gambled on the attribute light that fell from the remains of the 2 great ancestors after they died. Wangu Huadao lacks 1 talent fragment to achieve completeness, and the gods are willing to lack 2 fragments. No matter which talent fragment is hidden in the attribute beam, he can finally obtain a complete red-rank talent as a killer. Besides, although the life energy of these 2 big guys is strong, it is not endless. As long as I drag it down, it will be them who will show their failure. In the dark and endless void, the remains of the 2 great ancestors started a Jedi fight with Lin Chen. Their offensive was smooth and flowing, as if they were a natural cooperation. The Fengshen who shuttled under the vast starry sky was like a fight between beasts, sweating like rain, but he was calm, like a hidden dragon in the abyss, extremely calm. If you can pass this level, apart from the real ancestor, no one in the 4 dimensions can compare to him, Lin Chen. Jiang Yuanqi watched this scene expressionlessly. The ups and downs, will there really be an end? Will the great harmony of the human race really usher in? The elderly are used to seeing too many life and death partings. So, even if Lin Chen died, he couldn't provoke too many waves in his heart. He stood quietly beside the monument, watching silently. A year later, the desolate star region, 650 regions. The handsome young man dressed in the unicorn jade robe with an evil face, led a group of demon masters and 3 demon emperors, and sneaked into the Sea of 8 realms. The handsome young man had an 8-headed winged snake growing on his back, and said with a strange smile, "Today, I will give the Star Alliance a nest, too. Blow up, flying horizontally and vertically." It's the foul demon Heavenly Emperor. One of the 12 heavenly emperors of the demon race, the most powerful demon race who encircled and suppressed the immortal dragon city some time ago. Their demons have occupied the 8-fold realm sea for many years, and some territorial secrets are still secret, so they can't be prevented from sneaking into the 8-fold realm sea. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Foul Demon saw a figure in the distance, and grinned. "I met someone from the Star Alliance so soon." He bent a finger, and the winged snake behind him shot suddenly. The devil snake entangled, crossed the sky, pierced through the figure's body, and pulled it in front of him. Puff! The foul demon Heavenly Emperor pierced through the figure with one hand, took out his heart, and said with a wicked smile, "The people of the Star Alliance, their vigilance is too low." A long-standing joke of laughter echoed in the world. The Heavenly Emperor of the demon race, his eyesight is too much. Is there too much eye mucus? As soon as the voice fell, the group of demons exclaimed, "Lord Tiandi, what are you doing?" The foul demon Heavenly Emperor took a closer look, and the heart it digs out is the heart of one of his own demon masters. The foul demon Heavenly Emperor was stunned and said, "What? Didn't this seat kill someone from the Star Alliance?" He looked around at a loss. The surrounding demons were full of horror, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, for fear that the demon emperor would see them as human beings later. Illusion? An illusion that even this seat can't break. Foul demon Heavenly Emperor's heart trembled. There is such a powerful illusion between heaven and earth. It has never been seen before, and it has never been heard of before. It can make it fall into it, without knowing it. A group of children from the Hui clan jumped above the clouds in the distance, watching the foul demon Heavenly Emperor. "Wow, that's amazing. There are a lot of snakes growing on his back. It's very harmful. If you take a bite, you will be swallowed." The foul demon Heavenly Emperor was furious in his heart, his shoulders trembled, and the 2 winged snakes sneaked away with the shadows. Ugh! "Lord Tiandi, spare your life, spare your life." A few screams echoed, and the foul demon Heavenly Emperor suddenly looked back, and he killed his subordinates again. What a joke! What a shitty fantasy. Lin Chen, you have the guts to get out and fight this emperor. The foul demon Heavenly Emperor was furious and shouted, and the demonic energy shook the void, but he never dared to take action again, for fear of hurting his subordinates again. It's in a hurry. It's in a hurry. Wow, its snakes got bigger again, and 8 big snakes scared people to death. The children of the Hui clan burst into laughter, so angry that the Heavenly Emperor's veins were exposed. So fucking pissed off. It was a dignified generation of demon emperors, but today he was actually played as a monkey, and was surrounded by a group of humans? Not only that, but also in the 8-fold world, similar scenes continue to be staged from various domains. Those demons, asuras, phoenixes, and dragons who tried to infiltrate the 8-fold realm sea to make trouble were all lost, trapped in the illusory realm, unable to extricate themselves. Or cannibalism, or lost in the mist, unable to distinguish between fantasy and reality. When did the Eightfold World Sea have so many strange illusions? Lord Dragon Emperor, save me. Fuck him, kill these covenant beasts. Hey, you dead dragon, you're fucking wrong, I'm the second brother. Damn it, who the fuck touches my butthole? Even the dignified generation of demon emperors are deeply involved, not to mention the invasion of other clans. Divine Dragon Realm, above the splendid Dragon Palace. The wild dragon emperor's face was gloomy, and his brows were twisted together. Damn, it turns out that there is such a hand. I said, how dare this little beast dare to be so arrogant, bastard. Besieging my dragon clan elites, it is impossible to go and retreat. I have to save the emperor himself, nasty little beast. Demons, asuras, and phoenixes also sensed the situation in the Eightfold Realm. See. With Lin Chen's phantom avatar personally sitting under his command, countless fantastic reincarnation illusions have become the most natural barrier and the strongest shield to protect the Yaffled Sea. They can no longer arbitrarily break into the Eightfold Realm Sea. This is the real master of the world. After 2 years, the Star Alliance became famous, and the name shocked the desolate Star Territory. The Star Alliance has become the Lord of the Realm Sea, and it deserves its name. That young Star Alliance leader has a title. The world calls him Emperor Shi. A generation of emperors in the ancient times, one of Emperor Shi's lifelong wishes was to unify the Sea of and return to the human race. Now this wish has once again been realized by the master of the Star Alliance, and the Star Alliance happens to be the most orthodox successor to the Emperor Shi's tomb. The Eightfold Boundary Sea, the headquarters of the Star Alliance. The aura of the 9 forces of the law enveloped one side, as if the universe was opened up, and 9 people walked out of the void. This moment, the covenant shakes. Whether it was Shincheong Mansion or the 8 mansions of Wuheng, they all walked away with amazement. It was a historic moment, and none of the people present had ever seen so many people promoted to God Emperor at the same time. Zhao Anren, Lu Qixin, Tang Jianghai, Lu Okai, Lu Huang, Fang Chuan, Yi Tianchen, Yi Hongming, Yi Qingguo. 9 people have been promoted to God Emperor. The Star Alliance has added 9 more powerful warriors in the God Emperor realm. The former is a chance to obtain the divine branch of origin, while Yang Meng is a matter of course. She has been under house arrest by the Protoss all year round. In order to restrict her, the Yi family has always banned her cultivation. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for the Yi family to control her if she was promoted to the God Emperor. Yi Hongmeng has long been the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor, and after being rescued, it is a matter of course to be promoted to the God Emperor. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Lin Wanqian, who was wearing a green dress, threw herself into Yi Hongmeng's arms and pulled her soft weeds in surprise. Yi Hongmeng smiled and said, I would like to thank you a lot. If you hadn't found Chinner's whereabouts from the lower realm, I might still be under house arrest at Ye's house. Zhao Anren on the side said with a smile, Auntie, congratulations. Your breakthrough in the God Emperor is too important to everyone in the Star Alliance. Yi Hongmeng held Zhao Anren cordially and talked like a mother and daughter. You are more important to the Star Alliance, Deputy Alliance Leader. Zhao Anren said with a Deputy Alliance Leader that she meant something, and said with a smile, Auntie, don't make fun of Anren, why talk about this? Fang Chuan said with a hearty smile, it seems that we have made the most progress this time. The Deputy Leader, who is also the first-level God Emperor, but the Deputy Leader's law world power is more condensed. No. Zhao Enren smiled and said, the one who made the most progress is There. She pointed into the distance, sitting alone on the cloud platform, with a red, jade-like mark flashing between her eyebrows. Shenling Shuang. Shenling Shuang has been in retreat for a year. She is one of the most enchanting geniuses of the martial god palace. After successively obtaining the divine bone and the divine branch of the Emperor Shi's tomb, she stepped into the Zhuan Emperor and entered the realm of the divine emperor. Fang Chuan pondered. It is rumored that the martial god emperor of the martial god mansion once left a martial god space. Once a descendant of the martial god enters the realm of the god emperor, he can perfectly inherit the unique skills of the first generation of martial god. At this time, Lu Huang looked at Yi Tianchen and said curiously, "Brother Yi, are you not happy to become a god emperor? Why do you think you have been in a daze?" Yi Tianchen was a little stunned, and then smiled. "It's okay, I remembered something." Yi Qinggu stared at Yi Tianchen's back without speaking. Lu Qixin said with a smile, "I have also realized a sword technique. It is really mysterious to be promoted to God Emperor. When I think of treasures such as the origin god branch, the god race has nearly infinity. It's terrifying." Tang Jianghai frowned slightly. "May the history of the Protoss end in this era. You are really lucky. The Star Alliance is now a day when everyone is like a dragon and progress is rapid." Lin Zhong Yakong came. In the past 2 years, the number of god kings in the Star Alliance has doubled, and the true gods who have joined us have also begun to gather. Although most of the powerhouses are still watching, the trend is towards us. There was a mysterious smile on his stern face, "But I bet you are definitely not the most progressed." Boom. As soon as the voice fell, all things were silent, and the divine light was shining in the world. The vast void, with alternating light and dark, conveys 2 strong breaths. This is the breath of the female emperor Luo Binger and the wife of the alliance leader. Hey! The wife of the leader, Luo Yaoer, is actually a 3rd-level god emperor. The powerful divine power in the void made countless strong faces stunned and ecstatic. Songheng, the great emperor of Henggu, stared at the sky with his hands behind his back, and exclaimed, "In just 2 years, he has been promoted from the 2nd-level god emperor to the 3rd-level consummation." Yu Yunqing thought thoughtfully, "So that's the case. It's not so much about cultivation, it's more about controlling the original power." Obviously, Yu Yunqing also understood the relationship between Luo Yaoer and Luo Binger. In the center aperture of the divine light shining in the world, 2 beautiful and immortal women are practicing cross-legged. Luo Yaoer opened her eyes slightly and said softly, "Thank you." Luo Binger's face was expressionless. "No thanks, I'm helping you to help myself. I have one thing to do. I want to enter the 9-realm sea. Before that, you need to control the power of the original light soul." Her eyes fell on Luo Yaoer's belly. Xian Tu's icy cold expression appeared a little soft. He hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, "You, take good care of yourself, don't have children and let the bad guy bully you." The signs of the fetus in Luo Yaoer's womb are becoming more and more mature. The stronger the cultivation base, the longer its offspring will take to conceive. Luo Yaoer smiled lightly and said, "If he bullies me, isn't there still you?" "Humph, I don't dare to borrow his courage." Luo Binger snorted coldly, unable to deny it. Luo Yaoer faintly worried, "I just don't know how he is now. Since he left with Mr. Jiang, he hasn't returned for a while." Luo Binger said softly, "Don't worry, his life breath is still there, I can feel it." The Star Alliance has gained a firm foothold from the sea of boundaries and has made rapid progress. The God realm has ushered in an unprecedented shocking change. This drastic change has surpassed any previous time in history, and it has affected all the strong. God realm, Xingzhou. A layer of blood shrouded the air, and the aroma of death quietly permeated the star continent. Judging from the number of true gods in the major forces, it is roughly estimated that the number of true gods in the God realm will exceed 100 million. There are hundreds of millions of true gods in the God realm, only a very small number, less than 1/10,000 of the total number, and most of them are holy realms. Only those who become true gods can occupy a place under the vast power of the gods. Under the influence of the God race, most of them created the towers of God. The tower is one of the main ways for the gods to extract the divine jade. It extracts the essence of the saints, condenses it into divine jade, and supplies it to the gods. And each god tower gathered countless holy realms, absorbing their holy power. At this time, the land of the stars is crying everywhere. Inside the towering Tower of God, there are blood pools one after another, and the panic-stricken holy people lined up like ants to be thrown into the blood pool. In the Yunfu God Tower on the edge of the Star Continent, countless holy kings have been thrown into the God Tower. Some holy places rushed through the crowd, panicked and rioted, screaming. No, do not want. Where has the compassion of the God race gone? Protos is the God of creation, creating miracles for thousands of years, and leading all beings to prosperity. Isn't this what your lords told us? Why do you do such cruel things? The white-robed God King, who was at the top of the tower, frowned slightly, waved his hand indifferently, and a flash of sword light flashed, and hundreds of heads fell to the ground. The white-robed God King stood with his hands behind his back, and said proudly, "Those who resist will be killed. Those who obey the rules go on the road with peace of mind, and the family can still save their lives, otherwise they will die." Halloween is silent, the saints are silent, slightly lowered their heads, and their faces are ashen as they walk towards the blood pool. These holy realms are unarmed and empty of holy power, and they have not even practiced a single exercise. "Sir," a true god bowed respectfully, "I have collected for you a list of people who resisted the demolition of the tower in the near field." The white-robed God King waved his hand, took the famous post, and respectfully handed it to a jade-robed son. The jade-robed son has a star-shaped brow, his eyebrows are arrogant, his face is as handsome as a spring willow, and there is a scale of a protos in the corner of his eye. "Young Master Qianhan, take a look." Protos genius, Qin Qianhan. Qin Qianhan copied the famous post, the first name that caught his eye. A strange light flashed in his eyes. "Shangguan Qi of Shangguan Mansion? Let's start clearing it." Qin Qianhan rose from the sky, followed by several gods and kings, turning into a ray of light, traveling thousands of miles. Shangguan Mansion, servants and maids, are in chaos. "Second miss, let's go. Everyone who disobeys the realm of the gods and demolishes the tower will be killed." "You're already wanted, second miss." The maids were in a hurry, begging for a figure standing in front of the tower. Aaron's eyebrows were stained with autumn frost, his eyes were rolling, he was wearing a plain skirt, and he was standing in front of the dilapidated tower with a 3-foot sword in his jade hand. "You girl, hey!" The elderly Shangguan Manor, He Fadong, walked out of the courtyard in a huff. The palace master said, "This old man finally rebuilds the tower. Why did you Destroy it again? Why don't you know how to forbear? Shang Guanqi's face was frosty, and he asked, forbearance? Is the price of forbearance to pay more to wait for death? After the blood sacrifice to the saints in Shangguan's government, if Divine Realm feels that it is not enough, do you think they will let us go? She lowered her eyebrows. Sister is right, there are some things, there is no way out from the beginning. A sneering laughter echoed. What a bedbug, dirty maggot, has been in the stinky ditch for too long, has it even corroded his mind? In the void, Qin Qianhan looked down on everyone in the Shangguan mansion. The palace master trembled. God. Lord God race. Shang Guanqi didn't change his expression. Even if the saint is dead, the Protoss doesn't plan to let us go, does it? Qin Qianhan sneered. You have some eyesight. Qin Qianhan gave the white-robed god king a look. Kill it, this kind of waste is not worthy of death in my hands. Shang Guanqi raised his sword, and Mei Mu made up her mind to die. Boom. The white-robed god king held a sharp spear in his hand and stabbed it brazenly. LOL. Suddenly, Shenxia exploded. The white-robed god king fell to the ground with an unbelievable expression on his face. What? Qin Qianhan was instantly horrified, and a palm was placed on his shoulder. The person who came was a middle-aged man, handsome and unrestrained, carrying a jug and an imperial sword. You are Jiang Fan of the Star Alliance? Qin Qianhan's cold light was piercing. How dare you appear in the realm of the gods? Xuandi? Perceiving Jiang Fan's breath, Qin Qianhan's cultivation base, but the king of gods, suddenly collapsed, and he couldn't even escape. Jiang Fan drank 2 sips of wine and said with a smile, I didn't expect to catch a big fish. A Protoss genius, Protoss has to spend a lot to cultivate. As soon as the words fell, Qin Qianhan's eyebrows split with a bloodstain that filled his body. With divine blood overflowing, Qin Qianhan was split into 2 halves. Everyone was horrified. They couldn't even see when Jiang Fan shot. Jiang Fan bowed his hands and said respectfully, fortunately, I didn't come late. Sister Shang Guanqi, the leader of the alliance, invited you and Shangguan's mansion to enter the sea to avoid this great catastrophe. Hearing this, the people in Shangguan were ecstatic. Shang Guanqi grabbed his shoulder and said seriously, can I become strong enough to kill the person just now? Jiang Fan nodded. If you come to the Star Alliance, yes. Jiang Fan suddenly smiled and said, you are different from those people. Shang Guanqi said with a smile, maybe it's because I follow my sister. The palace lord hurriedly said, this honorable driver, can we save Yunfu? We are friends of the world. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, it's okay, let's go together. Cloud House. The Shangguan mansion and his party met with the palace master Yun. After hearing the advice of the Shangguan mansion, the Yun palace master looked gloomy. He asked, what about after you? Jiang Fan said, join the Star Alliance and fight the Protoss. You're crazy. Palace Master Yun slapped the table angrily, you are all lunatics. You dare to disobey the Protoss, do you know what will happen? The entire Yun mansion was full of anger, and the elders cursed loudly. It's you, it's all your covenant's fault. If it wasn't for your Star Alliance to offend the adults of the God race, how could we pay such a price? How could my son die? Shang Guanqi stared blankly at the scene in front of him, a little unbelievable. Jiang Fan shook his head slightly, I don't have time to talk to you this time, so I don't force it if it's different, and say goodbye. Shang Guanqi, who left with Jiang Fan, shouted against the Star Alliance wherever he went. This scene fell into the eyes of Yu Guishue in the god's domain. She coordinates the overall situation. Once the aura of the people of the covenant appears, it will immediately enter her field of vision. Yu Guishue's face flushed, and she smiled charmingly, looking at this scene. Several mathematicians beside him burst into laughter. They fought each other and didn't even have the courage to look up. The strong are angry and attack the oppressor. The weak are angry and trample the weaker. Yu Guishue did not send a strong man to chase Jiang Fan, but turned around and asked, "How is the situation?" The black-robed mathematician nodded slightly. The three masters agreed to take out all the divine branches of origin that were originally used to break through the fifth-level God Emperor, and cultivate their living strength, but they must be the core personnel within the three gods. Yu Guishue nodded slightly. Extract 50% of the top-quality, divine jade, and the divine bones in stock to create a divine master, a divine branch of origin. And use it to select a suitable 5-level divine master and become a divine emperor. God's domain, to create a God Lord and a God Emperor. God Lord, in charge of more than one kind of law of heaven. With the background of the God race, it was impossible to create it easily in the past. But today's three Protoss, at a critical juncture, have to shed some blood and show some real wealth. With the background of the Protoss, it is not difficult to create a large number of strong people in a short period of time. Use the life of a humble saint to temper the divine jade and create the true God. Then the top-grade divine jade will select a new divine king, the divine bone. And the best divine jade will create the divine master, the origin divine branch will lead the divine emperor, and it is truly the light of the divine race. The mathematicians were amazed with admiration. Regarding the layout of the divine pagoda, Yu Guishue made the layout when the three gods first started. Unexpectedly, she has been counting to this day, so many saints in the 5 continents, most of them are in captivity. They are unarmed, have no tools for practice, and have nothing but holy power. All of which is the fodder of the creator gods. The human race that has lost the fist will be slaughtered by others. Will the Protoss have mercy on the human race? When the Protoss needs the Terran, they will. When the Protoss does not need the human race who loses their fists will be useless if they have a great hatred. The black-robed mathematician asked, curiously, "Sir, aren't you going after Jiang Fan from the Star Alliance?" Yu Guishue looked in the direction of Jia Hai with a half-smile. "No, I already have chess pieces in the Star Alliance." Also, Yu Guishue said earnestly, "There are mice in the Protoss, you should pay more attention when I deduce the arithmetic." Does the Protoss have inner ghosts? The mathematicians are heartbroken. First Boundary C, Star Alliance branch, Jiang Fan, said goodbye to Shangguan. Shangguanqi said in surprise, "Do you still have someone to save?" Jiang Fan smiled and said, "Of course, there are also Tanny Divine Kingdom, Wushan Mansion, and Qin family. Double Ancestor Plane, the galaxies and star fields that are full of incompleteness, are like ruins." Lin Chen, who caught the opportunity, took the initiative from the attack of the twin ancestors for the first time. After all, the corpse of the twin ancestors is not endless life energy, but Lin Chen's Azura natural enemy godhead has always maintained a state of full firepower. His consumption was quickly filled again and again, winning him the final initiative in the protracted battle. When the Fengshen wing flapped, he flickered, and when avoiding the bombardment of the corpse of the twin ancestors, he caught Haruwa Shenlong's attribute beam of light. The host gets the red-ranked talent treasure chest, open it and get Eternal Transformation Dao Talent Fragment 2020s. The full version of the red rank talent Wang Dao has been automatically integrated. Boom. The divine power of transforming Dao flows out of Lin Chen's body continuously. He raised his palm, shocked. Lin Chen has an illusion. If this palm is shot out of the ancient Hua Dao with all the gods, it can turn the plane of the twin ancestors into nothingness. It's time to fight back. Time has passed, and the Star Alliance has reached its 10th year of unifying the world. It has been 10 years since Lin Chen stepped into the double ancestor plane. Star Alliance headquarters, endless starry sky. Luo Bing'er, who had been in seclusion, opened her eyes slightly. It's done. Luo Yaoer is suspended in the sky, and the light soul is free, like the power of origin to maintain thousands of worlds. Luo Yaoer, the 5th level God Emperor. At this moment, the light soul and the dark soul have reached the same realm. Luo Bing'er got up and said, "Let's go, do me a favor and go to Juzhongjihai." Together. In the double ancestor plane, all time and space have turned into chaos, and time has stopped flowing. The constantly rotating Shura natural enemy godhead in Lin Chen's mind was full of cracks. Kacha. Suddenly, the Azura godhead cracked open, turning into powder from Lin Chen's mind. Note, the host always activates the godhead of Shura's natural enemy at the highest speed, and the godhead can no longer bear it. It's okay, the timing is just right. Finally, Lin Chen, who always maintains the ultimate function state, a ray of golden radiance emerges. The host uses the golden god of war suit, and the attached armament, the second form of the god of war gun. Pure power increase, 8 million cosmic power, 9 million cosmic power, 10 million cosmic power, 11 million cosmic power. At this moment, Lin Chen's pure power has reached the level of a 5th level God Emperor. He fought fiercely for a long time until the blood of the remains of the twin ancestors was at its weakest. The host opens the ultimate rebel. The creatures below the gods will be killed instantly when the defense is broken. The blue divine light reflected in Lin Chen's eyes, the divine splendor all over his body illuminated the entire universe, and the mighty force that moved the universe climbed inch by inch. Consume 200,000 gods, and activate the Tao of eternal transformation. The cloak was rolled up, and Lin Chen held the god of war gun in his backhand and threw it at the Azura god ancestor. The god of war gun turned into a beam of light of a polar star, spanning the universe, and the tip of the gun was surrounded by the divine power that turned the 3,000 avenues. Boom. The eyes of Shura god ancestors remains opened and closed, and the lifeless eyes of God glowed with a kind of light that killed everything. Wherever the light passed, it knocked down all matter and turned it into 3 dimensions. A golden light flashed across the sky. The god of war spear ripped apart the divine light and penetrated the remains of the ancestors of Shura. The head melted, a piercing scream erupted, and the countless strange creatures attached to the body of the Shura god ancestor perished, continuously triggering the effect of the ultimate rebel, breaking the defense and killing instantly. A torrent of blood like a river of blood flowed on the remains, and the ancestors of Shura, who had been silent for countless ages, completely disappeared at this moment. The 8 tentacles of the demon ancestors' remains rolled and swept over like a horned dragon bound to the ground, trying to strangle Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen turned around to fight, and opened the sky with his fists. When the law of time was activated, the flow of time around him accelerated, the space changed, and he counterattacked without retreating. Boom. 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 The fist broke out, surrounded by the Qihua of the ancient Tao. Lin Chen was like a madman, and he stepped on the golden light and beat him violently. Go to the corner of history for me. As soon as he waved his hand, the god of war spear came like a golden spear. Wind. When it fell into the palm of his hand, Lin Chen stood on top of the demon ancestor's body, aimed the tip of the spear down at the monstrous demon eye, and stabbed it with one shot. Pft. Boom. 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 The shell exploded inch by inch, like a crack in the ground, and the dense cracks were infiltrated with endless demon blood. At this moment, from the Asuras and the demons, all the powerhouses of the god Emperor realm were shocked. The source of the demon blood in the body has stopped. The origin of the Asuras has been defeated. The demons and the Asuras were shocked. This feeling, like losing a loved one on the bloodline, is the only possibility. Back then, when he dominated the four dimensions, the ancestors who killed countless living beings and maintained their clan completely disappeared. It's the direction of the Yaffled Sea. Right now, there is only one master in the sea of 8 layers. It's Lin Chen. He defeated the remaining remains of the demon ancestor? Damn it. It's Jiang Yuanqi, this old guy has been lurking in the sea. For many years, he must know something. When the demon realm and the Shura god realm set off a stormy sea. Boom. Lin Chen, who was sitting at the headquarters of the Star Alliance, opened his eyes, and the soul as vast as the universe rushed into its body. The soul exclaimed, "This divine soul power is enough to make tens of thousands of divine souls advance to the Emperor realm." OM. Violent ripples appeared in the space, covering the top of the covenant. A wave of divine soul, with insight into the past, and the future, swept across the 9 heavens and 10 places. You are near the sea. Lin Chen's soul, flawless, was promoted to the Emperor's realm. Coupled with the effect of the mind method, the power of the soul has reached an unprecedented height in history. More than 10 times the perfection of the Emperor's soul. The Emperor spirit said excitedly, "I am the strongest spirit in all dynasties, and it is unique. For the first time, the Emperor's soul has reached its upper limit. If the soul of the main body goes up, it is beyond the category of God Emperor, and it has nothing to do with the qualifications of its Emperor. However, the realm above the Emperor's soul may only be reached by the former ancestors." Yu Yunqing from the Star Alliance headquarters raised his head slightly. What a powerful soul power, never seen before. I'm afraid that the combat power of Lin Chen's soul alone is enough to match a 5th-level God Emperor. The soul looked at it at a glance, the eyes of the gods opened and closed, and they had insight into all parts of the world, spanning time and space, and planes, and approaching the realm of the gods. In the end, the great net of the laws of God's domain blocked the eyes of the soul. This is. The soul's pupils shrank, he saw a figure. The divine sword entwined with 5-colored clouds swept across the man. He sat cross-legged, time seemed to stand still, but the 3,000 avenues in his body had reached an appalling level, and it had begun to approach perfection. OM. The 3 divine soul fluctuations motivated the French Open, radiating rippling divine light, annihilating the soul's gaze. The soul's eyes narrowed. What a powerful breath, with my strength, I can't see through the realm of that person's law and realm. Double ancestor plane. Jiang Yuanqi, who was beside the steel, exclaimed, unexpectedly, he actually killed the remains of the 2 god ancestors. What Jiang Yuanqi didn't tell Lin Chen was that, as long as one end was solved, the pressure on the steel would drop sharply, and he could actually escape from the plane. Unexpectedly, this guy Lin Chen turned over the remains of the two great ancestors by himself. Boom! Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor was released, and the ancient dragon entrenched in the void opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the remains of the two ancestors. When the remains of the two great ancestors were swallowed by Lin Chen's ancient dragon, and thousands of essences and attribute values were put into Lin Chen's body, a new law was derived from Tai time and space. Beheading the remains of Shura god ancestor, the host masters the law of cause and effect. Beheading the remains of the ancestor of the ancestors, the host masters the law of disaster. The divine soul is promoted, and the divine soul of the emperor realm is complete. Consumes 980 billion god-level rune energy, and the phantom clone synchronizes with the host's cultivation. Note, the soul of the phantom clone has reached the upper limit. Congratulations to the host, being promoted to the triple god emperor. Master. The law of devouring, the law of illusion, the law of death, the law of blood, the law of ice. Lin Chen, step into a new realm. In his Tai time and space, there are 22 more laws. 3,000 avenues, he has mastered 150 laws. Among the 10 laws, he only has the law of destiny, which is the number 1 of the 3,000 avenues yet to be controlled. Lin Chen's promotion is very difficult. He must know that he has killed many god emperors, plus thousands of true gods, and the last chance to obtain the divine branch of origin, before breaking through to the second-level god emperor. As far as the current situation is concerned, if Lin Chen just kills the enemy, even if he slaughtered all the existing god emperors in the fourth dimension, he may not be able to break through to the next realm. But the corpses of the two great ancestors allowed him to break through a great realm, and it is not an exaggeration to call him reborn. When the last attribute beam was removed, Lin Chen's eyes glowed with new radiance. Obtain the treasure chest of the red rank talent attribute, and obtain Gods and Wishes talent fragments, September 10th. When the remains of the two ancestors died, a large number of light particles from the great wishes of the gods gathered in Lin Chen's palm, reaching an unprecedented state of prosperity. Perhaps only when the great wishes of the gods are complete, can I know what this talent does. Lin Chen couldn't control this power. It was mysterious and mysterious, as if it had separated from this world and existed in a way that was visible to the naked eye. When the remains of the demon ancestor pass away, the divine fog of the 9-layer boundary sea will also stop releasing. Although the process is slow, the boundary sea that has lost the remains of the demon ancestor will eventually disappear and become enlightened. Leaving the plane of the twin ancestors, Lin Chen just returned to the side of the steel and fell backwards, his eyes revealing undisguised tiredness. So hard. This battle lasted for 10 years, so that Lin Chen's Azure godhead was overburdened and self-destructed on the spot. However, in the world, there is no Azure powerhouse that can threaten Lin Chen anymore. The price is heavy, but worth it. Seeing Lin Chen fell asleep in front of the monument, Jiang Yuanqi shook his head and laughed. Is the burden on the soul too heavy? When Gu Long swallowed the remains of the two great ancestors, it turned into a ray of light and returned to Lin Chen's body, stopped his own time flow, and frantically refined the remaining energy of the ancestors' remains. Carrying Lin Chen, Jiang Yuanqi flicked his sleeves, and the two disappeared. When they reappeared, the two returned to the Covenant headquarters. In the Star Tower standing in the clouds, Zhao Anren was dealing with matters. When Jiang Yuanqi's figure appeared, all the senior members of the Star Alliance were overjoyed. Zhao Anren got up quickly. Old gentleman, Jiang Yuanqi handed Lin Chen over to Zhao Anren. Help him down, the little guy is too tired. She asked curiously, old gentleman, where have you been? How can he be so tired? Jiang Yuanqi looked indifferent. It's nothing, just took him to the cemetery of Taisher demon ancestor and Shura god ancestor, and he buried the remains of the two god ancestors. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of everyone in the tower twitched. I'm darling. The cemetery of the two great ancestors? The secret coveted by the Asuras and demons is in the hands of Mr. Jiang. Buried the remains of the two ancestors, what is it? Zhao Anren was helpless and supported Lin Chen. After this sleep, Lin Chen recuperated for nearly a month before waking up. When he opened his eyes, his soul was fluctuating, and he realized that he was resting on the woman's soft knee. What came into view was a strand of purple hair hanging down his brows, and you. Miao's delicate face was worried. You finally woke up. Zhao Anren said slightly angrily, since we are going to find the remains of the two great ancestors, why don't you take the Empress with you? You are too reckless. You didn't leave any sequelae, right? Lin Chen grinned and said, I don't have any characteristics, I just have a hard body. Zhao Anren said softly, you are now the spiritual sustenance of hundreds of millions of people in the Star Alliance. How many people have entrusted you with high expectations? Don't act rashly. Lin Chen asked, curiously, Star Alliance, how many people are there now? Zhao Anren smiled, the corners of his lips raised, and he laughed, there are over 100 million saints, 10 million true gods, 500,000 god kings, 37,000 god masters, 11 quasi-emperors, and 38 god emperors. Yaoer and Binger, there are 40 god emperors in total, the leader of the Linda Alliance. Lin Chen was speechless, so many. The boundless resources of Jiahai, coupled with the legacy of the ancient gods, have created groups of strong men. The Star Alliance is now the strongest force in the human race, and there is no one. Even the human race in the desolate star region has benefited from the Star Alliance's prestige and began to counterattack many powerhouses. Glancing at Lin Chen, Zhao Anren said calmly, otherwise, it's easy for you to be the leader of the alliance, but not for me. Lin Chen clenched Zhao Anren's palm tightly, thank you, Anren. Zhao Anren's shoulders trembled, her eyes were filled with tears, and she leaned on his shoulder gently, with a crying voice. I thought you wouldn't care. How could be? How difficult is it to be able to coordinate so many strong people? If it weren't for her, it would not be so simple for him to feel at ease and become stronger. Lin Chen smiled bitterly and said, how should I repay this favor? Zhao Anren wiped away her tears and smiled with tears in her eyes, then I owe it, and I will pay it back when I send you. Lin Chen laughed and said, okay, then wait until you win the Protoss before paying it back. Eren picked up a strand of blue silk, leaned against his chest, and said softly, what if it fails? Her jade hand trembled slightly, and the uneasiness for so many years was revealed in front of Lin Chen. Only by his side can Zhao Anren let go of his tense heartstrings. Lin Chen got up slightly, and smiled casually, it doesn't matter if you fail. After some people die, their life has just begun. Inside the Star Alliance courtyard, 5 people gathered. Our Linda Alliance leader is out. Ha ha ha, how fierce, the remains of the 2 ancestors were also killed by our leader. Lu Qixin, Jiang Fan, Yuan Wujue, and Yi Tianchen invited Lin Chen to drink together. Jiang Fan laughed playfully, I can't beat you in a fight, I'm not afraid of You, Alliance Leader Lin. Lin Chen laughed loudly and said, come on, who is afraid of who? Don't use divine power to eliminate the smell of alcohol, let's blow on the altar. Together. Yuan Wujue shook his head slightly, let's talk about business first, don't worry about drinking. In the 10 years that Lin Chen fought hard, Yuan Wujue gave a brief overview of the complex situation of the God realm. The 3 Protoss are in a hurry now, and they have used their real family resources, and their combat power is far greater than before. The 5 continents of the God realm are now in danger for everyone, and the catastrophe is coming. I don't know how many sect forces want to escape the God realm, but they are imprisoned by the legal net. Hearing the anxiety of the situation, Yuan Wujue expected Lin Chen to be anxious, but he didn't appear. He had a thoughtful expression and suddenly realized. Jiang Fan said seriously, although the combat power of the Star Alliance is advancing by leaps and bounds, with the natural blessing of the Boundary Sea, I am afraid that the background of the 3 Protoss cannot be speculated with. Common sense, and the overall combat power may be several times more than ours. The patriarch of the God clan, the 3 old monsters who have stayed with the 5th level God Emperor for a long time, no one knows what killer they are hiding. Yi Tianchen stared at Lin Chen, if it was in the past, I would still follow Brother Lin's top 5, but this time it is different, Brother Lin will be responsible, I am afraid it is Lin Xingchen. Lin Xingchen. Yu Guishua's carefully prepared trump card could not sit still during this period of time. Whether it is high-end combat power or backbone combat power, the Covenant seems to be at a disadvantage. Lin Chen smiled and said, what are you afraid of? It's good that the 3 God races don't do anything, but if they do something, it will only accelerate their demise. It is true that our combat power is several times worse than theirs, but if you count the whole God's world, what about the entire human race? Lu Qixin said hesitantly, but the human race in the God realm will not help us. Not only will they not help, but there are many voices criticizing us. No. Lin Chen picked up the pot and drank, took a gulp of wine, and said, whoever wins, who will they help? The hearts of the 4 moved, and their eyes gradually became clear. Everyone laughed heartily, and the haze of recent days was swept away. It turns out that they do not know the true face of Mount Lu, just because they are in this mountain, they are fans of the authorities. They have been nervous all the time, but they can't see the most crucial issue. On the contrary, Lin Chen, who had been throwing his hands for many years, was not in the game, but he understood the essence of the situation. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone got drunk, and did not use their divine power to eliminate the smell of alcohol. Leaning on Lin Chen's shoulders, Lu Qixin said with a drunken smile, brother, if you really win the Protoss, the origin tree of the Protoss, what are you going to do with it? The alcohol smell made Lin Chen's face slightly red, and Lin Chen said casually, I will return it to the people. Lu Qixin staggered and poured 2 glasses of wine. The ripples in the wine reflected the faces of the 2. He grinned and said, I knew it, our eldest brother always does what he says. We swear to follow him. After speaking, Lu Qixin drank it and said with emotion, if it weren't for the big brother, I would never have the possibility of becoming a God Emperor. Now that I have become a God Emperor, I have realized a sword technique. I really look forward to the day when I can meet an opponent who is worthy of my use of this style of swordsmanship. Taking the wine glass, Lin Chen smiled casually, you will have more opportunities in the future. Boom. 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 The entire boundary sea shook violently. What happened? The entire 7th layer sea. No, this ninth layer sea is shaking. What level of battle is it? The courtyard swayed, and with a thought, Lin Chen sensed the major areas of the eightfold boundary sea. The battle did not take place in the 8th realm sea, but in the 9th realm sea. Lin Chen got up and shattered the glass of wine. A leaf-like shadow floated toward the courtyard and turned into a human shape. When it landed, it was Tang Jianghai. She hurriedly said, "It happened suddenly." The Empress and Mrs. Yaoer entered. "The Jews Hongjihai for a month and haven't come back." "What?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. "You stay here, I'll go take a look." With a pull of both hands, Lin Chen's soul ripped apart the void of the world. See and cross time and space. With Binger's strength, there are very few people in the world that can threaten her. How could such a fierce battle break out? Lin Chen was puzzled. There must be something in the Jews Hongjihai. According to the route that Jun Yuebai left him before, Lin Chen turned back many times, crossing from the 8th level sea to the 7th level sea, and finally stepping into the 9th level sea. The Jews Hongjihai is a vast void, vast and boundless, with waves sweeping across the sky, space storms with rolling tides, and hundreds of islands where everything is lonely. Lin Chen went straight to the center of Jews Hongjihai, and he felt that there was an unprecedented powerful force in Jews Hongjihai. Suddenly, a frantic laughter that dominates the world shakes time and space. "I was actually hurt by you? Ha ha ha, I didn't think you would dare to send it to your door. It really took no effort to come here. I laid out Wanji, and in the end, this emperor won. The great dragon's soul is on this emperor's side." Quack. The frenzied and domineering laughter shook the entire Jiuzhong boundary sea. And the momentum of just a few words stirred the Jiuzhong boundary sea into cracks in time and space. A middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe, feet on the endless sea, wearing a purple gold crown on his head, his face is like a jade, his expression is full of arrogance, and his laughter sometimes dominates the world, and sometimes is mad and evil, as if somewhere between madness and rationality. In front of him are two beautiful figures in the world, one holds a dark sword, the other holds a bright sword. Luo Binger and Luo Yaoer, two daughters. Luo Binger's injuries were the most serious. Blood dripped from her wrist. Blood stained half of her cheeks, and her soul was severely damaged. The man in the dragon robe was very content and pointed at the country, light. "Soul, dark soul, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to your door. Well, it's not easy to cultivate a human form, and I can fight against this emperor until now. I can see that you guys, he has completely mastered his own power, it is simply too perfect, ha 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 ha." He instantly turned into a crazy look. "As long as I eat you, this emperor can reshape the body of God and unify the 4 dimensions. In the battle of the 4 ancestors, my dragon clan, human clan, won." His facial muscles twitched, extremely ferocious. Boom. The next moment, the huge waves rolled up, he smashed the void, his palm was like a knife in his hand, and the law of destiny, surging with blue divine light, lingered around his fingertips and stabbed the two of them. Luo Binger and Luo Yaoer retreated rapidly, stagnant in space, and the lotus step lightly stepped, moving thousands of miles. "Humph. Want to escape?" The man in the dragon robe grabbed the void with his left hand and pulled it down fiercely. The divine light brewing in the palm of time and the law of cause and effect emerged, and the space was slanted. The next moment, Luo Yaoer and Luo Binger returned to the same place again. "Erase the cause and effect of your escape and see how you can escape." The man in the dragon robe hit with a palm, and the mighty force that shattered the universe pierced through the void and attacked Luo Yaoer. Clang! Boom! Luo Bing'er stood in front of Luo Yaoer, and the dark sword that was part of the dark soul in her hand suddenly broke. Pfft! Luo Bing'er was bleeding from the corners of her lips and looked painful. The dark crack collapsed, and the two women were blown away by a palm, and they retreated thousands of miles. Bing'er! Luo Yaoer said anxiously, "Are you all right?" "No. It's okay." Luo Bing'er said bitterly, "I'm sorry, I hurt you. If I hadn't taken the initiative to come in and explore the Nine Realms Sea, you wouldn't have been doomed earlier." With both the light soul and the dark soul as the restoration to the heyday, it is absolutely not inferior even in the face of 4 5th-level god emperors. The power of light and darkness can communicate with each other, and the light soul and the dark soul can be concentrated in one person for a short period of time, and a 5th-level god emperor is completely unsightly in front of him. But Luo Bing'er did not expect that she would encounter an unprecedented, powerful enemy. Failed. Luo Yaoer shook her head and said, "No, even if you don't come, it's only a matter of time before that lunatic rushes out of the Nine Realms Sea. Sooner or later, he will harm the Star Alliance." The blood-stained jade hand grabbed Luo Yaoer. Luo Bing'er said with difficulty, "I'll pull him to self-destruct later. He is also the body of the soul. It can play some role. You seize the opportunity to escape." "No." Luo Yaoer's tears flashed, and she pursed her lips and said, "I have to go together." "No." Luo Bing'er held her cheek with a hint of tenderness. "Take his child back." Ha 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 ha. The man in the dragon robe laughed wildly. "Don't worry, both of you are going to die." He smashed it with one palm, and activated the law of destiny and the law of causality again. The law of destiny: those who control destiny can control the life and death of gods. As soon as the law of destiny comes out, all attacks and blows will inevitably fall on the other side. When Luo Yaoer was gently shaken, Luo Bing'er's whole body was lit with dark flames, just when she was about to fight to the death. Clang! Boom! 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 The sea of boundary is monstrous, and the inch of light is cracked. Like an eternal galaxy, blasting the most violent storm at once. The law of destiny of the man in the dragon robe was interrupted by a pure law of power. He sank into the palm of the universe and was intercepted by a golden gun. The man in the dragon robe froze slightly. A silver-robed youth appeared in front of him, blocking him in front of him. The silver-robed youth smiled sternly. "Zhu Long, you haven't had enough fun, have you? I'll accompany you." Huang. Luo Bing'er was stunned. The dark flame that was about to spontaneously ignited slowly subsided. With the gun standing horizontally, the youth dressed in silver robes, and the back of Yuanding Yuezhi lifted up the world. The people who needed her care and protection back then were now able to stand in front of her and defend her against the strongest enemy in this world. Lin Chen didn't look back, and said indifferently, "Stupid woman, why don't you wait for me to go out of the border before taking action?" The stubborn Luo Bing'er pursed her lips, turned her face away, and said, "Lin Chen, Lin Chen said softly, "He gave it to me." Luo Yaoer supported Luo Bing'er, and when she retreated, she sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen, worried, "Be careful, Emperor Qin's strength is very strong, and the two spirits are mixed." Qin Emperor, God Ancestor. The man in the dragon robe in front of him was actually the god ancestor of The human race, the god ancestor of the Qin emperor. Clang. As soon as the war gun spun, Lin Chen shook off the Qin emperor and stepped back several dozen steps with a dignified expression. This guy has the soul breath of the dragon ancestors in his body. Lin Chen, who owns the blood of 2 ancient dragons, knows very well that Emperor Qin's soul is not as good as himself, nor the ancestral dragon of the dragon family. Zulong Emperor Qin. Different from the remains of the 2 great ancestors, the divine soul of Emperor Qin's ancestor and the remnant soul of Ancestor Dragon have merged into one. The remains of the Taisher demon ancestor and the Azure god ancestor fought with the last instinct in the body, but the ancestral dragon Emperor Qin is different. He is still conscious. Isn't the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon of the dragon family guarding the dragon world? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Could it be that the remnant soul was swallowed? After the battle between the 2 ancestors, Lin Chen scrutinized the secrets of the battle of the 4 ancestors. Jia Hai roared furiously, and his long hair fluttered. Qin Huang grinned. Ha 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 ha. Here is another one who is looking for death. Kid, sign up. Lin Chen stood with a gun. Human Lin Chen, Qin Huang, your divine soul, and Zulong's remnant soul merge. Qin Huang was stunned, his expression struggled, and half of his face appeared a dragon's head roaring with teeth, and said intermittently, Zhen is Zulong. Roar. A dragon roar pierced the void, shattered thousands of galaxies, and shook the entire 9-realm sea. Lin Chen was shaken back thousands of miles. Zulong's divine power is still there, and even a dragon roar can shatter hundreds of millions of strong. No. Lin Chen suddenly said, you are the human race, the Qin emperor of the human race. I'm a human race? Holding his head, Emperor Qin looked painful. Zhen. Really the last victor? The dragon race will last 10,000 years, and the human race will last 10,000 years. Kill, kill, kill. He is like a madman, wandering between madness, and his reason is incomplete. Lin Chen almost deduced 70% to 80%. In the battle of the 4 ancestors, you did your best to fight for the divine tree of origin, and fought to the death. If one side wins and gets the divine tree of origin, the rest of your 3 ancestors will be destroyed. Lin Chen's words made the remnant soul of Emperor Qin's ancestor reveal painful memories. With a thought, Lin Chen took back the phantom avatar and the emperor's soul, and continued to delay time. For ancestors end the battle, you and Zulong, the victory demons, and the Azures are half divided, the demon ancestors and the Azure god ancestors perished, and the spirits were terrified. Although you and Zulong died, the spirits remained, and the ancestral dragon remnant soul guarding the Shenlong realm will fight with you in the final battle to compete for the origin divine tree. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, it seems that in the final battle, the 2 of you faced off against each other, and there was no winner or loser. Instead, the battle went to the end, and the 2 sides merged, becoming a monster with a god not a god and a dragon not a dragon. In other words, there is no ancestral dragon remnant in the dragon realm now. The real ancestral dragon soul has merged with Emperor Qin. No, I am a unique existence, how could it be a monster? His hair fluttered wildly, and Emperor Qin roared angrily when he grasped it. With 5 fingers, a red halberd of divine soul appeared, and stabbed towards Lin Chen. The halberd blade glowed with the dragon soul, swallowing the sky, disrupting time and space. The law of cause and effect was urged, and the cause and effect that Lin Chen tried to dodge was erased. The god of war spear spun awe-inspiringly. Lin Chen raised the spear and stabbed it out. The ancient dragon divine nature in his body blessed hundreds of laws, and more than 10 million cosmic forces penetrated through. Tianlong Fusher. A face-to-face, Lin Chen instantly took the strongest blow in the appearance stage. Sigh. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen was bombarded thousands of miles away, and was so shocked that the God of War spear flew out of his hand. For the first time, the sky of Juzhongjihai burst, and the cracks in time and space that exceeded 10,000 miles burst open inch by inch, absorbing the surging waves. Qin Huang held a dragon halberd, and the dragon clouds blazing with flames surrounded him. Yukong Long Yun, the surrounding dragon clouds are lifelike, Qin Huangru pulled a dragon foal, carrying the immortal miracle of thousands of miles, and aggressively attacked Lin Chen. History reflects his handsome and dignified appearance. He seems to have once again incarnated as the invincible Emperor Qin, who rode the immortal dragon. City, galloped across the stars, fought against all gods and demons in the world, smashed the 4 dimensions, and was invincible. Luo Yaoer's face changed slightly when she sensed this breath. She and Binger had already beaten Qin Huang to the point of being injured. How could Qin Huang still retain such strength? Brush. Boom. 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 Fengshen's wings flapped, the hurricane swept through the sea, and the phantom clone of the extreme, Fengshen arrived first. Consume 120,000 God's endowment points to activate the eternal transformation. The ultimate Fengshen, which maintains the highest speed, moves quickly to avoid being cast by the Emperor Qin's law of destiny, and turns to the Fengshen arrow. He pulled the Fengshen bowstring, and a Fengshen arrow shot out, a dazzling arrow, which penetrated the starry sky, penetrated the dragon cloud, and wrapped around the 3,000 avenues. One arrow breaks the cloud, one arrow breaks the halberd. Destroy Qin Tianyin. The red halberd in his hand ignited 100 pillars of divine flame, and the divine fire flew up. Qin Huang's 5 fingers shattered the law of destiny of the first law and swept out the halberd, swirling a circle of divine flames, covering all directions, swallowing all the divine arrows of the Fengshen. Laugh. 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 Xinyan was smoking white smoke, and it gradually disintegrated into nothingness. Qin Huang's pupils shrank. My law of destiny, will it be dissolved? In today's world, who has the ability to surpass the number 1 of the 3,000 avenues? Could it be that this son has his own ancestral path? It was almost the moment when Emperor Qin was distracted. The golden god of war turned into a beam of golden light and stomped his feet. Lin Chen descended from the sky like falling into a galaxy, smashed Long Yun ruthlessly, and landed next to Emperor Qin. A azure blue blade appeared in Qin Huang's palm, which was the divine flower of the law of destiny, and wanted to stab Lin Chen. Emperor Fengshen is angry. A terrifying roar of the divine soul erupted between Lin Chen's eyebrows, and the destructive storm of divine soul was divided into 5 parts, sweeping across the star field, and knocking back Qin Huang's divine soul. Lin Chen, with a soul that was far beyond the perfection of the emperor's realm, broke out in Emperor Fengshen fury at the closest distance, interrupting his movement to cast the law. Soul transformation. 18 million cosmic force is surpassing the limit force that the host can bear. If you continue to use this force, the lifespan of the host will continue to decrease. Lin Chen threw a punch at Emperor Qin, and the endless transformation of the Dao was surrounded by the power of heaven and earth. The universe sank, and the Dao collapsed. The direction pointed by the divine fist, the dimensions are all twisted, the curved world seems to be pressed to complete an infinite reincarnation, and the power at the most central point hits the target. Qin Huang's face was punched in the middle, and he was blasted into the sky. And he was hit into a 1,000-mile abyss. Time and space were reduced to chaos. Lin Chen was out of breath, the punch just now almost reached 20 million. Universe force. Pure power is enough to shatter tens of millions of three-dimensional universes. In terms of destructive power, it surpassed most of the 5 god emperors, and also blessed the eternal transformation. With his palms shaking the void behind him, Emperor Qin stopped his figure. The bright red dragon scales slowly fell off his face, and his soul peeled off. A small piece. It's Qilong scales. The first dragon between heaven and earth is Qilong. Lin Chen's punch only slightly injured him? Even with the fusion of the remnant souls, Emperor Qin still inherited the defensive power of ancestral dragon. A beam of soul light traveled thousands of miles, and instantly appeared beside Lin Chen. It is Lin Chen's soul. For the first time, the spirit of the emperor, the phantom clone, and the main body have gathered together to face an enemy. The palm of the soul holds a steady stream of divine soul light cocoons, and when it overlaps with the palm of the ultimate wind god, the speed-like law force is injected into the divine soul, and a group of 9 colored stars floats up. 9 tribulations divine fury. A bunch of 9 colored starlights shuttled into the sky into a meteor, falling towards the Qin Emperor god ancestor. When Emperor Qin raised his halberd to fight, the 9 colored stars suddenly burst open. Sigh. Boom. All the light and energy between heaven and earth were absorbed, nibbled, and swallowed up by a 9-color beam of light that suddenly rose. This move is the fusion of Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star and emperor function fury. Only the ultimate function can be used, and the power is no less than a high-level red-level exercise. It was at this moment, Lin Chen recalled the god of war spear, and swarmed with the phantom clone, 1-2, to besiege the Qin Emperor god ancestor. Luo Binger gritted her teeth and pursed her lips, and said, Lin Chen, you can't fight with him, just lead him out of the world to fight, and let the strong people of other races besiege him together. In the melee circle, Lin Chen's voice transmission came, no. The 9-layer boundary sea must pass through the 8th-layer boundary sea to reach the desolate star territory. The 8-layer boundary sea is all our people. Once the actual situation on our side is exposed, the whole all lose. The lethality of Emperor Qin's divine soul is by no means comparable to that of a 5th-level divine emperor. Lin Chen couldn't protect so many people in the covenant even if he turned on the Qing Tian divine apparel. The most deadly thing is that once they are led to the 8-fold realm sea, the Asuras, phoenixes, demons, and dragons will definitely know the existence of Emperor Qin. At that time, the various clans will inevitably send their top combat power. And the Protoss will not sit still, and the Star Alliance will have to face the enemy. Lin Chen's eyes revealed the determination to sink the boat, leave quickly. The Star Alliance needs you, and after my clone is gone, the illusion of reincarnation will weaken, and the powerhouses of all races will definitely take action. An enemy who possesses both Ancestral Dragon and Emperor Qin's divine ancestors means is still in a state of madness. If he is allowed to break out, even if he can lead to the sea, the first to be trampled is the Star Alliance. In the same way, the Star Alliance must block all the enemies of the outside world for Lin Chen at this moment. Once the 5th level God Emperor of the 4 clans is discovered and breaks into the battle of the 9 level sea, Lin Chen will be finished. This time, it was the most difficult battle in Lin Chen's history. He must bet everything against it. Even if you die, you must bury Emperor Qin in the 9-realm sea. The 8-fold boundary sea, the deep sea hole. The foul demon Heavenly Emperor finally struggled out of the illusion when he was upset and burning with anger, just as he was about to withdraw. The scene in front of him flickered slightly, and there was a flash of trembling. The foul demon Heavenly Emperor's eyes were extremely sharp, and the winged snake behind him danced in the sky, spitting out snake teeth and releasing a burst of acid mist, corroding the space. Then, the many illusions of the dreamy and illusory, as if reincarnation, disappeared, gradually eliminated, one layer after another. The true face of a corner of the Yaffled Sea is gradually rediscovered. Sure enough. Foul demon Heavenly Emperor's heart trembled, illusory realm. Weakened? Ha 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 ha. Although it can stop the God Emperor, it can't stop a 4th level God Emperor like this Emperor. It crushed a black iron jade slip, and erupted with a majestic demonic energy. The foul demon Heavenly Emperor grinned and said, "It seems that the caster who created the illusion is no longer there. At least he is not sitting in the 8-fold realm sea. There is something tricky, and there must be something tricky. At least, it has a huge connection with the disappearance of the demon ancestor bloodline factor that it felt a month ago. Now, maybe it's a perfect time to test the Star Alliance, or even attack the Star Alliance. Even the remains of the demon ancestor that I haven't found in the Achikai Sea, where my demon race has been lurking for many years, the Star Alliance will destroy it. It's impossible. There is no cost. As a demon Heavenly Emperor, its perception is so keen that even the slightest clues will be scrutinized by it to come out with a lot of information. The foul demon Heavenly Emperor sneered scornfully, and the 8-winged snakes behind him flew into the air, exuding rolling acid mist, eroding the avenues, and gradually eroding more reincarnation illusions. In almost a day, the Phoenix, Azura, and Dragon clan knew about the situation of the Boundary Sea. Ha 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 ha. The Star Alliance of Dog Day, you have today too. There are definitely situations. I don't believe it. If you destroy the remains of my Azura ancestor, will it cost nothing? Notify all the elders of the Dragon clan who can act. All the 2nd level God Emperors, go to the 8th-level sea with this Emperor. The Emperors of the demon race obeyed the order, stayed in the demon world, and assembled the army to stand by at any time. This seat and several heavenly Emperors took the elders to investigate the situation. Lord Mo Tiandi, are you not going with the army? No, let's see first, if it is Lin Chen's trick to lure the enemy into the depths. The strong men brought by this emperor are enough to withdraw safely. All races are boiling. Not only that, even the Protoss received the message in a short period of time. Pull the hair and move the whole body. Inside the Star Alliance headquarters. Returning with the injured Luo Binger, Luo Yaoer briefly explained the situation of Zhuhongjihai. All the high-level members of the Star Alliance shook. Hong Ya and other women on the Empress Plain were shocked to see Luo Binger's injury. They are very clear about Luo Binger's strength. They can actually hurt a generation of female emperors like this, and they still act together with Luo Yaoer. The souls of Emperor Qin and Zulong have merged? My God, who can stop him? It's not an opponent that my Star Alliance can deal with. Any powerhouse in the world today has no chance of winning against him. There is no doubt, the mixture of Emperor Qin and Ancestral Dragon in the Zhuhongjihai is the strongest in the world today. At least now, there is no strong man who can beat him. Yi Tianchen was in a cold sweat. Brother Lin is going to fight this monster. Jiang Yuanqi frowned and said, unexpectedly, Zhuhongjihai still has such a threat. He has lived in the 8th Realm Sea for a long time, and the Ninth Realm Sea has never appeared since Mu Huan fell to the seal. Unexpectedly, the remnants of the former twin ancestors will be sealed inside. Only believe in Lin Chen. Yi Qinggu stood up first and said bluntly, we can't hold him back. Yi Qinggu, who had a good relationship with Lin Chen, chose to stand at the forefront in person. Her beautiful eyes turned, and her eyes gestured to Zhao Anren. Zhao Anren nodded slightly, his face was frosty, and he said coldly, we must not let them enter the million-mile range, close to the Star Alliance headquarters, and the details will be exposed. The 4 clans are still in doubt, and only a small number of strong people are sent to explore the situation. Once they know that Lin Chen is not there, they will all come back with the most violent storm. If the Star Alliance were to show their cowardice here and let the strong men of the 4 clans break through the defense line of the Jiahai Sea and break into the Jiuzhong Jiahai Sea, Lin Chen would definitely have his life in worry. Star Alliance and Lin Chen must rely on each other at this time, trust each other, and make all or nothing. The hot-tempered Hua Shixing slapped the table angrily. Then what are you waiting for? Just fight them enough if you want to fight. Luo Qianzhou said calmly, look, you are in a hurry. Hua Shixing stared, am I in a fucking hurry? Yu Yunqing, who came from Yujian riding the wind, fell into the hall. Do you need to come out in full force? No. Zhao Anren pondered, Mr. Yu, hold on, show all our combat power at once. If you are too hasty, it will arouse their suspicion and reveal your intentions. She waved her hand lightly, spread out the star map of the known area of the Eightfold Boundary Sea, and said seriously, you don't need to show all of it. But the real power still needs to be displayed. Use more than half of the God Emperor to sit in the fantasy location that Lin Chen had previously laid out, guarding the God Emperors of all races. Yuan Wujua said, what if they besiege our God Emperor? Zhao Anren shook his head, no, their first goal is not to attack us, but to find out the details. In this case, when the God Emperors we sent are unable to stop all the powerhouses, they will attack us as soon as possible. Come in. Hearing this, Yu Yunqing's eyes lit up. Do you mean to sing in empty city? Plan in the front, and close the door to beat the dog in the back? Not bad. Zhao Anren's slender hand stretched out, grabbed it from the star map, and said tactfully, let some of the God Emperors come in, as long as they come in, the Futian swords of our Star Alliance will attack them. She looked at Jiang Yuanqi, who nodded slightly. I will take action and use arithmetic to deduce where they will come in. The virtual brings the real, and the real hides the virtual. Zhao Anren's careful layout once again made everyone's eyes shine, like a reassurance. 4 days later, the desolate star region, 650 regions. At the entrance of the Eightfold Realm Sea, a dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and the clouds and mists engulfed the dragon's shadow. The desolate dragon emperor is still so unruly, walking on a fierce thundercloud, and there are 3 dragon emperors around him. Then, a pair of sky-reaching giant palms ripped apart the sky, and came with a great momentum. It was Brahma who brought a group of Asuras. Beside him, there is an old man, Shura, with his eyes closed and his hands clasped together. He has a bald head and horns, 3 eyes on his forehead, a large opening in front of his chest, and a majestic tianhe under his feet. full of dead and silent breath. Asura Supreme God Xian Shijia. The Asuras actually sent 2 Asura Supreme Gods. Then, the Phoenix clan's monster Moth and the Demon clan's demon, Tuatian, arrived one after another. Everyone looked at each other, unaware. This time everyone's goal is the same. Boom. 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 Mo Tuatian called out a demonic hand, which defeated tens of thousands of miles with one palm, determined the heaven and the earth, and opened up the world. The desolate dragon emperor turned into a dragon head, revealing part of his body. His left eye was like frost and his right eye was like blazing fire. The candle dragon roared and shattered the galaxy, and the sound wave was transmitted at the speed of light in 4 dimensions, covering an illusion of 100,000 miles, and shattered with a roar. As soon as the 2 powerhouses made their move, the reincarnation illusion that lost the phantom avatar was breached on a large scale. Call out. Call out. Call out. Suddenly, a series of afterimages flew out of the EGGC. The powerhouses of the Star Alliance. Luo Yaoer, who was headed by her, held a knife in her hand, and she came out of the dust and stood in front of everyone. Everyone come to my Star Alliance, do you want to start a war? Although Luo Yaoer's tone was soft and sweet, her attitude was tough, but not inferior to Luo Binger. The hearts of the strong men moved. This woman actually reached the 5th level God Emperor so quickly? She looks exactly like the Empress, and her breath is completely different. Yu Yunqing dropped his sword and smiled lightly. There are so many people here, what do you want? The desolate dragon emperor sneered, the 8th world sea is half of my hometown, can't this emperor come back and take a look? Then why don't you just go back to your hometown? Luo Yaoer raised a knife and pointed at the desolate dragon emperor, with a demeanor like the demon empress of the past. The rage of the desolate dragon emperor's desire, you. Luo Yaoer interrupted him, shut up, it's not your turn to speak. The beautiful eyes turned to the Asuras, and Luo Yaoer said indifferently. Brahma, do you Asuras want to exterminate the clan? Brahma, who has always been indifferent and impermanent, raised an unprecedented smile this time. I'm here because I want to talk to Lin Chen's friend. This scene shocked all the senior members of the Asura tribe present. I'll stop, it's the first time they see Venerable Brahma talking with a smile. I mean, does he laugh? It seems like they haven't seen him smile since they became famous. It's always like someone owes him 258,000 to 80,000 yuan. Reminiscing about the old? This emperor sees that you are itchy, right? Brahma. Suddenly, a cold female voice with contempt echoed in the sea. Luo Binger's mysterious and beautiful figure came from the sky, making Luo Yaoer's heartstrings tremble. To come out after such a serious injury will make people see the flaws. However, there was not a trace of injury on Luo Binger's surface. Instead, there was a long breath, with an endless, majestic momentum. Did you take the medicine pill? Luo Yaoer talked to her through the light. Soul. Well, Yi Hong Meng. Ants. But it's not a cure, it's a divine barrier. Pill disguised by breath. Luo Binger responded. 2 5th level God Emperors? The pupils of the strong people present shrink. It's too enchanting. It's a monster level growth rate. How long has it been since the covenant has grown, and there are actually 2 5th level God Emperors? In addition to him, Lin Chen, isn't there 3? No, this mother-in-law is forced to have a clone, which is equivalent to the main body, 4. In terms of top combat power, the Star Alliance is now no less than the 4 supreme gods of the Asura tribe. If you give them another 10 years. Brahma's veins were exposed, and he clenched his fists faintly. However, that's not the point. The most important thing is Lin Chen. What the Azuras fear most is Lin Chen. If the Star Alliance wants to launch a one-for-one extreme tactic, it must have the presence of Lin Chen. Only the Star Alliance, where Lin Chen is in, can threaten the powerhouses of the entire Azura clan from the root. If Lin Chen doesn't show up, they don't need to panic. Maybe they may be bluffing. Brahma didn't smile. Oh, little friend Lin Chen and I are definitely half friends. Last time I shared the same enemy with him, didn't I? What about little friend Lin Chen? Why don't you call him out to catch up with us? What are you talking about? Huashishing stepped on the sky-splitting fire dragon and cursed. Boom. Brahma was almost furious, and the space around 10,000 miles fell into shattered chaos. Xi and Shijia said indifferently, "Tell Lin Chen to come out, otherwise we may have to go in and find out." Yu Yinqing Lang said with a smile, "Our alliance leader has no time to talk to you now. If you want to come and play, this old man will come and play with you." Lin Zhong and Song Hing each stood on one side, and there were signs of a shot at any time. At the edge of Yaikai Sea, swords were drawn in an instant. Sigh. The Phoenix clan's monster moth took the first shot. It was extremely fast and turned into a colorful phoenix, trying to forcibly break through the barrier. Then, the top powerhouses of various ethnic groups made moves, one after another. They did not use all their strength as soon as they came up, but cautiously observed the situation. Don't try to succeed. Yu Yinqing waved one hand, and the 10 imperial swords glowed with cold. Abyss, red melting, magic wind, swallowing, Gingjin, mysterious wood, all kinds of different sword chi. 10 swords crossed the sky, like a moss dragon, pointing to a demon moth. The demon moth of the dignified 5th-level God Emperor was strangled by 10-handed swords. Hundreds of laws turned into realm forces and bound its actions, making it surprisingly said, "You are the first human race I have ever seen that can use 10 imperial artifacts." The high-level powerhouses of the Azura, Dragon, Demon, and Phoenix tribes rushed into the Eightfold Realm Sea. The top 5 God Emperors were stopped by the top leaders of the Star Alliance, but the followers around them couldn't stop them. However, the 8-layer sea has changed dramatically. Boom. 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 One after another, splendid sword rainbows pierced through the sun, turning the frisbee and twisting the bloody atmosphere in the sky. Ah! So many swords, how can they be integrated? How can there be such a perverted sword? Yes, to ambush Ben Emperor, your local gang is too rude. Okay, so big. Don't come here. The sudden accident caused the faces of the 5th-level God Emperors of all ethnic groups to change slightly. What's going on inside? Desolate Star Territory. 999 domains. The miraculous Dragon City is entrenched here. It suddenly vibrated slightly, opened a pair of dragon eyes. The dragon energy was late, spit out the breath of vicissitudes, and issued a dragon roar that shook the sky like an ancient era, and it is so bright. My lord. Qin Huang seems to be awake? Why, my lord didn't call me? The dragon city swayed its dragon body slightly. It's vigorous iron-blooded. Dragon City was like an immortal miracle, soaring under the endless starry sky. Anyone who saw it would be stunned and shocked. The 9th boundary sea. Second only to the first battle of the 4 ancestors, the Great War has lasted for several days. The 4 streams of light intersect with each other, and each collision may stir up the heavens and the earth, or overflow with terrifying fluctuations of the divine soul, or burst out with divine flames that burn everything, and the divine power that shatters chaos. Whether it was Emperor Qin or Lin Chen, both sides fought to the point of madness with the determination to live to the death. The shadows of the guns lingered around, the shadows of the halberds were heavy. Lin Chen and the ancestors of the Qin emperor fought together, the two fought for their lives, and the extreme wind god was a deadly melee fight. When they were bombarded, they instantly switched to remote support. The emperor's spirit was assisted by it, and every move it made to brew the divine soul had a miraculous effect on the Qin emperor's ancestor, who was a soul body. That fire. Lin Chen sensed that the flames caused by Emperor Qin were extraordinary. It has the power of creation and destruction, eternal burning, and its destructive power even exceeds the law of destiny that he casts. Boom. Boom. The spears and halberds intersected again, and the divine flames rolled heavily. The vast Qilong roared in anger, and with a flick of its tail, it blasted Lin Chen away, directly into the seabed for thousands of miles. The phantom clone seized the opportunity and shot 3 divine arrows in a row. It's useless, I've seen it through. Qilong swung his tail into the air, his tail was like a sword that saw the sky. He swung it mighty and swept away, and slashed down with one sword. The 3 divine arrows attached to the eternal transformation path were smashed by a sword, and even the ultimate function was sunk by the aftermath of the sword energy. The phantom clone is injured and consumes 65 billion god-level rune energy. Again. Note, the rune energy has been exhausted. Your means of dissolving all power, you must choose one target. I use the dragon soul to urge pure power to use the dragon's magical power. Whether you are soul transformation or transformation force, you can't defend against them all, and you will definitely take a blow. Emperor Qin, who was covered in dragon scales, let out a savage laugh, twirled the red halberd tightly with both hands, and threw it to the bottom of the sea. LOL. The waves of the entire Jiuzhong realm sea instantly burst into white smoke and became red, as if they were burned into a sea of fire. Submerge yourself under my stunt, human Lin Chen, you are the first to fight this emperor to this point. Emperor Qin's flame seems to be his own unique cultivation technique. It is extremely powerful. Every move can be called an infinite miracle, and it can burn the 3,000 avenues to the end. The host uses power beyond the limit, 29.9 million cosmic forces, is greatly reducing the host's lifespan. The waves suddenly rose, standing between the sky and the earth. Lin Chen waved the god of war spear, stirring the sea of the world. The waves of the entire Jiuzhong realm sea were stirred into a vortex by his god of war spear, waving against the sky. A shot raised, and hit the front. Emperor Qin's red halberd. Tianlong Fushi fire. Consumed 430,000 gods and endowment points to activate the Tao of Eternal Transformation. LOL. Boom. 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 The boundary sea exploded with huge waves swallowing hundreds of millions of feet. The space exploded inch by inch, the archipelago was submerged and flew away, and the world turned upside down. The long galaxy was shattered, time and space disintegrated into shattered chaos, and time and space were completely reversed, turned upside down into a paste. Emperor Qin, there is always a corner where you will sleep forever. Jiahai is your grave. Lin Chen shot the scarlet halberd away, blood spurted out of his arms, and the blood splattered every inch. When the god of war spear fell, a strand of Lin Chen's hair turned pale, and his vitality was desolate. But almost at the same time, the figure of the emperor fell like a meteor. The extreme wind god moved time and space, and the ghostly appeared to the side of the emperor Qin. Soul transformation. The phantom avatar of the ultimate function got up and spun around, and the leg armor slammed behind Qin Huang, and when he blasted him away, he was hitting the soul of God. The soul gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm so mad, forcing me to use this trick, the old thing will die." The ultimate function retreated rapidly, the spirit of the emperor was shining brightly, violent destructive fluctuations filled the air, and Emperor Qin's complexion changed slightly. Boom! In the Nine-World Sea, an unprecedented bombardment was ushered in. 9 heavens and 10 places are full of soul storms. Lin Chen's emperor-grade soul exploded. This storm is a devastating blow to anyone possessing more than 10 times the power of the divine soul than the perfect divine soul of the same level of the emperor realm. It burst out, which can be called a disaster that destroys everything in the sky and the ground. In the storm of divine souls that enveloped the universe, a blazing fire blazed out. He was the ancestor of Emperor Qin. His whole body was blown to pieces, and his face was hideous. It's not over yet. Lin Chen broke into the soul storm alone. He captured Qin Huang's mutilated and transparent figure, and it was obvious that the self-destruction of the emperor's soul posed no small threat to him. The self-destruction of the emperor's soul posed a fatal threat to him, but it could not prevent him from escaping the scope of the self-destruction. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Lin Chen stood up with his spear, and stabbed it with a stern shot. The tip of the spear lingered around the spear, and the red light was like a dragon. Unexpectedly, Emperor Qin suddenly burst into flames, and the tail of the Qilong god on his waist swayed, and he slashed at one tail and twisted it mightily towards Lin Chen. Boom! Boom! The eternal transformation at the tip of Lin Chen's spear eliminated the dragon's tail of Emperor Qin's ancestor, and the god of war spear penetrated the soul of Emperor Qin through the dragon's tail. Almost at the same time, the red halberd of Emperor Qin's ancestor released a domineering and fiery divine flame, burned the avenue, broke through the golden god of war armor, and pierced through Lin Chen's golden god of war suit. The blade of the halberd pressed against Lin Chen's chest, the tip of the halberd plunged into the flesh and blood. The Tianyan 5 elements body was broken, and the whole body was wrapped in that domineering divine flame. Being able to fight against me with the power of a god emperor, to such an extent, my ancestral dragon would like to be called the strongest god emperor of the 4 clans. Qin Huang laughed wildly. Let go, you and I are tied, and if we fight again, we will die together. With a sweet throat, Lin Chen spit out a large amount of divine blood, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Then die together. Jia Hai can bury thousands of martyrs, and he can also bury my Lin Chen and your Emperor Qin. Boom! At that moment, Lin Chen held the red halberd and threw his fist at the mad ancestor of the Qin Emperor. Tens of millions of cosmic forces blasted hundreds of millions of galaxies, causing the heaven and the earth to stir up. Lin Chen thumped his fists wildly, and attacked Qin Huang desperately. The ultimate function fell from the sky with him and kicked Qin Huang in the face. Sigh. Boom. A cross of gods bloomed, and the wind was thousands of miles. The golden god of war and the god of extreme Aeolus punched wildly, all the way to madness. And the ancestors of the Qin Emperor were beaten back into the storm of self destruction of souls. The host continues to launch the eternal transformation Dao. God point is about to be exhausted. What? Qin Huang's pupils shrank, the body of the soul was constantly broken, and the fragments of the soul spilled out, and were swallowed by the self-exploding soul storm. The Jiuzhong boundary sea suddenly lost its surging tide, and all the boundary seas were affected by the tremors of time and space. What's the situation? The whole world seems to be shaking. What kind of powerhouse is fighting? Beyond the sea of the eightfold realm, the powerhouses of all races stopped the battle, looking suspicious. They looked in the direction of Jihai, and their hearts became more and more frightened. Kacha. Suddenly, the arm of the Azura god behind Brahma split open. Brahma's pupils shrank, and a fist wrapped around Fengshen suddenly slammed and killed. Boom. 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 In front of everyone's eyes, the dignified Shura supreme god was blasted away by a sudden figure. Hiss. So fast? This kind of speed has surpassed the category of the fifth-level god. Emperor. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups took a closer look, and Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended, and the two pairs of Fengshen wings slowly flapped. Lin Chen was expressionless and said indifferently, "You guys who live impatiently want to die, don't you?" Lin Chen. All the powerhouses of the Star Alliance are ecstatic, the alliance leader is. All right. The strong men of all races were full of fear. He's still alive. It's terrifying. His speed is higher than that of 10 years ago, surpassing the powerhouses of the Beefing clan in all dynasties. Haha, brother Lin Chen, it's all a misunderstanding, my demons will take a step first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mo Tuatian smashed the space with a palm, and slipped away the fastest with the foul demon Heavenly Emperor. Lin Chen not only has no situation, but his strength has even improved. The speed suppression just now has perfectly explained his strength. From today, the Star Alliance will become a force that surpasses all races. The desolate Dragon Emperor, Xian Shijia, and the Demon Moth immediately brought their own strong men to the fastest speed, either revealing their bodies, or using their natal supernatural powers, and the speed at which they escaped, making the strong men of the Covenant stunned. Ha ha ha, look at these grandchildren, running faster than his mother's womb. Looking at the leader, they are like a mouse meeting a cat. Why don't you chase? Everyone asked with joy and doubt, but Yi Qinggu, Luo Yaoer, and Luo Binger were the only ones who were stunned. The voice of Lin Chen was trembling. Don't move, they haven't gone far. Luo Yaoer's delicate body trembled slightly, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Husband, you. The crowd froze in place. The ethereal Aeolus wings fell like dust and slowly disappeared. The gradually fragmented ultimate Fengshen, with a dead silence in his eyes. Boom. Luo Binger and Luo Yaoer were like crazy, turned their heads and swept back to the 8th realm sea, and rushed into the 9 realm sea desperately. 9 worlds in the sea. In the vast universe, there is no more galaxies. The heaven and the earth have been turned over countless times, time and space are stagnant, and only a sea of fiercely burning fire is left. The sea of flames seemed to burn forever, and in the center of the sea of fire, there was only a man in a dragon robe kneeling on the ground and a young man in silver robe who could not stand upright. The golden gun pierced through the man in the dragon robe. The red flame halberd penetrated the silver-robed youth. The two of you fought everything. Zulong Emperor Qin died. Winner, Lin Chen. The two girls trembled, and they clearly saw it. Lin Chen's eyes were no longer angry. The endless sea of divine flames burns up everything in the world, is domineering to the sun, and lasts forever. Pieces of purple and cyan fragments are free in the void, and each piece of divine soul seems to contain several universes, and derives all things from heaven. They are the divine soul fragments of Emperor Qin and Zulong, and the divine souls of the fragments fluctuate like waves, ebb and flow. The spirits of Zulong and Emperor Qin are so powerful that they have transformed into the realm of existence in the real universe. Even if it is the remnant soul after death, they are still powerful enough to subvert the cognition of all living beings. No, what happened? Looking at the two gradually fragmented figures, Luo Yaoer's shoulders were trembling, and her fairy was pale. Luo Bing'er reached out to stop Luo Yaoer. Don't go there. Emperor Qin's flame will not disappear, it will burn forever, it is his ancestors' way. Luo Bing'er said in a trembling voice, he and Emperor Qin's jade and stones are both burned, and the fear of the soul is destroyed. Luo Yaoer was hit hard. Dan's lips trembled slightly. Luo Bing'er said every word. Lin Chen is dead, and his spirit has completely disappeared. Lin Chen, dead? No. Luo Yaoer burst into tears, biting her red lips and bleeding poignantly and decisively. No, he can't die. Calm down. Luo Bing'er sent a ray of dark soul power to restrain her lustful light soul. Luo Bing'er said softly, it's not that things have changed. No one can resurrect a god emperor, but light and darkness can. Luo Yaoer's body trembled, grabbing her shoulders. You mean, our light soul and dark soul are fused? Yeah. Luo Bing'er replied softly. She didn't speak, she was just silent, her pair of Yingqiu eyes lowered slightly. The light soul and the dark soul originate from the four dimensions. If they can be integrated, they can create the source of everything and everything. Luo Bing'er spoke softly, and there was a bit of tenderness in her eyes, and there was no indifference in the past. Although we have lost the original body of the tree of origin, we don't need to create the fourth dimension. If we just save the source of one soul, with the energy of the light soul and the dark soul, there should be no problem. It's just that once light and darkness merge, they can never be separated again. Between you and me, there must be someone to sew the light and darkness after the fusion into his body. Before his rediscovery and rebuilding of his divine soul, it cannot be interrupted until the light and darkness has a new owner. The two are in the same mood, and Luo Yaoer understands the price very well. Then let me come. Luo Yaoer said decisively without hesitation. No. Luo Bing'er smiled, you are his love, and you are pregnant with his child, you want to live with him. Luo Bing'er took Luo Yaoer's wrist and said softly, if it weren't for him, I would have been swallowed by the dark soul. I owe him, and I will pay it back now. Luo Yaoer was pretty and pale. Bing'er. Luo Bing'er's hands were sealed, and the palms were filled with dark and pure essence souls, and dark waves rippled. The ripples of the dark soul fall from nothingness, are born in nothingness, and die from nothingness. If the soul of the emperor is perfect, he can vaguely see the endless darkness. There is a 9-petal ice lotus blooming, which is magnificent and captivating. Luo Bing'er was pretty and pale. She gently stretched out her palm to Luo Yaoer. The ultimate brilliance suddenly rose from the top of Luo Yaoer's head. Luo Yaoer's cultivation has dropped from the 5th level of God Emperor to the 2nd level of the God realm with a rapid disappearance. The light soul and the dark soul are mutually reinforcing, revolving around Luo Bing'er extremely fast. All the ups and downs of the two of them poured into Luo Binger's soul like a dick, and it was unforgettable. You who have lost your light soul will fall back to your original cultivation. Base, hurry up. Luo Binger sent out with one palm. Luo Yaoer was transferred and teleported away from the nine-realm sea. Holding the initial light in both hands, Luo Binger took off her light shoes. The ribbons were removed, and her dress fell off. Snowy white jade-like toes landed in the void, like stepping on a blue wave. Sparking ripples in time and space, and came to Lin Chen's side. Her life passed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pupils cut the water. Luo Binger looked at Lin Chen, fluttering up. Holding his face, smiling slyly, beautiful in the world. She pressed her eyebrows against Lin Chen's forehead, and the light and dark flowed, blending into his body. Luo Binger's body burned up. The divine flame left over from the battle roared into her body, burning everything she had. Luo Binger pursed her lips and gritted her teeth, smiling with tears in her eyes. Her figure gradually became illusory. Light and dark intertwined and merged with each other, and they continuously merged into Lin Chen's body. The shattered consciousness of the soul reunited. The shattered realm of law, rebirth of nirvana. The massive attribute light balls kept moving closer to Lin Chen's body. Absorbing them all the time, absorbing them like a whale. Boom. 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 Not only was Lin Chen's divine soul reshaped, but his physique was created and changed by the initial light and darkness, and his divine soul began to move closer to a higher realm. Kacha. A cracking sound of Nirvana's rebirth sounded softly, and Lin Chen was promoted to the 4th level God Emperor. The host controls the first of the 3,000 avenues, the law of destiny. Obtain the Crimson Rank Talent Treasure Chest, open it and obtain fragments of the great wishes of the gods. 10 out of 10, the great wishes of the gods are complete. Whenever the host kills the enemy, the power of the great wish will be accumulated. The stronger Red Rank Talent, God's Great Wish, it can absorb all the consciousness of the gods, and attach the attack from the host, so that it can increase the power of unlimited power. The more consciousness of the gods absorbed, the stronger the effect. Note, enemies defeated with the God's Vow talent cannot obtain attribute values. The host died of the soul, and the phantom clone disappeared, and it needs to reconsume the energy of the God-level rune to cast. Lin Chen's divine soul was baptized again and again by the power of the fusion of light and dark, and the divine soul was far more powerful than imagined. That realm began to transcend the category of time and space. And Lin Chen, with more than 10 times the foundation of the soul, began to attack the new realm of the soul. Not only that, the surrounding purple-blue divine soul fragments, like fish and dragons, were gathered and absorbed by Lin Chen. Desolate star territory. Wandering among the galaxies, the immortal dragon city that was preparing to approach the boundary sea suddenly stagnated in the void. A pair of vast dragon eyes revealed consternation and sadness. My lord is gone? Immortal Dragon City stopped in the void, unable to move for a long time. It waited for ages after ages, and its old master left without saying hello. It wasn't even called. My lord has passed away. Who in the world is qualified to become my new lord? That's all, destroy it. The dragon eyes of the immortal dragon city burst into the sky with fierce anger, and they want to burn everything in the world. It stretched out its vast dragon claws, and was about to grab a few galaxies. 12 golden lights came, and 12 golden giants came to the dragon city. With expressionless faces. Immortal Dragon City said in a loud voice, "You are, the old master's golden prison god emperor?" Only the assemblers of the ancient gods can collect 12 Emperor-grade magic weapons. One of the golden prison god emperor suddenly opened his eyes, glowing with 5-colored sword energy, and said with a stern smile, Longqing, come and help me achieve my great cause. Longqing roared, he xiao, you wait. A timid person who is possessed by an emperor-rank divine weapon, and who dares not reveal his true body, is not worthy of standing in the world. The golden prison god emperor flicked his fingers, and a wisp of sword energy lingered on the dragon head of the immortal dragon city. It was about to get angry, but suddenly stopped. Longqing said in astonishment, wait, there is an old master. Who is it? The golden prison god emperor said proudly, Sword Emperor, Lin Chen. Its eyes flashed a hint of evil, perhaps, when you and I meet, you can call me, Jianzu, more appropriate. Half a year has passed since the battle with the ancestral dragon Emperor Qin. The ninth boundary sea. In the long sea of divine flames, the figure of Emperor Qin gradually became transparent. The consciousness of Emperor Qin and Zulong, along with the absorption of his soul fragments, was also absorbed into Lin Chen's soul world. Even Lin Chen's emperor soul was resurrected by the fusion of light and dark. His consciousness emerged in Lin Chen's soul, and the memory fragments belonging to Lin Chen were being integrated. In the soul world, Qin Huang looked up, and above his head was a vortex of alternating light and dark. The initial light and darkness are merging with his divine soul and body. The fragments of my soul were absorbed by him. Qin Huang was startled for a moment, then he was full of pride and laughed loudly. He smiled domineeringly, I haven't had such a happy battle for a long time. Since the remnants of Zulong's remnants have been intertwined, their spirits have been confused. I can't think of a younger generation who has defeated me. Now, the future generations are terrifying. Emperor Qin stood with his hands behind his back, and he was calm in the face of the moment before his consciousness gradually died out. It was in the past, and it swept across the 8 wastes and Liuhe. But in the end it was only a few star marks, a dream. The wind was light and cloudless, as if everything had been put down. In the reborn soul, Qin Huang witnessed a small part of Lin Chen's memory. Hey, this little guy also defeated the remains of demon ancestor and Shura. God ancestor? In the end, Emperor Qin's eyes were immediately attracted by the contents of the 5 volumes of exercises. His demeanor ranged from indifferent to solemn to astonished. How Futian. There is such a person in the human race. He noticed it early. The secret that I only knew before I died? Emperor Qin's god ancestor was amazed. The final battle after the ancestorless era, Hao Futian and others were the closest to the secrets of the 4 ancestors. It is not that the original light and darkness are the first hosts of the divine tree. The first host of the origin divine tree is the endless luck of the human race. It is the luck of the human race that casts the soul of the origin divine tree. The initial light and darkness were the latecomers who later seized the divine tree. In other words, in the 4-dimensional universe, a human race that was older than the original light and darkness was born. It is the tenacity of the people of the human race, it is the will of the people of the human race, and it is transformed into infinite luck to nourish and strengthen it. Qin Huang thought that he was the only one who really knew this secret. But unexpectedly, there is a young man from the human race who has insight and see through it. I only knew the supreme secret after I stepped into the ancestors of the gods. This person has an insight into the secret of the origin of the 4 dimensions from the realm of the God Emperor. Qin Huang was shocked unparalleled, the corners of his mouth could not stop. Rising, the heroes cherished each other, and he clapped his hands and applauded. Ha 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 ha. I pity Emperor Qin's martial arts, but he has lost his literary style. The ancestors of all ethnic groups are a little less coquettish. What a romantic person to look at today, dare to compare every human race with me. Heofusion, if you can be in the same era as you, it would be more interesting. Emperor Qin's god ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, and when he looked at Lin Chen from a distance, he was a little more amused. Is this your student? He watched as his hands folded, and the speed at which his own soul fragments merged into Lin Chen's soul surged. With a flick of his sleeves, some purple-red souls were separated from the purple-blue divine soul fragment, like a splendid star, like a dream. These are the souls of the ancestral dragon. If you are allowed to refine them directly, it will not be of much benefit. It is better to let the ancient dragon in your body absorb it. With a flick of the finger, the hot purple soul merged into the ancient dragon, entrenched in Lin Chen's dantian. It died because of Lin Chen, but now Lin Chen is alive, and it is reborn again. And, at an unprecedented speed, with his hands forming a seal, Emperor Qin quickly condensed a part of his divine soul fragments. It turned into a ball of divine soul light, and with a push of both hands, it was sent into Lin Chen's divine soul. This is my unique skill, the top-level practice of the red rank, eternal destiny. By ordering the heavens, burning to eternity, reaching eternity, creating eternity, and shattering eternity. When Emperor Qin's figure was about to be completely transparent, Lin Chen's spirit consciousness gradually recovered. Emperor Qin? Lin Chen alerted subconsciously, but found that he was in his own soul consciousness. Qin Huang waved his hands indifferently and said, I am already dead. This is the last wisp of consciousness of the fragments of the soul. He opened his arms, domineering and arrogant, and said arrogantly, climb to the top, Lin Chen. I want you to be invincible in ancient and modern times. Lin Chen said in surprise, why are you helping me? Qin Huang smiled casually. Zhen, as a member of the people of the human race, I would also like to see how Futian and the God realm created by you. While talking and laughing, he was annihilated by flying ashes, and even the last ray of consciousness disappeared into Lin Chen's soul. Lin Chen woke up suddenly. When he opened his eyes, he subconsciously touched the wound on his chest, and it seemed to heal on his own. The next moment, his heart throbbed. The body is nearly transparent. The elegant and beautiful woman has white hair that surpasses snow, and her eyebrows are like frost. She is holding her face and staring at herself with a smile. The energy of light and darkness circulates in my body, Binger, you. Lin Chen was shocked. He knew very well what this meant. Luo Binger hugged Lin Chen, bowed her head and leaned against his chest. Lin Chen bit his lip, hugged the beauty, and said in a trembling voice, how can you be so stupid? Why do you need to save me? Didn't you find your life with great difficulty? Luo Binger smiled quietly. After I cultivated into a human form, I only wanted to find the light soul and the origin divine tree, and turned a deaf ear to the actions of the Protoss in front of me, deviating from the original intention of cultivating the Tai Fu Tian art. I once thought that the human race was not worthy of redemption. Until I met you, until I saw the memories of you and Yaoer. I just remembered that you were the one I wanted to be, but didn't. So you are my light. Luo Binger raised her pretty chin, held his face, and kissed his lips softly. May you never fall into darkness in this life. Iran scattered like smoke and dissipated in Lin Chen's arms. Eightfold Sea. Star Alliance High Level, gathered in the Star Tower. Everyone's faces were solemn, and the situation was serious and worrying. The three Protoss seemed to have divine help, and they actually declared war on Jihai at this juncture. A large army of 20 million true gods, hundreds of thousands of god kings and 50,000 god lords were dispatched to march from outside the god realm. Approaching the realm sea. The army at the forefront, and even the three masters personally led the gods to battle, and the battle was devastating. The Star Alliance's front line collapsed at the touch of a button, and in less than a month, it was beaten back from the first layer realm sea to the third layer realm sea. Fire 10 Sage stood up and gritted his teeth. What is Zhao Enran doing? After retreating again and again, people have already dispatched from the god realm to fight us. Do you have to go back here? Lu Huang pondered. Senior, don't worry, Senior Yu Yunqing, Yi Tianchen, and Miss Qing Wu have already been dispatched to the front line of the army. Without the order of the deputy leader, none of us can act rashly. In fact, only Lin Chen and Zhao Enran know the number of powerhouses in the entire Star Alliance, and others do not fully know the true strength of the Star Alliance. The red leaves in a red dress are pacing, and her expression is vaguely anxious. It's been half a year, why haven't they come out of it? Tang Jianghai said worriedly, after the wife of the alliance leader was teleported from the inside, she fell into a coma for half a year. A haze shrouded everyone's faces. Everyone knows that Luo Yao's strength has fallen to the second level of the God realm. They can more or less speculate that what happened in the 9-level world is probably very dangerous. Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the eightfold realm sea. Surrounding the ancient dragon of the red golden dragon, roaming the world. Descending into the critical sea. Song Heng stood up with his sword, his eyes dignified. He said coldly, He, Fang Long, dare to break into my Star Alliance headquarters. The ancient dragon in front of him actually had the power of a 5th-level god. Emperor. How did it sneak in here? If this is the case, doesn't it mean that their defensive front in the eightfold realm sea has been broken? Tang Jianghai was overjoyed. Wait a minute, it's the ancient dragon of the leader. What? The ancient dragon of the ally? When did the 5-layer god emperor have the combat power? When everyone looked at it, a figure stood proudly above the dragon head of the ancient dragon. His breath was unremarkable, like an ordinary holy realm. However, only the powerhouses above the God Emperor who are present can perceive that his breath is so strong that he will faintly suppress the entire 4-dimensional. As strong as Songheng, he didn't even dare to look directly into his eyes, and he was sweating coldly. It's the leader of the alliance. The leader is back, we still have a fight. What a profound energy. This emperor can't even look directly into the eyes of the leader. Lord Lin, he has become stronger again. He has reached a state that even I have never known before. The high-ranking members of the Star Alliance shouted wildly, shocked and horrified. Lin Chen fell into the top of the Star Tower, his face was expressionless, like a cold blade. He has been tempered and tempered again and again, and it has been hard for people to look directly at his sharp edge. He pointed out of thin air, the time and space in front of him changed, and Luo Yao, with a haggard face, fell into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen injected a gentle ray of divine soul power into her body. Iran's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Goodbye Lin Chen. Luo Yao's beautiful eyes were full of tears, her lips were slightly open. She wanted to say something, but there were too many words to express. Lin Chen said softly, go back and recuperate at ease. When I finish my work, everything will be over. Well. Luo Yaoer held his palm, don't leave me again. He looked around and saw that Shenling Shuang and Yi Qinggu were not there. Lin Chen said through a voice transmission, Jiang Hai, Qi Xin. Exist. The two stood up, and Lin Chen handed Luo Yaoer to them, and said coldly, I gave you the coordinates of the plain of Kyushu, and Yaoer will be sent back to recuperate. When the two took Luo Yao's child away, Hongye stood in front of Lin Chen. She grabbed Lin Chen's clothes and asked, I ask you, where's the Empress? Lin Chen said indifferently, dead. The women on the Empress plain were struck by lightning. What? Lady Empress, who has always been vertical and horizontal, is dead? Jiang Yuanqi sighed, as if he had expected it. Hongye's pretty face is gloomy, her face is frosty, what's going on? Lin Chen did not hide it, and briefly explained the matter of Ju's Hongjihai. Lin Chen, what are you doing? With you by your side, how could the Empress's life be in danger? You know how important Lady Empress is to us. She is our benefactor, and everything to us. The women of Shincheong Mansion erupted into a monstrous anger. Luo Binger is their only backbone, and they don't believe anyone except her. You can't even protect her, so what's the point of us joining the covenant? Let's go, Lady Empress has passed away, what is there to love in the world? This scene, the complexion of the senior members of the Star Alliance here changed slightly. Shincheong Mansion is particularly important to the Star Alliance, occupying at least a quarter of its core strength. If they leave, it will be a huge loss to the Star Alliance. Those who want to go, just go. Suddenly, a woman's cold shout echoed. Stepping on the law of yin and yang, Zhao Anren arrived in the sky and returned to the Star Tower. She didn't ask more, but stood beside Lin Chen and waved her hand, those who want to go, just go. Just don't forget how the Empress Luo Binger took you in the first place. How many of you were fooled and harassed by the people in Wuzhou who flattered the gods, and the three gods forced them into exile in the godly desolate star territory, the same displacement, who gave you a piece of Taoyuan so that you can be redeemed. Don't forget, why did the Empress join the covenant? Those who want to let down Luo Binger, just go, and if you want more women to become playthings of the Protoss again, and repeat the mistakes of yours, just go, I will never stop you. Zhao Anren's voice was loud and clear, with a clear and decisive voice. The God Emperors and God Masters of Shincheong Mansion bit their red lips, and some eyes flashed with tears of humiliation and anger. However, no one is willing to leave. Hum. 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 Suddenly, the sky fell, the God realm roared, and the realm sea caused a violent vibration. An invincible sword intent that slashed the sky above and took down Joyo. Like a round of blazing sun, rose from the realm of the gods. Like a newborn overlord, born between the four dimensions, the 3,000 avenues are unified, and there is one road in the end. In an instant, Ruixia rushed into the sky from the head of the god realm, and a beam of Qihua sword light entwined by a fire dragon moved hundreds of millions of miles away, surpassing the speed of time, and came from the 9 heavens of the god realm. It actually crossed countless planes and time and space, jumped into the 7th realm sea, and came directly to the headquarters of the Star Alliance. At this moment, the Ashura, Dragon, Demon, Phoenix, and Zerg were all shocked. This move, it seems to go beyond the category of God Emperor. This is 3,000 avenues, all of them are included? This sword is blazing and domineering, masculine like fire, I have never seen such a powerful swordsmanship. almost simultaneously. Come yet. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent, he waved his hand gently, and a wisp of spiritual fluctuations overflowed from his fingers. LOL. Boom. The Qihua sword light, carrying the endless kendo, stopped abruptly, burst open, and shattered into the sky like fireworks and disappeared in the sea of 8 layers. This scene shocked everyone in the Star Alliance in the Eightfold Realm, and they were fascinated. The sword that almost destroyed the world, Lin Chen actually waved his hand lightly and took it down. Lin Chen stepped on the soles of his feet and rose into the sky. He swivels lightly, the divine light lined up horizontally, condensed into a divine spear, the golden armor and cloak rolled like clouds and smoke. Stepping on the sky, Lin Chen stood with the god of war spear in his hand, step by step like mountains and flowing water, towering in the sky, opening up the world. Standing on the top of the sea, God realm and realm sea, 2 pairs of eyes staring at each other. Although they have not yet acted, everything has been done in silence. This time until death. Until the end of the 4th dimension, until the end of time, until the corner of space, until the dust of history is turned into ashes. Only one of them can live. The leader is invincible. The leader is back, everything is back. In the Ajiji Sea, cheers erupted like a tsunami, and the morale soared. Zhao Anren flicked his sleeves and faced the high-ranking members of the Star Alliance. Everyone, the big net has been opened, ready to meet the enemy from the 5th Realm Sea. The war started for a month, and we were defeated for a month. The 3 major Protoss have become arrogant, and the whole army has a feeling of invincibility. And all of our Star Alliance are fighting up and down, and we are brewing the most courageous counterattacks. One is going away, and the other is growing. Now is the time to counterattack. Fire 10 Sage ecstatically said, could it be that the deputy leader deliberately retreated? It's good to use retreat as advance. Luo Qianqiu jokingly said, what did someone say just now? Fire 10 Sage covered his ears, pretending not to hear. Zhao Anren's eyes fell on Songheng, the great emperor of Henggu. Songheng leads the 8 palaces of Wuheng, Jiang Fan leads the 1st column, and Xinqiang Palace cooperates with the frontline senior Yu Yunqing to attack from the front. Fang Chuan's Dragon Guard army, 2 god emperors, Yuan Wujua led the 3rd column to detour from the left, Lu Huang's Qi Yan army, 2 god emperors, and Luo Kei's Luo Xinjian temple, 2 god emperors, from the right line. Outflanking. Senior Lin Zhong, please lead the 2nd column, take the 1st layer of the sea, seize the opportunity to enter the realm of the gods, and tear a hole for the team. Your Excellency Yi Hongming, please lead the 4th column to help the entire battlefield of the Boundary Sea, and the battlefield still needs to rely on your oracle transforming alchemy. Zhao Anren pondered, as for the 3 great masters, leave it to me. At this time, the ancient dragon of the universe opened his mouth in a loud voice. It exhaled dragon energy, and its dragon eyes faintly glowed with the domineering and elegant demeanor of the first ancestral dragon that once roamed the 4 dimensions. The 3 masters, let me block them. Gulong's gesture gave Zhao Anren enough confidence. Zhao Anren nodded slightly, please. Fang Chuan hesitated, do you lead the strong people of all ethnic groups without distinguishing other forces? Zhao Anren resolutely said, no need, the 3 Protoss have far more heritage than any previous Protoss, we must go all out. Besides, she raised her head and looked into the distance, the dazzling golden shadow, standing on the top of the Sea of Boundary, earnestly said, now, the strength of the leader of the alliance is not what it used to be. Before we and the Protoss have no winners or losers, the powerhouses of all races will not easily get involved in our battle. Previously, the God Emperors, God Masters, and top combat powers of various races were in a state where they could compete with each other, so they would have a lot of actions. But now it's different. Lin Chen's hand just now is enough to prove that as long as the Star Alliance has the heart, the Star Alliance headed by Lin Chen can destroy any clan. Except the Protoss. Absolute power is shock. If you provoke the current Star Alliance and provoke the wrath of the Star Alliance, if Lin Chen turns his head around, any family is dead. Likewise, helping the Star Alliance also offends the Protoss. Before the outcome is decided, no matter which side you assist is a big gamble, and no one will stand in line easily. Zhao Enren waved his hand, above, please start action. This is the final struggle. We and the Protoss can only live on one side. The four-layer sea, all the gods in the sky, like raging waves, sweeping everything. The mighty Protoss army, wrapped in a crushing might, pushed into the boundary. See. The Protoss, this time, is a true out of the nest. The number of God Emperors exceeded 50. 1/3 of them are newly promoted God Emperors. Unlike the last siege against Lin Chen, this time there was not a single God Emperor who stayed behind in the realm of God, including the three great Masters, who also personally took command of the battle. The second elder of the Night Clan, headed by the army, stepped on the floating cloud platform, and transmitted the sound with the power of the law. And the sound penetrated the sea of the world. The cowards of the Covenant, I know you are still hiding like mice, get out. And see how your people died. On the cloud platform, 10 people knelt down, covered in blood and scars. Their mouths were full of smashed teeth and blood gushed in terror. The second elder of the Yi family stepped on the top of one of them, trampled on the ground, and sneered, this is the spy sent to our Protoss from within. Your Star Alliance, look forward to it. He waved his hand like a knife, chopped off the man's head with one knife, raised his head and laughed loudly, a group of cowards who don't even dare to save their own people, watch them die. The second elder of the Yi family was arrogant, majestic, and indescribably happy. In the past, he was pressed and beaten by Lin Chen, who had invaded the Protoss, and even beheaded their Night Elders. The Star Alliance robbed the treasure house of their Elder Pavilion, which greatly damaged their vitality, and had to make the family take the initiative to use their own heritage to heal the Protoss. For this reason, how much humiliation these elders have suffered. Today it's finally their turn to vent it all. Come on, it's your turn. Picking up a woman's hair, the second Night Clan elder unbuttoned his trousers belt, and said with a smile, give me a drink. The second elder of the Yi family was hysterical and a little crazy, and actually humiliated the woman in public. The inaction of the Star Alliance once again boosted the morale of the Protoss army. Even Emperor Eater Chen Muyuan, who was above the army, also showed some disdain. It seems that the Star Alliance is exhausted. Emperor Qingyi Jiuyo said with a playful smile, Master Yu Guishui has indeed calculated that when the Star Alliance's qi declines, there are signs of light and darkness disappearing from the heavens and the earth. It seems that the 2 5th-level God Emperors of the Star Alliance are no longer there. The 4-layer sea, the secret territory. Yes, is it tolerable or unbearable? Is it really my own? Is it someone sent by the headquarters? I heard that the headquarters sent spies to infiltrate the Protoss. It should be true. Do you want us to look at our own people and not save them? They are about to enter the 5th realm sea. No one is allowed to move without the above order. Many of the Star Alliance powerhouses lurking here were furious, bursting with blood, breaking their teeth and swallowing in their stomachs. One by one, they were beheaded, raised their heads, captured their souls, and even drank urine. The 10 people on the platform of the Protoss army were humiliated innumerable. In a secret realm, the young man with the red silk head approached the cynical young man next to him and whispered, "Senior Yi Tianchen, what is the actual situation?" Yi Tianchen rubbed his forehead and said with a low chuckle, "Of the 10 people who were caught, 9 out of 10 were not his own." He pointed at the 10 people. "Besides, why does our Star Alliance only send spies with the cultivation base of the God King? It is estimated that Yi Qianqi caught those guys who deliberately flattered the God Clan and charged them with charges." The boy asked curiously, "Really? Then why did you tell everyone?" Yi Tianchen pointed at the Protoss army. "Look at the Protoss army, one by one, they are stunned like eating bee feces. On the other hand, look at our side." The young man looked around the secret realm, and the powerhouses of the Star Alliance all had anger in their eyes, and their fighting intent was burning to the extreme. "I understand. Are you planning to make mistakes and make the Protoss army paralyzed and arrogant, and let the soldiers on our side fight with anger?" Yi Tianchen snapped his fingers. "Smart, let them do it in reverse." "Good guy, after one operation, the Protoss army is arrogant and arrogant. On the contrary, the Star Alliance is full of anger and hatred." The army of the God race stepped into the Sea of 5 Realms with the trend of sweeping the galaxy and destroying the dead. Chen Moyuan, the Devourer, waved his hand and said, "We have reached the 5-layer realm, and the mist here is no small matter. Below the Lord of God, the perception range is only half, so tell the army to proceed cautiously." Boom. 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 In an instant, the fire blazed into the sky, and the killing sound shook the sky. The various armies of the Protoss were immediately attacked by one team after another. The great Dao was sinking, the 3,000 laws broke out at once, and many unique exercises were bombarded at full speed from all sides of the 5-realm sea. "It's from the Covenant." "Hey! Where did they gather so much combat power?" God Emperor, or God Emperor. There are 30 people in there." "God Emperor?" The elders of the Protoss army were horrified. With a sudden thunderstorm, Songheng stepped into the air, holding a divine spear woven with thunder and fire, and said with a stern smile, "Everyone of the Protoss, let me meet you." Yu Yunqing took the wind and steered his sword, looking at the 3 masters with a complicated expression. "Long time no see, everyone." Yi Jiuyo said in shock, "Mr. Yu?" Chen Moyuan said solemnly, "Why did you join the Star Alliance, and what conditions and prices did they offer?" "My Protoss is willing to pay double." Yu Yunqing shook his head slightly, and he smiled heartily. "He offered the same conditions as Hao Futian. Can you afford it?" The 3 masters were startled, their faces gloomy. Deng Yunjue said indifferently, "It seems that there is nothing to talk about. It seems that the only way to eradicate you aliens." Yu Yunqing raised his hand and smiled, "Don't worry, your opponent is not me." Boom. Boom. At that moment, the huge waves of the Sea of the Realm raged into the sky. Carrying the billowing raging waves, the space of the cloud and the sky was twisted into a ball, and the center of the twist was a behemoth that covered the stars and covered the moon. It was a giant dragon that covered the sky and the ancients, bursting with the dragon's roar that penetrated through the ages, and sent out the most violent fighting intent to the Protoss. "Dragon Emperor?" Dragon Emperor He Feng has two ancient dragon bloodlines at the same time? No, that big guy has the breath of the 5 ancient dragons. Qilong, Zhulong, Zhoulong, Shilong, Fuxianlong. The faces of the 3 masters changed slightly, and they all sacrificed the Patriarch's artifacts and went up to meet them. Suddenly, a thunderous thunder of divine wrath descended on the 4 seas, shaking the universe and shattering the barriers, pushing the 3 masters back thousands of miles away. Above the ancient dragon, a figure stood proudly. It's Lin Chen's emperor soul. The soul said indifferently, the 3 great masters, Jiahai is a good place. Every inch of mountains and rivers are buried in the corpses. They are all your masterpieces. Many powerful people have been buried. This time it's your turn. Chen Moyuan gritted his teeth and said, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. The battle circle of fighting against the 3 great masters with souls and ancient dragons started from the very edge of the 5-layered sea, and the thunder caused the fire to become the strongest death struggle on the front line. Yu Yunqing, who was standing with a sword in his hand, was full of pride and smiled proudly, stand up, I want to fight 10. The elders of the god race shouted abruptly, array, there are 48 god emperors. In our god race army, they are only 30 people, crush them. The second elder of the Yi family had a solemn expression, be careful, this person can defeat the 5 armies of the Azura tribe. Most of the elders above the 2nd level god emperor of the god race were blocked by Yu Yunqing with 1 sword and 1 sword. Song Henglang smiled and said, Old Ji Fujing, your ambition is 1,000 miles away. The 8 gods rushed to the sky, the god emperor of the 8 palaces of Wuheng, together with Songheng, stopped the elders of the 3 gods. Jiang Fan led the army of the Star Alliance and blocked the army of the Protoss head-on. Then, the mountains and seas roared, and to the horror of the gods and generals of the gods, a group of women slaughtered on the battlefield. It's time to repay the kindness of the Empress, this battle will be fought to the end. Everyone, be sure to let the Protoss taste our anger. Their fighting spirit was high, their grief and anger were filled with anger. And the women refused to let their men down. They actually blocked the main force of the Protoss for a while, and they had the potential to divide the battlefield. In terms of the number of god emperors, the power of the god emperors currently displayed by the Star Alliance is less than the 19 god emperors of the god race. But Yu Yunqing stood alone against the 8 elders of the 3 major gods. In addition to the desperate battle of the Star Alliance, and some god emperors of the god race in the 4-realm sea, they have not yet come to the rescue, and the battle situation cannot be separated for the time being. 5 layers of the world, everywhere is war, like a collision of stars. It is hard to describe the scope of the death battle between gods and gods. The vast 5-layer sea was overturned over and over again. When the Protoss army and the Covenant were in a state of inexorable competition, another team rushed out from the belly of the Protoss army. Yuan Wujue, alone with a knife, led the 3,000 gods of the 3rd column, the king of 10,000 gods, and 1,000,000 true gods, to cut a road in the air. The divine emperor in the Protoss army changed slightly. They still have reinforcements? No, they want to cut off the follow-up team of the 4th realm C2. Support us, and stop them. In the vicinity of Yuan Wujue, there was a constant team following him, Feng Chuan and his dragon guards fought side by side with Yuan Wujue. Just like the supreme elder Hua Shishing of the Qian army, the dragon guard army also has a god emperor elder, and Feng Chuan is the 2 god emperors. They led the army into the torrent of the god race. The sword's chi was inexorable, and the sword light was invincible. For a time, the army of the Protoss encountered an impact and was forced to dispatch more gods to stop Yuan Wujue and others. Yuan Wujue held his sword and shouted, "Everyone, our generation is a generation that has not experienced the Protoss war. If it is necessary, we will start with us." Yuan Wujue raised his sword, the sword was majestic, danced in the sky, and killed all the gods. If there is an abyss ahead, let's fill it. If there is a sword in the future, we will destroy the mountain. If there is a Janha on the road ahead, we will fall into the sea. Holding a halberd and wearing silver armor, he marched with blood, and swung the halberd across the world to clear away the enemies in front of him. Fang Chuan gave an order and suddenly shouted, "Long way boys, leave this life. In this battle, we don't need to quit alive. There is a long night ahead, and we also ignite the spark of future generations to illuminate the direction of their progress. Success does not have to be with us, success must be with us." Yuan Wujue and Fang Chuan's team entered the sea like two dragons, causing the Protoss army to overturn the river and the sea. The army of the god race in the five-layer realm sea immediately counterattacked. A god emperor roared, "Don't be led away by their momentum. They must have reinforcements." The words just fell. The other reinforcements of the Star Alliance, led by Lu Huang and Luo Ke, came in a roundabout way, and went straight to the rear of the Protoss army. The Protoss army looked left and right for a while, looking at one and the other, but the Protoss army, which was clearly the one with the upper hand in the number of true gods, was disrupted. Although the god emperors of the god race predicted the actions of the Star Alliance, the powerhouses below the god master could not keep up. The reason is that the gods of the sea are shrouded in fog. The people of the Star Alliance have been in the world for a long time. Some of them create their own exercises to block the influence of the gods. Perception barriers have long since been reduced to the minimum, almost negligible. But the Protoss army is different. Every true god in the Protoss army is equivalent to fighting the Covenant warriors without one eye. As soon as the battle fought back, the Protoss army was in a hurry. 4 worlds at sea. The command of the general attack has come down, and the leader of the Lin Chen alliance has left the border, and all of them will counterattack the Protoss. Follow me, and destroy the god, clans, son of a bitch. Finally waiting for this order, attacking the Protoss is really 100 times better than the sound of nature. Almost at the same time as the order was received, the Star Alliance powerhouse, who had endured anger for many days in the Fourth Realm Sea, broke out a landslide and tsunami offensive, and rushed forward bravely and fearlessly. The Protoss army, who was still arrogant just now, seemed to have encountered a group of furious tigers and rushed up. Is this still the cowards of the Covenant? What a joke, isn't it that the battle will destroy the dead? Where did they come from, so many people? The Protoss army of the Fourth Realm Sea was horrified and was killed. These ferocious tigers seem to be biting each and every corner of them desperately, until they die. In the 4-layer world, in the secret realm, a graceful shadow fell gracefully. Its night dance. Her eyes were cold and she looked directly at Yi Tianchen. The boy next to him bowed his hands and stepped back with interest. The two looked directly at each other, and Yi Qinggu said indifferently, "Yi Tianchen, since you became an emperor, it's not right, it was because you returned from the god's domain more than 10 years ago, and it was very wrong." Yi Tianchen shook his head and laughed, got up helplessly, and patted the dust on his body. "I just remembered some past events. The girl is better than being too wary." Yi Qinggu said, "Stop talking nonsense if you don't explain the situation. Clearly, this battle has nothing to do with you, Yi Tianchen, and I will do my best to prevent you from participating in the battle." He sighed lightly, then he looked serious and said solemnly, "Miss Qinggu, please rest assured, Yi Tianchen, are definitely not from the Protoss." The bow like a curved moon appeared in Yi Qinggu's hands. She aimed at Yi Tianchen. "I don't believe it. If you can't show the evidence, I will expel you out of the sea now." Yi Tianchen sighed, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, "I informed you, Guishui, of the news of this war." "What?" Yi Qinggu frowned and stared. "It really is you?" Yi Tianchen raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, if I don't notify her, inducing her to declare war will be detrimental to the Star Alliance this time." He pointed to the army of the God race. "Didn't you see, the God race went bankrupt and cultivated God lords at a rate far beyond our imagination. Their number of God lords has far exceeded ours, and it will be a major disadvantage for the Covenant if the time drags on." When the Empress and the others entered the 9-layer realm sea, I firmly believed that Brother Lin could get out of the border, and it is the best time to induce them to declare war at this time. Yi Tianchen took a deep breath and said sincerely, "If I really want to cooperate with the enemy, why not tell Miss Yi Qianqi? Why not expose the whereabouts of Qixin and Jianghai? If I cooperate with the enemy, how can they survive?" Yi Qinggu frowned and thought. She was indeed very suspicious of Yi Tianchen. But the truth was, as he said, the God race has cultivated God lords too fast over the years. The reason is that Lin Chen's ultimate deviance Protoss is very clear that Lin Chen can instantly kill creatures below the Divine Lord, so they squeeze everything in the God realm to focus on cultivating the Divine Lord and the Divine Emperor. Yi Tianchen is solemn and solemn. "Miss Qinggu, I will prove with practical actions that in this battle, I will never betray the Star Alliance, and I will never stand on the side of their Protoss." After thinking again and again, Yi Qinggu put down her divine bow, and she said earnestly, "I can trust you for the time being, but if you get out of my field of vision, I will pursue you as soon as possible." Yi Tianchen suddenly smiled and said, "You look better when you are so funny. But it is not suitable for you to be so serious." Yi Qinggu said indifferently, "The Star Alliance is his hard work, and I will not let anyone destroy it." Yi Tianchen sighed. "If there is a woman like this, what can a husband ask for? Brother Lin is really happy, and he is envious of others. After all," he patted the black ruler, and the dragons dancing in the sky appeared, and Yi Tianchen rose up from the dragon and joined the battlefield. Yi Qinggu followed closely, and as soon as the two made a move, they stopped. The 3 God Emperors of the God race, the Desolate Star Territory, the Sure God Realm, the Divine Dragon Realm, and the Demon Realm all felt the battle between heaven and earth. This battle shocked all directions, and the 4 dimensions were frightened. No one knows the direction of victory in this battle. In terms of numbers, the power and number of the God Kings of the Star Alliance are slightly better, but in terms of the number of God Lords, there are 80,000 God Clan troops, while the Star Alliance has less than 40,000 God Lords. But the bravery and strength of the Covenant shocked all the tribes. Even in the various seas, there are tragic scenes of the Holy Land participating in the war. They filled the sea with their bodies, filled the sky with their bodies, and paved the way with flesh and blood. The powerful God Emperors of all ethnic groups, watching the battle in the world, were all amazed. It's too tragic. Are they under the control of consciousness to fight so hard? No, on the contrary, they can move freely and have their own consciousness. It was the Covenant who told them the meaning of their existence. These people, they fought for themselves. The tenacity of the Star Alliance, it can't be procrastinated, it can't be beaten. This team has invincible four-dimensional courage. The pattern of history will change here, in this era, once again. The end of the five-layered sea. Zhao Anren, who was suspended in the air, looked at the situation, pretty and dignified. Although Yuan Wujue and Jiang Fan's raid was very successful, the pressure on the frontal battlefield was still too great. I can't believe that the God race has cultivated so many God lords and God emperors. If the 8 palaces of Wuheng and God Qiong Palace can unite, there is still a chance. The Goddess Qiong Mansion of the Empress is one of the unstable factors. Although they threw themselves into the battle, because of the loss of the Empress, they blindly confronted them with anger, completely ignoring the deployment, which would make other teams forced to cooperate with them. Although the combat power is strong, it drags down other teams. Zhao Anren's face was frosty, and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of determination, the only way to go up and correct the mistakes in person. Otherwise the fighter will be delayed, and the whole game will be lost. She looked back suddenly. If I have something to do, I will let you come. Her autumn eyes looked through the void, to the depths of the eightfold realm. See. A shadow of Shenhua shrouded in darkness, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Shenling Shuang. At this time, Shenling Shuang's eyebrows flickered, and her consciousness was silent in a void. She has already been promoted to the first-level God Emperor. No, she is the second-level God Emperor. Even now, it is still starting to hit a higher realm. Valkyrie space. The realm of the first Valkyrie. If the martial gods of the past dynasties can become God Emperors, they can enter the space of the gods of martial arts and get the guidance of the gods of the first generation. But Shenling Shuang, as always, inherited Lin Chen's style, and she was not rigid in inheriting the martial god space. Instead, she wants to take over the martial god space and become the absolute master of the martial god space. All the accumulation, she has to take it all at once. In the martial god space, the handsome middle-aged man in Xingyi laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, your descendants are really interesting." He scratched his ears and looked at the panting Shenling Shuang with interest. The man shrugged, "I'm really curious, who is the wonderful master who taught a little guy like you? I didn't expect that my descendants would do this kind of thing to me, and want to become the master of the Valkyrie space." Shenling Shuang pouted and said, "Stop talking nonsense, bring it to you." The two gods continue to fight. The man in Xingyi dodged her attack lightly and said with a smile, "Why, you have already got enough, and the number of entrants in the past dynasties is not as many as you. Do you really want to stay here to be content?" Shenling Shuang burst into tears and pursed her lips. "If you can't get through this time, there will be no future. It's not sometime in the future, but now, and now I will stand by the master's side." The man in Xingyi pondered, "Would you rather die for your master?" "No." Shenling Shuang shook her head. "Master taught me that I can't die for anyone. But I can work hard for the people I cherish." The man in Xingyi is the spirit and will of the first generation of martial god. The martial god space exists just like the sword world, and the first generation of martial gods is also the top god emperor who was once famous in history. The first generation of martial god looked at the girl's stubborn eyes and sighed, "I can't beat you, little guy." Shenling Shuang was overjoyed. "Ancestor, are you going to change your mind?" The first generation of Wushan said solemnly, "Yes, I have changed my mind. I want to beat you harder." Shenling Shuang? She snorted coldly and said, I don't have the demeanor of my ancestors at all. It's just the first generation of martial gods, I blah blah blah. I will never give you incense in the future. Then I will steal the offerings on your tablet every night and let you watch me eat. The first generation of Wushan was stunned, and immediately raised his head and laughed, ha 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 ha. Little guy, let me give you a hint. The martial god space has my decision before my death, and the restrictions set in it are not determined by the will of my remnant soul after death. However, if you can learn the highest skill in the martial god space, the advanced red rank martial god Huayu, you can become its new owner. Shen Lingshuang's heart throbbed at the reminder of the first generation. Valkyrie. Wushan Huayu? God realm, God realm. Yu Guishue, dressed in white, sat cross-legged in the void, with stars and chest lined up, heaven and earth as a plate. Her eyes are deep and deep, looking directly at the void, as if looking through the end of time and space. She has insight into the situation of the sea. An ancient mirror reflected Xinxia, reflecting the detailed situation of the battle. Yu Guishue also noticed a similar problem, and her eyes fell on Xinqiang mansion. Perhaps the problem can be opened from them. She dropped a new chess piece and said indifferently, send Mirage God to negotiate on the battlefield. The goal is the red leaves of God Qiongfu. Yes. A mathematician beside him took the order, and Yekong disappeared. Suddenly, the astrolabe burst out with a streamer, piercing the sky. And many more? Yu Guishue was stunned and said, why is this power not counted in this seat? Boom. With a loud bang, the sky of the god realm slammed open, and a team like a divine soldier descended from the sky, actually approaching the god realm. First, the leader of this team is a beautiful woman with a pair of horns. She is majestic and heroic, holding a red whip in her hand, and her brows are full of determination. Follow the footsteps of the covenant and enter the realm of the gods. Elder June beside her waved and shouted. Our goal is to protect more human races from leaving the realm of the gods. And those who encounter the gods will fight back immediately. They came from the godly desolate star territory, and they were actually members of the Hui clan. The Hui clan's patriarch, headed by them, was regarded as the God Emperor. They were originally members of the Star Alliance, and they have been developing their power in the godly desolate star territory. Behind them are the representatives of the Star Alliance. Now they are the giant forces of the godly desolate star territory. Once called upon, the powerhouses of many parties followed them and attacked the gods. Boundary. Damn it, was the mathematician within the Protoss covering up their secrets? Yu Guishue stood up angrily. What about the legal net of the god realm? Why hasn't it started yet? Several god race powerhouses were shocked and said, the 3000 law net is said to have been secretly reversed by a certain patriarch and turned into the protection of the god's domain. Only when a strong enemy enters the god's domain will it be automatically triggered. Yu Guishue's eyes were full of anger. Damn old people, are you so afraid of death? She turned around in anger and said in a cold voice, you guys, go and order more people from the god realm to join the war, and I'm going to find out the mice in this god clan. The help of god realm is still flowing, forcing more combat power to go to Jiahei. Divine Desolate Star Domain, the second domain. Brush. Brush. Lu Qixin and Tang Jianghai escorted Luo Yaoer back to Kyushu, and then returned to Siwei. Looking at the war in the sky, Lu Qixin was dumbfounded. It's too intense. Tang Jianghai took a deep breath. The last battle is over. The two moved quickly and leaned towards the battlefield. Lu Qixin motivated the realm of law, and Lin Chen, who was looking at the top of the realm from afar, said in surprise, "Brother is so strong, why hasn't he acted? Didn't he have the trick to break the defense and kill him instantly?" "No." Tang Jianhai shook his head slightly. "Don't think about relying on Brother Lin for everything. The battle between him and Lin Xingchen has already begun." Tang Jianhai pointed at Jiahai. "It's not difficult for Brother Lin to rush into the enemy's line and kill. But it's the same for Lin Xingchen, who is suspected of being an ancestor. Once Big Brother Lin takes action, Lin Xingchen will act immediately. In the end, there are only two, either one-on-one, or the two of them rush into each other's battlefield and start killing each other. Only Lin Xingchen can stop Lin Chen, and only Lin Chen can stop Lin Xingchen." Lu Qixin said in astonishment, "You mean, if Big Brother wants to act and kill, he must be prepared to sacrifice all of our lives?" Picking up a strand of blue silk, Tang Jianhai nodded slightly. "There is a high probability that this will be the case. You said that if both sides have the highest combat power in the enemy's line, is it that Brother Lin who kills the ultimate kamikaze instantly kills faster? Or is it Lin Xingchen, who leads the Dafa network of the God realm and who is suspected of becoming an ancestor, kills fast?" Tang Jianhai looked at Lin Chen from afar. "At least, Brother Lin doesn't plan to abandon us. He didn't bet on this possibility." Lu Qi said anxiously, "Yes, we don't have the upper hand in numbers." Tang Jianhai suddenly smiled and said, "No, it is dominant. Delaying time is the best result for us. The realm of the gods is like dry wood everywhere, and we only need a little flame to ignite the fire." Lu Qi's heart was similar, and he was enlightened, and suddenly realized. "You mean, the human race in the God realm will fight back?" Tang Jianhai said, "Then our task now is." The two hit it off. Enter the realm of the gods. Above the boundary sea, Lin Chen looked straight ahead. Consume 9,660 billion God-level rune energy to cast a phantom clone. The phantom clone uses the ultimate function suit. Note, the only phantom clone is only applicable to the synchronization of cultivation bases below the ancestors. Two divine souls, vaguely occupying one side, open up the universe. Lin Xingchen is also procrastinating. What does he want to do? Lin Chen thought about it, but he was not entangled, and he let go for a moment. No matter why Lin Xingchen was procrastinating, in short, he needed time as much as Lin Chen. Defeating the opponent is not the goal, annihilating the enemy is the goal. Lin Chen looked down at Wei Yuan Shenhua, floating in the palm of his hand. The great wish of the gods is the most special talent he has ever acquired. And he has never used it. The only certainty is that the more enemies he kills, the more God consciousness he absorbs, and the stronger his power. It's a pity that he doesn't have more time to kill the enemy now. He has to stare at Lin Xingchen himself. And his phantom avatar will prepare a killer move for him that is far superior to the past. At least you need to travel to most of the spacetime of the four-dimensional universe. The realm of the ancestors. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The realm of the ancestors above the God Emperor is to control all the laws. And finally make the 3,000 become one, and cultivate the ancestors. All the laws of the great Tao are combined together, and if you create your own ancestral way, you are the ancestors of the gods. The ancestral way cultivated by Emperor Qin is the way of the fire. Ancestors. The ancestral path is at the same level as the four-dimensional universe. The height of the four-dimensional universe means how strong the ancestral path can be. If it reaches the four-dimensional limit, the ancestral path will eventually have an end and cannot become stronger. The two are interrelated and mutually influencing existences. He, Lin Chen, wants to annihilate the ancestors. For this reason, the ultimate move he prepared for it also took time. The same is true for the Star Alliance. If time drags on, the fighter planes will change forever. The battle lasted for 3 months, and the flames of the war spread to the desolate star territory and the god realm. Xing. Until the 99th day of the counterattack, a sword cry resounded through the 4 dimensions, from the realm of the gods. It's been a long time, Lin Chen. Lin Xingchen's laughter spread outside the god realm. The realm of the gods, the pinnacle of the realm of the gods. Standing on the top of the mountain, he is dressed in white clothes and beats the snow, his hands are behind his back, his eyebrows are handsome, his back is facing the sky, his golden pupils despise everything in the world, and his eyes are like a galaxy, as if trampling everything in the world under his feet. Beside him stood a multicolored divine sword, throbbing slightly, and the 5 colored clouds lingered in the sky above the god realm, like a dream. He looked back suddenly, and his golden pupils stared directly at Lin Chen. Like the sword chi that spanned time and space, thousands of swords roared. Don't do any tricks, come to the realm of the gods, and fight with me. Lin Xingchen officially launched the challenge. As you wish. Lin Chen stepped out in 1 step, and the stars moved, golden light. Wherever he went, the golden light that killed the gods drowned the god realm. Like a tidal wave. Sky. Lin Chen stepped on all the dead, the Fangxing, the soon-to-be, and the unborn enemies. Step by step, step into the top of the god realm. Emperor Shi Lin Chen versus swordsman Lin Xingchen. This battle is rare in the ages. It will be the strongest battle in the entire 4 dimensions after the battle of the 4 ancestors. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups noticed that Lin Xingchen's eyebrows had some vicissitudes that did not fit him. Obviously, he self-isolates in a special plane, and the flow of time must be inconsistent with the outside world. This alone is not enough to reveal the secret of his promotion to the ancestors. I'm afraid, he still has a deeper hole card. The host consumes 130,000 gods endowment points to activate the god killer talent and god-defying talent, and the remaining god endowment points, 960.05 million. The hostility of the 4-dimensional heavens turned into Lin Chen's own combat power. When Lin Chen stepped into the realm of the gods, all the aristocratic clansmen escaped from the realm of the gods and stepped aside. Let me try your depth. The corners of Lin Xingchen's mouth rose, and his shoulders shook. Boom. The cloud rushes into the sky, the sword chi glows, and the endless gate of the sword world slams open. A sword with a gleaming golden handle turned into a substance and descended from the gate of the sword world. The sword tip was facing forward and the hilt was facing back. 10,000 swords hung in the sky and trembled violently. The terrifying coercion of the divine soul made the god realm tremble, and many god emperors changed color. Lin Xingchen flicked his fingertips, and Wang erupted with a tide of sword energy that slashed down 9 days, carrying a storm of divine soul wrapped in a vast and startling universe, crushing it. This divine soul shook the 4-dimensional, strong people of all ethnic groups watching the battle. This power is by no means the divine soul of the Emperor realm, but the soul of the ancestral realm. Lin Chen raised his hand to the sky, his 5 fingers shattered the spirit that ghosts and gods feared to destroy, and a ray of the law of destiny rose in the palm of his hand. Boom. 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 The eternal sword world, which is famous in history, crushed it on the spot in front of all the powerhouses. One after another, the sword flowers scattered all over the sky, and the iron scraps of the divine sword were scattered like reed flowers and flying snow. There are no fancy means, there are only pure souls and the law of destiny. I'm an old devil. Really or not, crushed with one hand? Too strong. Jianzu's Wanjian worships the sky, so it's gone? The soul of the ancestral realm, Emperor Shi, is also the soul of the ancestral realm. Both are the souls of the ancestors, and it seems that Emperor Shi's is better. Too powerful, Emperor Shi's battle sword ancestor, God Emperor God of War. Ancestor? Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Ancestral spirit, you also have ancestor spirit? Huh. 4-level God Emperor? You only have the cultivation base of 4-level God Emperor. Lin Chen said indifferently, it's enough to deal with you. Lin Chen laughed in anger, it's not in vain for me to expect you for so long, crazy enough. Lin Chen's divine soul climbed to an unprecedented level. The 5 majors of the divine soul are successfully promoted to the divine soul of the emperor realm, and it is necessary to open the door of the emperor soul and absorb the divine soul power of the emperor soul world. And now, Lin Chen's divine soul is full of divine soul power that is thousands of times stronger than that of the emperor soul world. Ancestral spirit. The host uses the dream reincarnation suit, attached armament, reincarnation pen, the second form, and opens the feature, eternal reincarnation. You, Lin Chen, have a lot of ghost tricks. Are they pretentious or are they really that strong? Lin Chen's divine eyes suddenly lit up, and a terrifying divine soul sword pressure erupted. He stomped his feet abruptly, the 5-colored clouds grew, and the divine soul sword that covered the stars and covered the moon poured out overwhelmingly. Lin Chen was calm, and stood proudly within the pressure of the divine soul sword. The divine light condensed between his hands. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and there was a little bloodline between his fingers that ripped apart the sky. Boom. Boom. The bloodline was like a shooting star, piercing through tissue paper, shattering Lin Chen's divine soul sword pressure, and it shattered completely, hitting Lin Chen. Lin Chen said indifferently, don't always look up at people. After Lin Chen reached the top of the God realm, he was knocked dozens of steps away for the first time. His face finally became solemn. Lin Chen's divine soul is a genuine ancestral spirit. It is not promoted by foreign objects, it is a real realm. Moreover, it is stronger than the spirit of Lin Chen. Tai Fu Tianju and extreme God possession cannot multiply the ancestral spirit, but they can use the foundation of the emperor's spirit itself. Lin Chen's spirit was promoted on the basis of the perfect spirit of 10.7 times the emperor's realm. His divine soul surpassed the primordial demon ancestor, the god ancestor of Shura. Even surpassed the ancestor dragon, surpassed the Qin emperor's god ancestor. It has reached an unprecedented level in the 4-dimensional universe. Even so, Lin Chen still smiled proudly and said, that's right, if you are too weak, this battle will be too boring. Sword come. He made a move with one hand, and the 5 emperor swords at the top of the God realm suddenly flew into the air, holding it in his hand. With a sword in hand, Lin Chen's white robe fluttered, and his long sleeves fluttered. He is like the emperor of all swordsmen between heaven and earth, with the vortex-shaped divine soul sword Qi Tianhe derived from the top of his head. Sword Qi Tian Hinii, a group of sword gods, the sword emperor phantom, detached from the outside, worshipped him. At this moment, all the swords in the whole four-dimensional are glowing with clanking sounds, as if worshipping the immortal king in the sword, the ancestor in the sword. I have a sword to kill emperors and ancestors. I dare to teach you that Lin Chen has no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. The 5 emperor swords stabbed with a single sword, and a sword light and evil dragon stirred up in the heavenly river of sword chi, burning in eternal flame, burning the 3,000 avenues. The sword light seems to exist forever, just like the karma and disaster in fate. No matter if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will be caught up. Part of the void in God's domain was reduced to 3 dimensions. Not doing your best? Lin Chen flicked his hand lightly, and actually took the initiative to throw down the god of war spear and fall toward the realm of the gods. This shot smashed the divine realm into 2 halves. This scene shocked the strong people of all ethnic groups. The god emperor and the ancestor of the god of war still voluntarily abandon the weapon? Or arrogant looking for death? Or be absolutely confident? Stepping and moving, between the cloaks, Lin Chen's divine might shook the sky, his palms swayed diagonally like a knife, his divine soul was entangled. And his mighty power opened the sky. With a swipe of the palm, an inch of red light opened up the world, cut through the storm of sword energy. The power of the soul was broken, the flames withered, and eternity passed. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the swordsmanship of waving the 5 emperor swords turned again. The sword of the moon. With a wave of the sword of the 5 emperors, the sword energy grew and poured out into the heavens, and the 10,000 layers of bright moon suddenly rose from the realm of the gods. Every ray of moonlight shines with the divine light that destroys the world. The Sword Emperor's unique skills who founded the sword world seemed to be mastered by him. With the sword's edge drawn, Lin Chen slashed down with the sword in both hands, and all kinds of moonlight swept down. The moon is born in the 5 continents of the world. A round of millions of meters of bright white sword rainbow, like a moonlight slash, traverses the realm of the gods and slashes in all directions. Thousands of threads, great destroying star palm. As soon as the sole of the foot is stepped on, the inexhaustible laws are entangled like silk threads, binding the Yuehua Jianhong. The divine radiance skyrocketed, the golden light diffused. Lin Chen raised his palm to open the sky, swallowed the mountains and rivers with anger, and the palm of his hand swirled with the aura of destruction overflowing with stars, destroying trillions of galaxies with one palm, and slapped it away. LOL. Boom. Boom. The realm of the gods is in a state of collapse, the time and space of the realm of the gods are reversed, and a large void returns to chaos, like a world-destroying natural disaster. Time seems to be in the chaotic void of eternal stagnation. 2 figures are fighting frantically from heaven and earth. While Lin Chen slashed wildly with his sword, Lin Chen unleashed the mighty force that suppressed the eternity. He seems to have light and dark shadows all over his body, creating his divine body to an unprecedented height, and his pure power is enough to push the ages. The 2 made a real fire, and finally used their real strength, and the killing intent accumulated for countless years broke out. The god emperors of all races finally realized their true strength. Lin Chen, the ancestral cultivation base, is the soul of the ancestral realm. Lin Chen, the 4th level god emperor, possesses a divine soul far exceeding that of the previous god ancestors, as well as pure power equal to that of the god ancestors. Billions of cosmic forces? Lin Chen, this son, has reached the billions of cosmic powers that no one has ever seen before, and he has reached the billions of cosmic powers at the Level of the ancestors. The dragon emperors of the dragon family were stunned. Throughout the ages, no creature has reached the level of body refining power of the ancestors. Because there is no living body, it can withstand the limit of the law of power. Not even Zulong. Lin Chen is the first person. Originally, with Lin Chen's physical body and cultivation base, even the burning lifespan was not enough to reach this point. But the initial light soul and dark soul, alternating between light and dark, not only reshaped his divine soul, but also helped him to break through his ancestral soul. The light soul and the dark soul even rebuilt his body into a unique existence between heaven and earth. Even after his death, his body still holds the great wishes and thoughts of her. This body is enough to withstand the Golden War God suit and raise his power to the level of billions of cosmic forces. With Lin Chen's current fighting strength, even if there is any ancestor in the world, he would dare to fight without fear. With such combat power, Lin Chen has no joy at all. His battle with Lin Chen was expressionless, and some of them just looked at the dead with indifference. If one sword fails, Lin Chen strikes another sword. His sword moves are ever-changing, such as the King of Swords and the ancestor of sword gods. Jianzhou light and dark. A ray of sword light came into existence from nothing, creating the world. The curved space and time twisted into a vortex of sword blades. There was nowhere to escape, only the end of light and dark was left. It seems to be very slow, but in fact it is all in the speech. At the end of the light and dark, it is the tip of the sword that is surrounded by 5 color clouds. The 6 worlds are vain, flying in one breath. There are thousands of floating clouds around, divine energy suppressing the prison, resisting the attack of sword chi. Lin Chen pointed together, the law of destiny, descended out of thin air, the law of cause and effect and the law of destiny intertwined the soul, turning into an inch of divine light flying from the fingertips out. Qi smashed the sword intent disintegrated, and Lin Chen retreated a few steps, and his stern face showed a trace of solemnity and doubt. Why is this guy's law so powerful, second only to my ancestral way? The 3,000 avenues, which are as strong as the 5th level god Emperor, can also have a very limited impact on the god ancestors unless it is a particularly terrifying number of god emperors. Only Lin Chen is a special case. He has the most powerful ancestral spirit in history. The power of all the laws will become extremely powerful under the blessing of his ancestral soul and mind. In addition, he matched the ancestors with the power of the flesh. His laws were still a threat to Lin Chen. Lin Chen carried the 5-colored cloud light, chased the shadow, and stepped on the sword. Lin Chen shattered the air step by step, pressing against him. Lin Chen, if you can't bear to go all out, I'll help you. The divine light lined up, a god of war spear appeared, and Lin Chen slammed down with a single shot, breaking Wanyu with one force. Lin Chen was caught off guard, raised his sword to block, and 5-colored divine light enveloped his body. Boom! He shot Fei Lin Chen with one shot, and his body was like a meteor, falling off the crust of God's domain, plowing out an abyss of thousands of miles. Of all the clans watching the battle, only the Dragon clan discovered a strange scene. The magic spear that smashed God's domain on the ground before disappeared, as if it returned to Lin Chen's hands in an instant. Hum. 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 12 golden lights shot up into the sky, and under the 10,000 miles of heaven, 12 gods of iron and gold were born. They lined up in a row, like the wind and the horses, the magical soldiers. descended from the sky, and all of them were extraordinary, revolving around Lin Chen, like the stars holding the moon. 12 golden prison god emperors? 12 emperor-grade divine weapons, which have been refined from four-dimensional gods, and have also been refined into the divine soul of a god-emperor powerhouse. All of them have the strength of a god-emperor. This thing is the divine weapon of Emperor Qin's ancestors? It is said that the 12 golden emperors are one, and they have the power of a quasi-10th order artifact. The strong men of all ethnic groups lost their voices in shock, and Lin Chen actually sacrificed another artifact that was no less than the sword of the 5 emperors. Lin Chen spat out blood and said in a cold voice, "It seems that you know." Lin Chen was expressionless. "There's more, because you deliberately delayed the time and didn't start the war." Lin Chen had been promoted to the god ancestor a few months ago. He deliberately delayed the fight. There must be his reason. Boom. 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 At that moment, the god realm shook. A dragon roar that shook the infinite spacetime plane, traveled through time and space, and resounded throughout the vast universe. The mighty giant dragon entwined in the clouds and mists is indescribably huge in size, galloping for hundreds of millions of miles, soaring in the sky, and obscuring most of the sky in the god's domain. It swims with a dragon body, and its body should be a vast city, with many cities and endless monuments. The dragon scales on each section of the torso are shining, and the dragon scales are the standing god wall, and the wall is surging with burning souls, Lei Sha, Feng Yun, Lu Jin, Qing Shui. All civilizations are manifested. It is immortal, it is from eternity. If it falls, then civilization will perish. In the world, only I am immortal. No. Immortal Dragon City? The foul demon Heavenly Emperor of the demon race said in shock. It once fought for the occupation of the immortal Dragon City, and finally fled wounded. Unexpectedly, the immortal Dragon City was surrendered by Lin Chen. No wonder he wanted to delay the time. It turned out to be to refine the immortal Dragon City and completely master this unique artifact. Immortal Dragon City moved his body, and when he rolled the dragon's body, he hit Lin Chen with a claw. This blow blessed Lin Chen's Dao law. The sky and the earth roared, disrupting the situation. Clang. Boom. The divine fist broke out, and Lin Chen shook the sky with one punch, repelling the dragon claws of the immortal Dragon City. God robbery. On the other hand, the spear was swept away, and the blood and thunder flew into the sky, smashing the 3,000 avenues, and blasting the immortal Dragon City to the outer world of the gods. Lin Chen said indifferently, "Since you are in a hurry to find death, I will fulfill you, Lin Chen." He rose from the sky, his long hair fluttered, he held the sword of the 5 emperors, he carried the 12 golden emperors, and stepped on the immortal Dragon City to kill Lin Chen. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, his power loss soared, and even began to surpass billions of cosmic forces. Tianlong Fushi. Wanwei Sword World. A spear dragon emerged from the abyss, shining with the power of the god of war, and opened its dragon mouth to swallow the starry sky and sweep the Dragon City. Hundreds of millions of divine swords turned into a giant sword that opened the sky, piercing through the heavens and the earth, blazing in all directions, releasing dense sword chi to form a sword world. The two of them fought together, and the ultimate move was frequent and intensified. Lin Chen's body is not even an ant in front of immortal Dragon City, but he can give the most powerful blow every time. Lin Chen's sword came out of the galaxy, causing the world to roar with One move. A violent divine flame emerged from his 5 emperor swords, which was similar to the Qin Emperor Shenzhou. The most important thing is that behind Lin Chen, a flame like a red sun appeared. At the peak of the battle, between the spear and sword fight, Lin Chen suddenly threw out a sentence. Is that the eternal fire of the 3 gods? No, to be precise, it is the way of the ancestors of the Qin Emperor. Lin Chen was startled, his expression gloomy. You actually know this information? The eternal divine fire was left behind by the Qin Emperor's divine ancestor after he became a divine ancestor. On the eve of Emperor Qin's participation in the Battle of the 4 Ancestors, the fire that remained in human civilization was the eternal fire. Since then, it has been controlled by the Protoss, and the eternal fire is used to resist foreign races and become one of the forces to preserve civilization. It is even divided into weaker eternal flames, which are passed to the lower realm and used to open up the universe. Yuguishue relied on the eternal divine fire and half of the ancient divine manuals that recorded the message of the Qin Emperor to calculate the whereabouts of the fire ancestors' way. Lin Chen was able to become a swordsman, all of which were borrowed from the Tao of the fire ancestor. After his 3000 reached the law of unity, the ancestral way is also the fire ancestor's way. Seeing that his trump card was exposed, Lin Chen was radiant, and the more he fought, the more brave he was. He said arrogantly, since I let you know, there is no reason for you to leave alive today. However, this time, Lin Chen laughed unexpectedly. This time, I am 30% more sure that I can kill you than before. Lin Chen's golden pupils rays of light soared, and his killing intent was soaring. Damn, lunatic. I think you've lost your mind. When the battle of the twin ancestors was fought in the realm of the gods, Shenling Shuang opened her eyes slightly in the 8th level realm. When she was promoted to the 3rd level God Emperor, the skyrocketing law realm came to an abrupt end. Triple God Emperor. The law world power Shenling Shuang won from the martial God space actually made her soar to the 3rd level God Emperor. She scratched her hair and said distraught, take the body as the universe. The realm is the universe, and turn it into the universe of the body. Isn't it? The meaning of the realm of laws, what does it mean? The ancestor of the bastard, I can't say it clearly. Shenling Shuang looked around, her pretty face changed slightly. The Star Alliance headquarters is empty? Damn it, the Protoss is at war. Not caring too much, she moved quickly and hurried to the Sea of Several Realms outside. In the Battle of Jiahai, there were faint signs of a counter-offensive. The main force of the Protoss army was beaten all the way from the 5th realm sea to the 4th realm sea. The quadruple world sea is high in the sky, a vast and majestic sword energy. Tianhe incorporates hundreds of thousands of swords, pouring out a galaxy-like sword light. It is high on the top of the world sea, and it gathers the power of the law of countless people and pours it into the army of the Protoss. The divine masters of the Protoss army were caught off guard again and again, and looked horrified. What kind of sword is this thing? It can actually integrate the power of the person holding the sword into one. I remembered, it was the Futian sword that the patriarch mentioned. It can transform Jianyu, laws, and all things. All people who practice the same mind method can use it together, and its power is multiplied. The number of divine masters in the army of the Protoss originally had a huge advantage, but now this advantage is being filled by the Futian sword, created by Yu Yunqing. Futian Jianhe stirred the sword qi of Jingtian Weidi, and the first column, headed by Jiang Fan, tore a hole in the frontal battlefield, and for the first Time made a flaw in the Protoss army. Seeing this, Zhao Enran scolded coldly, now, Xinqiang Mansion will quickly follow. However, there are very few strong people who really follow Jiang Fan and others. The heartstrings tightened, and when Zhao Enran looked around, Jiang Yuanqi's voice transmission suddenly came. The situation is not good. Yu Guishua used the God Emperor and mathematician, who are proficient in the laws of the heart, and something happened to the Xinqiang Mansion. Zhao Enran frowned and pondered, my heart is the law? Could it be? The heart is the law, and the heart is alone. This Dao is the first 100 laws of the 3000 Dao. This law is not very lethal, but it is very easy to change the state of mind of the gods invisibly. The more obsessed with the will of a certain thing and the person, the stronger the emotion, and the person who has a gap in their state of mind, the easier it is to follow this law, and the gap in the heart will be infinitely enlarged. Boom. Furious, murderous. A stock of law realms came with coldness. The high-level officials of Xinqiang Mansion, headed by Hongya, were covered in blood and surrounded Zhao Enran. Hongya scolded, Zhao Enran, you are so despicable. You hand over the most dangerous place to our Xinqiang Mansion, and assign the least dangerous tasks to your own people, and give the most powerful Futian sword to your own people. The God Emperors of Xinqiang Mansion questioned angrily. Zhao Enran, you want to use the lives of the women of Xinqiang Mansion in exchange for victory, don't you? Like Lin Chen, you are a hypocritical person. After using the Empress, you still want to continue to use us. No wonder there are always people who say that you are in the upper position, next to Lin Chen. If so, you have a vicious heart. With the questioning of killing intent, he pointed directly at Zhao Enran. Their eyes were flushed with tears, full of longing for the Empress and anger towards the enemy. Successful, Master Yu Guishua's plan succeeded. As long as Zhao Enran is in chaos, we will rush over to solve her. In the Protoss army, the 3 Protoss God Emperors stationed in the 4th layer of the sea said with a sneer. Questioning, suspicious, shaken, restless, manic. Thousands of eyes were cast from afar and from near. Zhao Enran, who was in crisis, took a deep breath and was more determined. As expected of the number 1 mathematician in the realm of the gods, I can't believe that she still has this skill since the battle. The difficulty of instigating a group of God Emperors is no less than the difficulty of launching an epic battle of gods. She didn't have time to find a way to unravel their laws. If they turn their heads and attack the Covenant, everything they have accumulated so far will be ruined. At the very least, stop them from attacking the Covenant. Stepping out one step, Zhao Enran said sternly, Fu Tianjian needs to cultivate the same mentality in order to exert its greatest power. As for handing over the frontal battlefield to you, because I trust Luo Binger, and even more believe in your abilities. The so-called most dangerous task, open your eyes and see clearly. The leader of the Star Alliance, his family, his relatives, didn't they fight bloody battles on the battlefield? Didn't they rush to the forefront? Boom. Zhao Enran scolded the waves coldly. On the battlefield, everyone in the Covenant is the same. No one can't sacrifice. If you don't attack, let me do it. The women of Xinqiang Mansion were startled. Holding a silver sharp spear, like a sonorous rose, she jumped into the battlefield alone, and killed herself to the forefront. Just now, kill her. This woman is the backbone of the Covenant's front line. Once she dies, the battle is over. The 3 God Emperors, who had been deliberate for a long time, rushed out of the battlefield and got rid of Yi Tianchen and Yi Qingguo. Not good. Yi Qinggu secretly cried out in her heart. Suddenly, thousands of divine lords surrounded Yi Tianchen and Yi Qinggu as if they planned to launch an offensive. The three god emperors swept towards Zhao Anren, and the killing intent swarmed violently. Fei Luo Star Catcher. The Emperor Tu's seal. The tens of thousands of feet of giant palms covering the sky and the 9-layered Emperor seal came from the sky and attacked Zhao Anren. She was not afraid, danced the spear to kill the three emperors, and fought into a group. Zhao Anren, who has broken the boat and sinking the boat, has made up her mind. Her injuries are getting worse. She will fight to the end and will not retreat. Instead, she will attack the front. Zhao Anren shouted hard, and her voice echoed in the battlefield of the fourth realm sea. Warriors, look straight ahead. Keep going. Even if I am as Lin Chen's woman? I am like the thousands of soldiers present, no one is special. The law of the three-god emperor broke out, and the madness of the offensive was like hysteria. Zhao Anren was shot by a move of the emperor's seal, and his legs were broken. Even so, she still waved her gun to face it, moved on, and shouted. Don't worry about the turbulent waves, and Molly's ignorant questioning. I don't care about Xingqiuan, I recommend Tianyuan with my blood. The realm of the gods is at hand, soldiers of the Star Alliance, don't look back. Zheng. A ray of cold light ran for thousands of miles, running through Zhao Anren. Zhao Anren was pierced by a sword. Everyone's heartstrings suddenly tightened. Yi Qinggu, who was caught in the fight, saw this scene, her pretty face was pale, no, and ran, please stop. A ray of divine soul rose up again, and Zhao Anren's divine soul lifted up the divine spear and fought again. Go ahead. The giant palm of the law swirled around the majestic soul, and the god Emperor of the gods fell with one palm. Zhao Anren's divine soul suddenly shattered. The radiance of her scattered divine soul, like mottled and hopeful starlight, rose up one after another and turned into stars in the sky. All questions, all questions. After her divine soul was broken, it was all broken. Finally done, eh? The three god emperors were horrified to discover that they were staring at them with eyes full of monstrous anger, and the waves of murderous intent surrounded them. No, we. LOL. The space burst, and a ray of red divine light penetrated the void, piercing the head and soul of a god emperor. It's a red flag. When the people in Wushan Mansion saw it, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Martial God Banner? The speed-like afterimage swept toward the other two, and the fist of the martial god with fierce killing intent slammed through the other god emperor. Wearing a purple armor, Shenling Shuang, with monstrous anger in her beautiful eyes, stretched out her hand and yanked it out after punching the god emperor. With a punch, divine blood splattered in the sky, and the head of the second god emperor was pulled up by her on the spot. The third god emperor fled. With blood and tears in her beautiful eyes, she bit her lip. Sister and ran, if I don't insist on exploring the space of the martial god. If only I could have come earlier. Regret and annoyance welled up in her heart. Shenling Shuang bit her lips and held back her tears. She picked up the silver divine spear in the void, holding the divine flag in one hand and the spear in the other. Shenling Shuang waved the red flag and scolded coldly, all the members of the Star Alliance, engrave your lives on the sea of boundary, and follow me. Forward. The brave and majestic battle song was passed from the Wushan banner to every battlefield in the four-realm sea. This time, the fighting spirit of everyone in the Star Alliance has reached an unprecedented peak, and the 4-layer C front is counterattacked across the board. Shen Lingshuang took over from Zhao Anren's spark and moved on. Witnessing Zhao Anren's determination, the law of the heart in the women of Xinqiang Mansion was self-defeating. They bowed their heads in shame, and pursed their lips with tears. Hongya, we. Hongya waved his hand and said sternly. We were wrong, we have to apologize, and we have to wait until the fight is over. Victory is just around the corner, even if we use the blood of our Xinqiang Mansion, we will drown the army of the gods. This time, it was the turn of the warriors of Xinqiang Mansion, and they rushed to the front line desperately. The Protoss mathematicians watching the battle ran in a hurry. They didn't expect that Yu Guishua's meticulously prepared plan was defused. And it even angered the powerhouses of the Star Alliance. Outside the Divine Realm, Divine Continent, Longyuan Mountain. On the top of Longyuan Mountain, two beautiful figures stand. It's Yi Qianqi and Yu Guishua. You little mouse can hide? Yu Guishua sneered, I'm really not afraid of death, and now I dare to stay in the God realm. Yi Qianqi stood unyielding and smiled indifferently, if you can bring it with you for a while, you can get more information for the Star Alliance. Yu Guishua was about to speak, but her face changed slightly, she pinched her fingertips, failed to counteract? Yi Qianqi smiled and said, the things in the world are not something that mathematicians can speculate. No matter how many scriptures the mathematician reads, no matter how thick the books are, he still seems to be no match for the mighty power of sentient beings. Arrogant. I'll send you to hell now, eloquent rat. With a wave of Yu Guishua's hand, the two god coffins rose from the ground. When the god coffin was opened, the two god emperor puppets slowly stepped out. The mathematician's fighting ability is not strong. To protect himself in this chaotic situation and wait for Lin Xingchen's return, Yu Guishua's god emperor puppet specially prepared for him can only be used once. Yi Qianqi breathed a sigh of relief, is this the end? She looked at the young man in the void who was fighting the endless dragon city, and smiled and said, I tried my best, cute little cousin, I'll see you next. The palm of the God Emperor's puppet was engulfed in the fire of the sky, and the realm of fire was suddenly sent, and a huge fire was ignited on Longyuan Mountain in an instant. Brush. Boom. A divine arrow pierced through the clouds and shot to Longyuan Mountain, piercing the puppet's arm. A tall and slender figure, dressed in black, fell with a divine bow in hand. Tang Jianghai retreated to Yi Qianqi's side, fortunately, it came early. Yi Qianqi said with a moving expression, Jianghai? Didn't I hide my fate? How do you know where I am? Tang Jianghai said earnestly, someone secretly sent me a letter, although I don't know who it was, but it did let me find you. Signaling? Yu Guishua's delicate body trembled, and her eyes lit up with anger. Yi Tianchen. You bastard, how dare you go against the water, how dare you live up to my expectations and wishes for you. Calculators always like to bet on both sides, and often the result is that in the end, the smart is mistaken by the smart. Brush. Tang Jianghai couldn't help but say, he pulled Yi Qianqi to use his body technique, and shot 3 arrows in a row to cover the retreat. Her goal was to save people, not to fight Yu Guishua. Boom. A layer of barriers entwined by a powerful space law shrouded down, covering tens of thousands of miles, and all of them were included. The laws of space? Tang Jianghai was moved and looked at the God Emperor puppet. A puppet actually controls one of the laws of space that is extremely difficult to control. When leaving the space barrier, Yu Guishua said indifferently, both of you are going to die. Tang Jianhai slightly blocked Yi Qianqi, and she hurriedly said, "Go away. Leave me alone. Every god emperor of the Star Alliance is very important." "No." Tang Jianhai took a deep breath, "You are much more important than me. Don't talk nonsense, help me predict the battle trajectory of their two puppets. I am not the only one who received the secret letter, but also Qi Xian, his knife expert. Break the laws of space, and we will win when he comes." Boom. The two puppets of the God Emperor came violently, and Tang Jianhai protected Yi Qianqi and fought with the bow. God Realm, 5 continents. Now is the time for a spark to catch a prairie fire. Groups of strong men are forced to go to the battlefield by the Protoss, and forcibly use the lives of saints to create a true god or a god king to fight against the gods. The support that the Protoss army thought did not exist from the beginning. On the contrary, it was the God Realm that completely overturned the sky. This is the internal cause arranged by Lin Chen. The Protoss desperately and violently oppressed the human race in the God Realm, which eventually led to a great rebound of the human race. Lu Qixin, who was leading a group of people to attack Tianzhou, was suddenly stunned after receiving a secret letter from the space. This secret letter was to inform Yi Qianqi of the location. However, the above content is a little different from Tang Jianhai's. Lu Qixin stared at the letterhead, his eyes flickered, he hesitated for a long time, sometimes he raised his head to look at the sky, and sometimes looked around. In the end, he resolutely chose to go to Longyuan Mountain, inside the space law enchantment. It takes time for Tang Jianhai to break the barrier, but the two puppets on the other side have not given her such time. With one enemy and two, and after she broke into the realm of the gods, the power consumption of the law realm was not low. One arrow cut off the opponent's offensive, Yi Qianqi immediately said, 3 moves from the right. Tang Jianhai immediately dodged, avoiding the 3 palms of the God Emperor puppet. The other puppet suddenly attacked Yi Qianqi and slashed at her with a sword, as if fighting consciousness. Not good. Tang Jianhai raised his bow to block, and a layer of 5-element spiritual hood surrounded Yi Qianqi's side. Clang! A divine sword cut off her divine bow, and the swordsmanship surrounded by the law of calamity struck like a maggot in the tarsus, and cut off her law of 5 elements with one sword. Pfft! When Tang Jianhai vomited blood, his pupils shrank slightly, and his whole body was surrounded by severe pain from the bite of thousands of poisonous snakes. The damage after the calamity law is broken is extraordinary. She gritted her teeth and resisted. The law of the 5 elements was like a unicorn galloping, a palm slammed on the puppet, and another God Emperor puppet killed her. Tang Jianhai covered Yi Qianqi, dodging every inch. Yi Qianqi burst into tears, "Let's go, leave me alone." The second God Emperor puppet burst out with divine might that pierced through the soul, and punched Yi Qianqi's back with a punch. Tang Jianhai's body turned around and turned against Yi Qianqi. The punch hit the back of Tang Jianhai, which shocked her to the point of shattering her soul. Holding Yi Qianqi, she vomited blood and flew upside down, gritted her silver teeth, and finally shot the 5 elements that condensed with one finger, turning into a beam of radiance, like a radiance, penetrating the second God Emperor puppet. The 2 God Emperors were both seriously injured, but Tang Jianhai was incapacitated. She was pretty black, trembling all over. Yi Qianqi was also seriously injured by the shock. The God Emperor's puppet continued to storm, and she stubbornly protected Yi Qianqi. Gotcha! Boom! Suddenly, the space law enchantment screamed and thundered. Damn, 2 dogs, get away from Jianghai. The light of the sword slashed horizontally, the divine fire rushed into the sky, and the light of the sword cut a flame slash, pouring out the majestic sword energy. With a stab in the air, the 2 puppets of the God Emperor were beheaded in an instant, and the Shihuang sword held by Lu Qixin was surging with fierce flames. Killing the 2 emperors with one sword, he ignored the sword, held Tang Jianghai and put the medicinal pill in her mouth, and hurriedly said, "You. Hold on, you will be fine." Tang Jianghai's beautiful face turned black, with black blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He smiled sadly. "You fool, how come you are so slow?" She pointed to Yi Qianqi. "Take her back, Miss Qianqi is very important." "No." Lu Qi's heart trembled as she delivered a ray of divine power, and found that her body was getting colder. The spirit gradually disintegrated. The magic pill of healing cannot cure the erosion of the soul that is about to rupture by the law of disaster. He was so anxious. Tang Jianghai caressed his face. "I don't think I can accompany you to witness the blooming of the divine tree." Lu Qixin hugged her tightly, tears falling. "You can't be okay, you won't be okay." Tang Jianghai smiled slightly and said, "Promise me, and remove all those Protoss for me." Lu Qi's heart trembled. "I promise you, kill all the Protoss, don't talk. You won't die, we are different from others, we will go to Big Brother to help you heal now." Tang Jianghai smiled and said, "Don't be childish, I'm the same as everyone else in the Star Alliance." Aaron stroked his face. "I am Jianghai, and I meet you. It seems that I have never praised you. You were awesome." Lu Qi held her in his arms and burst into tears. "I would like to meet you again for Jianghai. May the world be peaceful, and there will be no more gods." Another 15 days passed, and with a loud noise, the 3 divine lights dissipated from the sky, and an endless storm of divine soul erupted. The 3 masters. They were buried together by Lin Chen's ancient dragon and emperor soul. In less than 7 days after the defeat of the 3 great masters, the army of the Star Alliance, and allies such as the Hui clan, joined forces from the realm of the gods. When Yi Qinggu entered the god realm with everyone, what caught his eye was the vast dragon city above the god realm. "Have you finally come this far?" Yi Qinggu muttered to herself. She witnessed Lin Xingchen's power with him when she was called by Lin Chen to goblin in the holy world. The suffocating number 1 in the god realm, and now Lin Chen is fighting with him in the form of a god emperor. Countless people were shocked and saw that peerless battle of gods. Shi Huang and Jianzhu are about to find out the pinnacle of the gods. The vast dragon city was cracked inch by inch, and the dragon city that represented immortality was smashed to pieces by the might of the god of war. God's domain's legal network was beaten to the ground, and the law collapsed. And the 3,000 avenues in the legal network collapsed one after another. The battle between Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen is like a madman, and it will end until death. The 12 golden prison iron men were smashed into iron filings. Lin Xingchen stepped on the dragon city, holding the sword of the 5 emperors in his hand, and beckoning to behead Lin Chen's neck. Every sword image bloomed on the rage of killing intent, and they all slammed down at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also covered in blood, his god of war spear was missing, and his golden armor was completely broken. The 2 seemed to be reckless, fighting to the end of the divine realm and the corner of time. The past, the present, the future, everything near the 2 of them has been reduced to endless chaos. What moved Lin Chen was that Lin Chen's terrifying stamina, no matter how many times the sky attacked him, he could fight back again. Eternal ancestral fire. A bunch of red glow wrapped around the body of the sword, rising from the tip of the Five Emperors' sword. Long hair is messy, and Lin Chen's golden eyes are faintly mad. If you don't die with this sword, I would like to call you Lin Chen, the strongest in the God realm. This sword was comprehended when he became the sword master. With Emperor Qin's understanding of the way of the fire ancestor, as well as his comprehension of all the ways of swordsmanship, the power can almost surpass all the exercises in the world. Lin Chen said casually, I don't care whether it is the strongest or not, the result will not change. Boom. The immortal dragon city rose into the sky, opened its dragon mouth, and absorbed the swords of the five emperors. The violent divine flame was like the divine flame that burned everything in the world. The god of war spear reappeared, and Lin Chen's palm suddenly ignited too. Balls of divine soul fire, which were like flames, but not flames, but gradually merged into Lin Chen's god of war spear. Bury the dimension sword. Lin Chen flexed his fingers, bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and the immortal dragon city roared out a colorful sword of heaven opening God. It is tens of thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of feet long, and the sword body is not large, but there is a divine flame that wipes out all things and burns the avenues. It's like a majestic descending of the vast divine catastrophe. Some god emperors who have gone through the old times are terrified. There is no doubt that with this sword alone, Lin Chen has reached the peak of the combat power of the ancestors of all dynasties. This sword has the power to kill the ancestors. Lin Chen was unafraid, his soul was in the formation, and he swung his spear to face him. Billions of cosmic power and divine soul power? No, it's not enough. Wait, what is this divine light? When he swung the spear, Lin Chen's palm shone brightly, and a pure white glow shrouded the spear. The host has used the red rank talent, the great wishes of the gods, which has consumed all the will of the gods. The next moment, Lin Chen swung his gun to the sky. Sigh. Boom. 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 There was no terrifying explosion, but there was a strange vibration that was suddenly released from the high altitude of God's domain. Most of the high altitude of God's domain continues to reduce dimensions until nothingness. The energy fluctuations in that piece of nothingness are enough to destroy all the fifth-level God Emperors in the four-dimensional universe. The immortal dragon city was cracked open, broken into several pieces, and fell into the god's domain, causing the crust of more than half of the god's domain to change and the ley lines to burst. Lin Chen raised his head and vomited blood in the splendid light that was spinning like a galaxy, and was blasted tens of thousands of miles away. The golden divine flame burned the sky, and countless gazes urged divine power, laws, and looked at the golden sea of fire from afar. In the end, a figure stood proudly, he was like a top, like a majestic cloud, standing between heaven and earth forever. It's the ally. The leader wins, the leader wins. The landslide and tsunami-like cheers swept across the 5 continents. Lin Chen fell into God's domain and smashed out a giant pit. Xingchen, quickly recover with the eternal fire, run. Seeing this, Yu Guishui hurriedly sent out a voice transmission. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, Lin Chen, you win this time, next time. The eternal fire can extract the vitality of the three-dimensional universe, controlled by the eternal fire of the lower world. As long as he absorbs it, he can still come out, and he is still the eternal. Lin Chen. Next time. Suddenly, Lin Chen was stunned. The eternal fire behind him suddenly disappeared. This bizarre scene instantly stunned all the 5 god emperors. They stared at Lin Chen and Lin Chen, not wanting to miss a moment. At that moment, the illusion dissipated. All are clearly visible. Lin Chen's dilapidated armor is not the golden god of war, but the dream reincarnation suit. What? And Lin Chen's chest was bizarrely split with a fist-sized hole. His injuries were accumulating at an astonishing speed, the divine soul was dissipating, and the vitality of the divine body was rapidly draining. No, to be precise, he has been accumulating so many injuries, he didn't realize it. Lin Chen landed in the air, and the dream reincarnation suit turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Different from the last phantom clone, Lin Chen died last time, and the extreme wind god suit disappeared temporarily along with the phantom clone. Dream reincarnation suit, recharge, 0%, it has been damaged, please collect the essence of the suit to restore it. In this scene, among all the 4-dimensional powerhouses, only Yi Qinggu realized a problem. He didn't break through? Yi Qinggu looked strange. According to her understanding of Lin Chen, every time he killed a strong enemy in the past, Lin Chen would get a substantial increase in combat power. But this time, Lin Chen's state has not changed. Could it be that he used some special killer move? Yi Qingwu's heart tightened. In the realm of the gods, holding the fatal wound on his chest, his spirit gradually dissipated. Lin Chen said in disbelief, "What happened, my eternal fire?" Lin Chen walked slowly and walked in front of him. "Do you now know why I fought with you empty-handed in the first place?" Many strong men woke up like a dream. Emperor Shi Lin Chen. Terrible. Everyone before has fallen into his illusion. Including Lin Chen is no exception. Lin Chen used dream reincarnation from the very beginning. Whenever he uses the billions of cosmic forces to fight with the god of war spear, he uses the golden god of war. Whenever he uses martial arts and combat skills to fight the enemy, he uses the dream reincarnation. From the very beginning, Lin Chen had tricked Lin Chen with a pretend to be arrogant attitude. During the battle, Lin Chen tried his best to fight him with the fantasy reincarnation suit. Let him be as silent as possible in the cognition given to him by the illusion, thinking that he has always drawn the vitality of the lower world to fight. In fact, he has no chance at all to draw the eternal flame of the lower realm. To make up for the injury, see through the real, hide the real in the real. His goal has not changed from beginning to end, that is, to completely destroy Lin Chen. Pfft. Lin Chen spit out a piece of divine blood, knelt on the ground, unable to believe illusion. But even if there is an illusion, how can you possibly have a trick to break the eternal fire? Lin Chen said indifferently, because the last remnant of the Qin emperor's ancestor died in my hands. Lin Chen was startled and muttered to himself, so, that's the case. Eternal life. Emperor Qin's only red-rank top-level exercise, so powerful that it can break through his own eternity. The secret of breaking the eternal fire has already fallen into Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, his success is eternal, and his defeat is eternal. Lin Chen, success is eternal, defeat is eternal. If there is no eternal divine fire, the first mathematician, Yu Guishue, would not be able to use the ancient divine spectrum to find Qin emperors ancestral path fire. If he can't find the ancestral fire, his ascension speed will not be as fast as Lin Chen, and he will be defeated before he becomes a god. He was in charge of the eternal divine fire, but he never expected that Lin Chen would fight to the end with Qin Huangshenzu. If Lin Chen chose to temporarily avoid the edge and let the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon Qin Huang out of the sea, even if the life of the star alliance was ruined, he could still save himself. At that time, avoiding the edge for a while, it seems that this is what smart people do. If Lin Chen made this choice and turned his back on the Star Alliance, he would be defeated by Lin Xingchen now. But Lin Chen chose to fight Qin Huang fiercely. As always, he was like Kyushu, and he chose not to retreat until he died. By defeating Emperor Qin, by chance, he obtained the method for Emperor Qin to destroy the eternal fire. Lin Xingchen said in a low voice, "Aren't you going to get your bloodline back? With your current ancestral soul, it's easy to do." Lin Chen brushed past him, smiled indifferently and said, "I don't need that thing." Yes, he doesn't need to. Lin Xingchen was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen, you don't need it, Lin Xingchen, give it to you. Boom. A pure and flawless blood energy was peeled out from Lin Xingchen's body. It was like a smear of blood-colored lightning, injected into Lin Chen's body. And he was empowered. What? Lin Chen was shocked. The powerful and pure blood, which reigns over the four seas, disregards all constitutions in the God realm, and reflows in Lin Chen's body. The blood of the stars returns to the stars. With the return of the blood of God, his law domain has once again ushered in loosening at this moment, and suddenly expanded, and more laws were born. Lin Chen's realm, promoted to the pinnacle of the fifth-level God Emperor. 3,000 avenues, all in control. Not only that, the consumption of the previous battles was all made up for by the return of divine blood. Lin Chen turned to look at Lin Xingchen, and said in surprise, "What do you want to do?" If Lin Xingchen wanted to play tricks, he couldn't hide his spirit. With his current cultivation level, he can understand it naturally, but this blood essence is extremely pure. The part that originally belonged to the descendants of the Sword Emperor was eliminated, and only the part that belonged to Lin Chen was returned as it was. Lin Xingchen didn't want to make a fool of himself. How could he actually help himself? Lin Xingchen struggled to stand up, his elbows placed on Lin Chen's shoulders. And he grinned. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, I know what you're thinking. I also know what you want to do. I lost, I should give you a favor. Because I hate you so much, and I admire you so much. Lin Xingchen laughed proudly. You, Lin Chen, are the only person who can talk to me. He gave a madman-like wicked smile. Lin Chen, you know, I'm very clean. Compared to what you have to face, I'm very clean. Because I just want to trample them under my feet. People in the world are nothing but ghosts and ghosts. There are weak people everywhere. Lin Chen, promise me. You must defeat those 3 old guys. If you lose to those 3 old guys, I won't be able to see your crushing defeat. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xingchen's divine soul began to dissipate, and pieces of divine soul rose into the sky. The corpse fell to the ground, and his spirit gradually returned to silence. In the history of the human race, the second god ancestor, Jianzu Lin Xingchen, perished. Yu Guishue, who hid outside the realm of the gods, lost her soul. Xingchen is dead? The ancestor I finally cultivated. Lin Chen, it's all you, Lin Chen. She cursed Lin Chen resentfully and madly. It's not over yet, Yu Guishue lose, you Lin Chen will also die, and those 3 old things. When Lin Xingchen died, the faint light of great wishes condensed on Lin Chen's palm again. Even though it is weak, there is still a trace of the power of great wishes. And Lin Chen can once again activate the great wish of the gods. Lin Chen remembered Lin Xingchen's words and strode forward. Suddenly, the immortal dragon city in the distance roared, "I would like to enshrine you as the new master." Lin Chen frowned and said, "Why?" Longqing revealed slightly, "Because you have learned the eternal destiny of the old master, and the one who controls the destiny is the new owner of my dragon city. Sword ancestor forcibly refined me and made me forcibly recognize the master. He is not what I pursue. But you have the same size as the old master." Longqing looked directly at Lin Chen. "The old master once explored a new path, but he failed. Maybe you can." Lin Chen said indifferently, "You are now in a state of dilapidation. Even if you recognize me as the master, you still have some fighting power." Longqing pointed at the ancient dragon in the distance with a breath of dragon breath. "You have the breath of the ancestor dragon in your body, and you have the ancient dragon life form. I can merge with it and become a brand new 10th order ancestor artifact." When Lin Chen thought about it, Gulong flew down. After a life-and-death battle with the three great masters, Lin Chen's ancient dragon had a broken limb and a broken tail, which was somewhat similar to Longqing. After being promoted to the 5th level God Emperor, the huge dragon body is still 1 point inferior to the Dragon City. Immortal Dragon City jumped up abruptly, and pieces of Dragon City were assembled again, fitting into Gulong's body. The dragon scales are reversed, the flesh and blood are transformed, and the root bones are twisted. The ordinary Dragon Emperor can't stand this process of rebirth at all, but Lin Chen's ancient dragon only has his will and a trace of fighting consciousness of Zulong, and is completely not afraid of this kind of pain. "I don't have time to wait for you, come if you can." Lin Chen threw a word and moved on. Boom! Suddenly, a gloom divides the universe, emitting from the depths of God's domain like a meteor. OM. The god of war spear reappeared, and Lin Chen swung his spear sharply toward the east of God's domain. Divine power surged, shattering the darkness, and bombarding the space and time somewhere in the realm of the gods. Kacha! Boom! 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 Time and space are shattered, and the enchantment bursts. The true face of God's domain was suddenly revealed. When the strange barrier was broken, the God realm suddenly changed, and its space seemed to expand enormously at one time. The territory of God's domain suddenly nearly doubled, and a mysterious plane was stitched with God's domain. Shinxia skyrocketed, and every inch of divine brilliance was flying. It was a towering divine tree living deep at the end of the divine domain. It rose from the ground, and every root penetrated into every place in the God realm. It is so pure, magnificent, and exudes a mysterious fragrance, as if the origin of everything in the world. Countless powerhouses were astonished. What it is? So pure energy. God's domain actually hides such a treasure? No, there seems to be someone there. Under the eyes of the public, under the origin God tree, 3 figures sat cross-legged. The 5-level God emperors of all ethnic groups were taken aback and looked back on the past. The powerhouses of all races suddenly thought of too many things. Lin Chen held up the God of War spear, pointed at the 3 of them, and said, "It's not a pity for you to die 10,000 times in the God realm that you have controlled for so many years." The 3 figures slowly got up, the law brushed off the dust, and a new spirit rose up. They chuckled lightly. Haha, just waited until Divine Soul was promoted. Did you come to kill your ancestors in the form of a God Emperor? What a terrible young man, did you kill Yu Guishua's number 1 in the God realm? 3 old figures slowly floated into the air from under the tree of origin. There was a coercion that suppressed the heavens on them, and it was slowly passed on like an absolute judgment. At this moment, countless people showed despair. The 3 of them are actually ancestors. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent, but he was more determined than before. Emperor Shi Lin Chen, to the patriarchs of the 3 gods. With the power of the God Emperor, fight against the 3 God ancestors. God Emperor versus 3 ancestors? A battle that is enough to make everyone desperate. When the 3 of them join forces, no one strong can win. The patriarchs of the 3 major gods are the former Emperor Anjuan, Emperor Yetian, and Emperor Ming. Now, they are Anzu, Yizhu, Mingzhu. They are all the powerhouses at the pinnacle of the Protoss, the powerhouses of the Haofutian era. Almost the moment Lin Chen broke into their enchantment, they happened to be promoted to the ancestral realm. The 3 of them made a random move, and the patriarch artifact, held by the 3 great masters captured by the Star Alliance, flew back to their hands. Among them, Yizhu, who was tall and straight, waved gently, and the 5 Emperor's divine sword fell back into his palm. The sword that used to belong to Emperor Lin Tian later belonged to him. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Why don't you continue to hide in there for? Health? Ancestor with handsome eyebrows and hooked nose smiled indifferently. Young man, do you want to delay time? The ancestor, who was filled with the darkest hell, understood Lin Chen's intentions in almost a sentence. The amiable-looking Mingzhu said with a slight smile, unexpectedly, you are also practicing Teofushunju. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, yes, I also hope to ask you seniors for advice. Yizhu rubbed his chin and said with great interest, oh? If you want to submit to our sect, I can give you some tips. Ancestor laughed, you dare to surrender, do you dare to ask for it? Yizhu laughed a few times, killing intent in his eyes. A blazing sun rose behind Mingzhu, like a fiery red sun, rising slowly. He smiled indifferently, I can't believe that 450,000 years have passed, and a young man who doesn't know whether to live or die has jumped out, trying to reverse the case for him. Boom! Lin Chen smashed the ground, took the initiative to attack, and rushed towards the 3 with a flash of golden light, and the god of war spear plowed out an arc that cut through the void. 10,000 layers of blazing sun rose up, and the hot red flames shot out. Like billions of fire dragons, swept towards Lin Chen. Night is coming. Yizhu held the sword lightly, and the night came to the god realm. The black obsidian gods with thousands of troops appeared out of thin air, as if a huge wave swept away Lin Chen. Lin Chen remembered that Tianlong Fu sure cleared the night, and shot the hypocritical blazing sun, piercing through 10,000 blazing flames. Mingzhu opened his mouth and spit out a circle of light teeth, which was bound to the space behind Lin Chen, and the ancestral path blocked Lin Chen's retreat. The divine soul of the ancestral realm spurred an emperor's wrath, and a divine wind suddenly erupted, and the divine soul storm that devoured hundreds of millions of galaxies destroyed the dead and shattered the ancestral circle. Lin Chen swooped in the air and slammed Mingzhu with one shot. The great darkness and darkness. Yizhu swung his sword, and the 5 Emperor's sword slashed out the sword chi that covered the sky, like the eternal sky above Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen was unafraid. The gun dance blocked Yizhu, punched Mingzhu, and slammed into the void behind him. The battle of the 4 people stirred up the sky, the momentum spilled out from the god realm, and the 4 dimensions shook. This battle has surpassed the battle of the 4 ancestors back then. It has become an unprecedented battle since the world opened up. Everyone, even the Demon Clan, Azura Clan, Dragon Clan, Zerg Clan, Phoenix Clan, felt despair in their hearts. I am afraid that the fourth dimension will be ruled by the Protoss forever. What? Kill them, Emperor Shi, you must kill them. The three immortals have lived for so long, and they still want to rule the four-dimensional. Lin Chen, give it to Lao Tzu. My Dragon Clan is willing to be Lin Chen's little friend and pray that he will become the final winner. However, the person who suppressed my Brahma, Lin Chen, don't lose to these old bastards. But there was a ray of light in everyone's heart, and they shouted in their hearts. At this moment, only at this moment, it is the heartfelt hope of all living beings that Lin Chen can win. Clang. Boom. Lin Chen, who was resisting the offensive, turned into a dark claw and appeared in the Temple of Devourer, suddenly flashing. Lin Chen's golden god of war suit tore out 3 shocking cracks, hurting his body. The host's golden god of war suit is damaged. Lin Chen was startled, pursed his lips, and sank like water. Ancestor is a god emperor who quietly lurks and solves his opponents secretly. He killed so many powerhouses back then that it was enough to make all four-dimensional people feel fearful. Now that he has become the ancestor of the gods, his assassination ability and the deep roots of his assassination are far beyond Lin Chen's imagination. Lin Chen's ancestral spirit quickly turned to his thoughts. Even if he breaks through the 5th-level God Emperor, it is still too reluctant to fight 3 with 1. If the ancestors of the various races are okay, the battle will be on guard against each other. But these 3 people are in unison, and the cooperation is smooth. If this is the case, before he can use his ultimate move, he must perish in the hands of the 3. It's not finished yet, just hold on for a while. Lin Chen sensed that the phantom clone was getting closer. The host uses the Optimus outfit, which is charged at 100%. Features: Absolute Defense, the second form of the axe. The iron-hoofed army of the Dark Knight was suddenly bounced back, and Yizu said in shock, huh? The 3 of them looked at each other. Lin Chen held up the divine axe, and the black armor was towering and thick, turning it into an absolute defense. Yeo 9 slashes. Tianyanyan. 3,000 dark demons. Yizu stood up with his sword, and 9 sword marks fell from the sky, slashed from the sky to the sky, and slashed towards Lin Chen. Mingzhu sacrificed a terrifying celestial flame that ate away all living beings, and the 3,000 laws were passed away, attacking Lin Chen's celestial spirit cover. The fierce tide of dark demons with claw marks enveloped Lin Chen, attacking every corner of his defense. Boom. 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 The black tide exploded, Tianyan went into exile, and the Dark Knight disappeared. With an absolute defensive posture, Lin Chen bounced it back all the way, and beat all the 3 ancestors' offensive back. Putting away the 5 emperor swords, Yizu frowned and said, "What kind of magical defense does this kid use, so hard?" Qi Yang was incorporated into the body, and the fire was bright, Mingzhu said. Indifferently, not necessarily, there is no price. A ray of darkness flashed across his pupils. An ancestor suddenly said, "No. This kid is injured." Mingzhu said indifferently, "Do you want to kill the human race outside first? Come back to deal with this kid." Hearing this, Lin Chen's heartstrings suddenly tightened. No. Ancestor gave a bloodthirsty smile. This kid is delaying time, and he will change if he is late. Kill him first. It's not a problem for the 3 of us to join forces. The point is that this kid can't let go. Boom. 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 The three ancestors' offensive resumed. Lin Chen held the heavenly god axe in both hands, facing all attacks. He swiped the axe hard to block them all. Pfft. Lin Chen's eyes, nostrils, and even both ears were bleeding. To endure the three ancestors' mad alliance's offensive and bounce back, even the body that has been transformed by light and darkness can't bear it all. Gotcha. For the first time, a crack appeared in the Optimus God outfit, which was known as an absolute defense. Then, 1, 2, 3 cracks, more and more cracks. The three ancestors took the shape of a character, triggered a world destroying attack, and continued to launch a mad attack on Lin Chen. Boom. With a loud bang, Lin Chen flew out. The axe turned into debris in the sky, and the faint parts of the god outfit changed into the last ray of light, protecting Lin Chen until the energy was exhausted and disappeared. The host's Optimus God outfit is damaged. It's now. When the killing intent of the three ancestors skyrocketed, a ray of divine wind passed by. Sigh. Lin Chen avoided the siege of the three and swept into the sky outside the realm of the gods. When the third ancestor was puzzled, the two pairs of Fengshen wings fluttered slightly, rolling up the fierce wind. Extreme Fengshen supported Lin Chen. He was covered in blood, but grinned. Finally caught up? Lin Chen's right palm and the clone's left palm overlapped. Boom. A candle illuminating the eternity of Chihuahua's divine splendor rose from the palms of Lin Chen and Extreme Fengshen. The host activates the eternal transformation Dao, and the remaining divine endowment points, 0 points. He held the infinite transformation path, looked directly at the three ancestors, and looked at all living beings. I have a palm, and I wish to share the power of heaven with all beings. Eternal transformation Dao transformation universe. At that moment, Wang Chihua brewed in Lin Chen's palm, and was slapped out by him. This palm is forever arbitrary. This palm will destroy thousands of miracles. With this palm, countless civilizations wither. This palm has reborn countless civilizations. He is eternal. He transformed into Tianwei. He transformed everything in the heavens and turned this world upside down. Again. This palm was not aimed at the patriarchs of the three gods, but this universe. The goal is the entire four-dimensional universe. At the moment when Chihua erupted, the three great ancestors felt uneasy. Boom. 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 Then, the entire four-dimensional roared, and the curved spacetime gradually descended into a three-dimensional spacetime. Ocean glaciers are not curved upwards, but flat and three-dimensional. Leisurely and new. Hiss. The strong men of all ethnic groups took a deep breath of cold air. Down. Dimensional strike? It's not an ordinary dimensionality reduction. He knocked down the entire four-dimensional universe into three-dimensional. At this moment, all the four-dimensional creatures were horrified. This kind of handwriting is unprecedented. Ordinary dimension reduction blows can also be done by high-level god emperors. A large-scale dimensionality reduction attack can also be done by the ancestors. But to reduce the dimensionality of the entire four-dimensional universe, adding up all the gods and ancestors is not enough. The entire four-dimensional, but includes all races, and even the desolate star field and billions of star fields. Lin Chen used the ultimate function to spread the ancient way to every corner of the four-dimensional. For this moment, turn the four-dimensional universe into three-dimensional. For any living being, the influence can be big or small, but the most fundamental influence is the ancestors. The ancestral path is the same height as the fourth dimension. If the fourth Dimension falls, the ancestral path will be greatly weakened. Lin Chen wiped the blood and said with a grin, my odds of winning have finally changed from 0 to 50%. I saw that the three great ancestors paled in horror. They sensed that the ancestral power within their bodies was rapidly decreasing. Almost 3/5 less. Mingzu couldn't help but yelled, are you fucking crazy? You can't become a god yourself by doing this. It doesn't matter. Lin Chen laughed proudly, as long as I can knock you out of the dust of history, I, Lin Chen, can abandon it. The black hair fluttered, the blood-red eyes of the gods were bloodshot, and the killing intent of the dark ancestor's sword, I killed you. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's eyes erupted with monstrous anger and roared. I remember exactly what you did. How did you ravage the human race? How did you deceive the human race? Let those who love each other kill each other, and those who respect each other slander each other. Let those pure madness, let those pure wrong. Let those aspiring injustices, let those filthy glamorous. You bastards are not as good as you, what you did to the human race, the human race, remember very clearly. Boom. Lin Chen stepped on the heavens, the mountains and rivers shook, the sun and the moon changed. A round of newborn sun seems to be rising in the bodies of many young generations in the land of China. Lin Chen grabbed the sky, and countless bright streamers were pulled out from the bodies of every new soldier who practiced the Tai Fu Tian art. The streamer turned into an endless chain, including Lin Chen's own Tai time and space, and it also turned into a streamer and flew out. A root of vicissitudes of life and simple divine locks shine through the ages, spanning the entire God realm. People, through the light that travels through history, pieced together into a magnificent red picture scroll. They saw the sight of that day. With the sky in his hands, the abyss on his back, he ignited alone, determined to shatter his bones and burn into endless sparks of fire. He once again stood on the side of the human race, without hesitation. Countless Shinsha streamers, as if locked in fate, no matter what means the three ancestors' use, they are instantly penetrated by them, unable to break free. Yizu was horrified and said, What? Tai Fu Tianju. Mingzu was shocked and angry, impossible, we are more thorough than you when it comes to Tai Fu Tian formula. Lin Chen said sternly, remember the Qishan Qiling? How Fu Tian's last battle. The three ancestors were stunned. Lin Chen held the divine light, gathered by infinite chains, he said coldly. The Tai binding dragon lock, this is what he left behind in the last battle of his shattering bones, and it is not valid for any ancestors. It specializes in restraining Tai time and space. The pupils of the three ancestors shrank, and the stalwart figure flashed through their minds. Kacha. Boom. 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 A violent explosion sounded, and endless chains bound the Tai space and time of the three ancestors, and their divine bodies caused a violent explosion. Lin Chen shouted angrily, he had long expected that you would become the ancestor of the gods. He left everything in the last battle. After he left, his voice still echoed the earth. After he left, his light still shines through the ages. At that moment, Lin Chen's figure overlapped with him. Get out of here. Lin Chen roared with blood all over his body, pulling the divine chain with all his strength. Roar. 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 The three ferocious blue dragons, stretching for thousands of miles, are brutal, as if torn out of the body of the three ancestors, that is their Tai time and space, the root of the mind. Sanzu suffered an unprecedented hit. The entire divine continent reverberated with the roars of the youths. There is no Haofusion in the east, and the human race is like a long night. Dongfang Youhao sacrificed himself to bind the Tsunglong. The chains that bind the Tsunglong are like rounds of scorching sun engulfing the darkness and burning the Tsunglong. It is even brighter than the immortal dragon city. It is older than the eternal fire. It makes the civilization of the east more magnificent and magnificent. In a certain corner of Shenzhou, Yu Guishua watched this scene helplessly and lost her soul. Hao Futian. He has reached this point, and he actually foresees today's scene. In the end, when are you going to interfere with me? The number one mathematician in the God realm, Yu Guishua, was defeated. Completely defeated. The sword ancestor Lin Chen, who she has worked so hard to cultivate, is to have the power to deal with the three chiefs of the gods. If Lin Chen wins, she and Lin Chen will jointly control the realm of the gods. If the three Protoss wins, she will bow her head as a minister and continue to be a mathematician for the three Protoss. But I didn't expect that it was he Lin Chen who inherited Hao Futian's will and won. Even Hao Futian's method of defeating the three great ancestors remained in the Qishan Qiling, in the battle of his broken bones. He already knew what happened after he left. Boom. Behind Yu Guishua, there was a violent aura of killing the sky. She was taken aback, and her pupils shrank when she looked back. The scorching divine flame was tumbling with a sharp blade, and a tall and slender young man walked towards her step by step, holding the Emperor Shi's sword. It's Lu Qixin. Wait. Yu Guishua said in horror. Before the words were finished, Lu Qi raised his sword and fell, even with his soul. Lu Qixin smiled. Jiang Hai, the last Protoss, has been killed by me. He looked at the long sky and sighed. Next, it's our time. The roots of the three great ancestors turned into a ferocious dragon, which was completely drawn out and smashed into a sky full of stars. Asshole, bastard. My good brother, I really have you. Little beast, I'm going to kill you. The three great ancestors clutched their chests in pain, and their mental methods were abolished. From the reduction of dimensionality to the extraction of the root of the spiritual method, their ancestors' cultivation base was almost destroyed by 9 out of 10. The corners of Lin Chen's eyes, and mouth kept bleeding. When using absolute defense, he was besieged by the three ancestors and was seriously injured. In addition, he just pulled out the origin of the third ancestor's mind, which exhausted his blood power and law world power. A little bit more. Lin Chen was out of breath, and once again held the god of war spear, the pure white and flawless great wishes, divine light, blessed slightly. It's not over yet. Holding the god of war spear tightly, Lin Chen used the last, God's great wish, condensed the last billions of cosmic forces, and threw the god of war spear violently. Boom. 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 The magic spear cut through the sky and turned into a golden light that opened up the sky. Puff. The god of war spear slammed through the bodies of the three great ancestors, and the last bit of vitality in their bodies gradually withered. Little beast, even if you die, the old man will pull you back. The three great ancestors voluntarily abandoned their gods, and the only remnant souls slaughtered at Lin Chen, violently spontaneously igniting. It's not good. Yi Qingguo, who was very far away, felt the fluctuation of his soul, and his pretty face changed slightly. It was also at this moment that a force of law suddenly came from behind Yi Qingguo, attacking her violently. Brush. Wearing the phantom avatar of the ultimate function, Lin Chen was swept away. Almost at the same time as the opponent blew himself up. However, the terrifying spirit fluctuations rose violently, and no matter how fast the ultimate function was, it was too late to avoid it too far. Although the dimensional reduction of the Wangu Huadao caused their ancestors to fall with the 4 dimensions, their divine power was greatly damaged. But the divine soul did not decrease too much. Their 3 incomplete ancestor spirits self-destructed, and the power was enough to destroy the world. Boom! 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 The sky and the earth rose, all the laws seemed to be evaporated in an instant, and countless fluctuations of the soul suddenly exploded. Lin Chen mobilized the last remaining divine soul power, released it, enveloped himself and his avatar, and the extreme wind god moved and flashed. Tens of thousands of vortexes of destruction bloomed, bursting with suction that devoured everything, overflowing with waves that could destroy the ancestors. The vortex of destruction of the soul seems to be dragging Lin Chen into the abyss of hell. Even the function suit is not strong enough and is pulled back. At that moment, if the Emperor's soul had spirituality, it turned into a light smoke of the soul and returned to its original body. Then, the spirit of Emperor Pin rushed out from Lin Chen's eyebrows. "You're dead, I'm gone." The Emperor's soul pushed Lin Chen with a palm, pushed him away, and instead of Lin Chen, he was sucked into the vortex of the soul. The soul has fallen. Even so, the terrifying suction still pulled Lin Chen and the phantom clone. Oops. Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly. "Stop hurting my lord." A dragon roar shocked Jiao Xiao, and the Qianlong immortal roamed the heavens. The new immortal dragon city integrates the body of the ancient dragon and moves into the air. The vigorous and towering dragon city tightly guards Lin Chen. The rebuilt immortal dragon city is even 1 point better than the peak. Period, and it is a brand new 10th order ancestor. But the vortex of divine soul, like a frenzy of destruction, continued to twist the torso of the immortal dragon city, and the dragon city exploded one after another. Boom! 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 The storm of the soul spread all the way, bursting open one after another from the inside of Longqing. The phantom avatar of the ultimate function opened his arms, constantly blocking the next waves of damage from the shock of the soul for Lin Chen. When the phantom clone was about to be unbearable, a vortex of divine soul approached, blowing the clone out of the immortal dragon city, and I didn't know where it flew. The phantom clone is injured, consumes rune energy to recover, consumes rune energy to recover. The ultimate function is seriously damaged and loses the right function wing. Golden God of War has suffered serious losses, and can only maintain attached weapons. God-level rune energy, 0 points. Boom! The God of War suit was blown apart, and just when Lin Chen was about to lose his hold, immortal dragon city swung its tail and broke out of the divine soul storm. Boom! 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 For the second time, the immortal dragon city fell into the divine realm, thousands of miles away from the origin divine tree. Fortunately, the divine soul storm did not continue to expand, and eventually slowly faded away. Lin Chen, who was lying in God's domain, didn't open his eyes slightly until a ray of sunlight shone in the corner of Lin Chen's eyes. He stood up slowly, and the immortal dragon city with the ruins next to him snorted at him, and the dragon's eyes stopped smugly. "Sure enough, you can't do it without me." Lin Chen laughed and said, "Yes, you are very powerful." Lin Chen, who was devastated, supported his body and looked around, and in the distance was the swaying sacred tree of origin, with ruins everywhere. The three great ancestors disappeared. The entire god realm, after falling into a short stagnation, ushered in waves of cheers. Lu Huangzhen roared, "We won, we won. Next, it's our era." Lu Xiaomei cried with joy, "We eliminated the Protoss, we finally won." The high level of the Star Alliance rushed to God's domain for the first time. Lin Chen supported his body with the God of War spear. He had never been so weak, his soul was exhausted, his chi and blood burned out, and he couldn't draw out a trace of the Law's realm force. Now any God Emperor can defeat him. God endowment point, 0 point, Shinto value, 0 point, rune energy, 0 point. Set essence, 0 point. He looked at the splendid origin divine tree in the distance and showed a faint smile. Then, Lu Huang, Lu Qixin, and Yuan Wujue rushed to his side. Yuan Wujue hurriedly supported Lin Chen, "You are working too hard." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Just fight at once." Yuan Wujue shook his head and laughed, "Come on, if there is a next time, you will probably fight again." Lin Chen asked, "How are the casualties?" Lu Huang spread out the jade slip and immediately said, "The two god emperors of Xinqiang Mansion have fallen, and all the remaining god emperors were seriously injured to the point of death, and nearly 60% of the casualties. The first, second and third columns, with 50% casualties, can hardly fight anymore. Senior Yu Yunqing was seriously injured. Our Qi Yan army took a second place and suffered 30% casualties. Songheng was slightly injured, Wuheng's 8 palaces, 30% of the casualties. And the God Emperor was basically injured. Luo Xinjian Temple, the palace master fell, 50% of the casualties, Luo Ke and Jiang Fan were seriously injured and recuperated. Yuan Wujue hesitated for a moment, then sighed, "The dragon guards, the whole army was destroyed. They are all good men with strong bones." Lu Qixin's eyes glistened with tears. Mr. Lin Zhong, too, was killed in battle. When he entered the realm of the gods, he was almost always at the forefront. If it weren't for him, the casualties of each team would have more than doubled, and Senior Yi Hongmeng was seriously injured and unconscious. Hearing the number of casualties, Lin Chen's eyes trembled slightly. "What else?" Lu Huang sighed and said, "And Rant's deputy leader, and Jiang Hai, died. There is no need to bury the bones in the mulberry land, there are green mountains everywhere in life." Yuan Wujue said solemnly, "There are countless people who came to fight for us from the desolate star region, and the human races who helped us from the god realm have also suffered countless casualties." Lu Huang pointed to the tree of origin, and said indifferently, "What are you going to do with that thing? There is also the prohibition of the gods on it. Without the power of the 5th level God Emperor, I am afraid that it will not be able to open temporarily." Lin Chen didn't bother to look at the divine tree for a second time. He was tired, and said indifferently, "It was originally formed by the luck of all the human races. After the sequelae of the war were taken care of, it would be returned to all the races in the god realm." "Yes." Lu Huang led the order to retreat. Yuan Wujue took out 1 or 2 remaining medicinal pills and handed them over to Lin Chen to heal him for a while. With Lin Chen's current cultivation level, ordinary divine pills have little effect. Yuan Wujue said helplessly, "If only I could open the ban on the divine tree now, and use the branches and leaves of the divine tree to heal your wounds. But unfortunately, I'm not strong enough." Lin Chen didn't answer him, but fell asleep. The three continued to step back to do things, and Lin Chen quietly leaned on Immortal Dragon City. His tired body didn't even want to move a finger. Just want to sleep, sleep peacefully. Singapore. A secret place, Jiang Fan, who was recuperating, heard a voice outside the secret. He tried his best to get up and said with a smile, "Is it Wu Ju? Come to me. For a drink again." Sigh. With a flash of sword light, Jiang Fan's head fell to the ground, his soul shattered. The moment the head rolled down, Jiang Fan muttered to himself, "Why are you?" When Jiang Fan was assassinated, the Covenant soldiers recuperating in the secret territory were shocked. After the joy of the war, darkness grows recklessly. Tianzhou. Two Shenhuang tribes following the Hui clan are recovering in an attic in Tianzhou. In the face of a large number of wounded, the man in tiger robe headed anxiously said, "No, the injury is too serious, ordinary medicine pills are useless. The only way is to go to the leader of the Star Alliance and borrow the branches and leaves of the Tree of Origin. Already. The Shenzhou, the Malay area. Sister Qingguo, are you all right?" Shen Lingshuang broke out of the siege and rescued Yi Qingguo. Fine. Yi Qingguo covered her injuries. She recalled what Yi Tianchen said to her. "I did not betray you or choose Protoss in this battle, but I will go my own way. Qingwu, be my woman and give up Lin Chen. I will show you how he lost everything." Yi Qingguo gritted her teeth and resented, "If I could have noticed earlier." Boom. 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 The earth trembled, the space trembled. One after another streamer flew to the realm of the gods. When one person rushed to the sacred tree, he led more people to rush to the sacred tree. Shen Lingshuang's face turned pale when the sudden change and desperate situation in God's domain fell into Shen Lingshuang's eyes. The holy world is gone. Kyushu is gone, I have to go back to the master. She cried and rushed over desperately, but Yi Qingguo couldn't stop her. Just like the little girl when Lin Chen rescued her in Kyushu back then. However, when she was approaching the realm of the gods, she was awakened by the murderous aura that shook the sky and earth. Even if she rushed in alone, what could be changed? Shen Lingshuang thought of the time when Wuxian Space asked for power again. Suddenly, her mind flashed, and she was full of power. The martial god space, the martial god transforms into the universe. The body is the universe, the realm is the universe, and the body is transformed into the universe. Could it be that? She gritted her silver teeth and revealed a forced smile. "Master, I'll wait for you to come back." After all, she turned and left, rushed out of the god realm, and rushed towards the godly desolate star territory. She flew to her former hometown, Kyushu. Even if it doesn't exist anymore. The last Valkyrie of this era, still plunged into the endless abyss. Holy area. Behind Lin Chen is the Tree of Origin. Except for the immortal Dragon City, he was alone, facing the countless enemies who began to charge at him. Lin Chen's eyes were hopeful, he seemed to see those who fell on this road. Luo Bing'er, Zhao Anren, Luo Yu, Lin Zhong, Shang Guanyun, Shui Jianming, Yuan Wu Jue, Fang Chuan. And there are thousands and thousands of the cutest warriors who have never changed. What did they do to get to where they are today? For the new 3 Protoss? In order to make the race kneel in front of the Protoss again? No, absolutely not. They are the meaning of death, Lin Chen remembers. Lin Chen took out a red ribbon, which was the red god ribbon he obtained. He tied the red scorpion to the god of war spear, and the long red sash fluttered and floated. The dilapidated immortal dragon city roared towards the sky, showing the master's power. This time, don't care about the past, and don't ask for the name of future generations. This time, he was still so proud. Once again, he stood on the side of the human race. Declare war on all Protoss and those who want to become Protoss. He dragged his wasted body and rushed up, facing countless powerful enemies. Standing alone at the front. When everyone saw that he was at the end of the fight, they rushed up to fight with him. Countless people were screaming in their hearts, and the frenzy was overwhelmed. That's a divine tree. He, Lin Chen, has the last bit of strength left, and he won't last long. The melee power of Jingtian Weighty filled the entire divine realm, blood poured down, and the world wept. God's domain once again stirred the heaven and the earth, and Lin Chen bloodbathed all the enemies who crossed the line. Countless people were amazed. Crazy, really crazy. How many people is he willing to kill? For the sake of the divine tree, how many people does he have to kill? The devil, it's the devil of the human race. What else did you say for the human race? Bullshit, how many people did you kill in the end? Someone murmured in their hearts. Brother Lin Chen, we will tell you about your past against the Protoss. Brother Lin Chen, we will make future generations respect you forever. Although you made mistakes, we will determine your status for the human race. And sing praises to your immortal achievements. So when will you die? When will you die? When will you die? Lu Qixin roared, when will you die? My brother Lin Chen. He rushed into the realm of the gods, swiped it with a knife, and devoured Lin Chen with a majestic sword like a dragon, and slashed at Lin Chen with the Emperor Shi's sword. In front of Lin Chen's eyes, the moment when Lu Qixin was talking to him passed by. Big brother, I became a god emperor and realized a sword technique. Hopefully, one day, I can meet an enemy who can use this knife. It turned out that the enemy who used that knife was me, Lin Chen. Yi Tianchen jumped down, fingering the 5 emperor swords, to join the battle. Immortal Dragon City soars, blocking Yi Tianchen. Their fighting momentum shattered the prohibition of the divine tree. The majestic light of the origin god tree radiated out and was scattered all over the god realm. Boom! 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 One after another, 5 gods were promoted to god emperors on the spot. They were ecstatic, and once again turned their attention to the realm of the gods and rushed over. 10, 100, 1,000. In just a quarter of an hour, thousands of human race god emperors came. This is the power of the divine tree that belongs to all human races. In just a moment, it surpasses the sum of the god emperors of all 4-dimensional races. However, the brilliance of the divine tree was spilled out, and more human races rushed to the divine realm. These people have all become people who want to capture the divine tree. Waving the god of war spear and waving the long red scorpion, Lin Chen fought bloody nonstop, and the river of blood flowed all over the divine realm. The number of god emperors soaring has reached a level that is enough to make the god ancestors feel the scalp tingling. Thousands, or 10,000? Uncountable, totally uncountable. This time, Lin Chen's opponent is far more than before. These human races rushing to the god's domain all attacked him mercilessly. And the scene was varied. Poured into Lin Chen's eyes, there are crying slayers. Facilitator with a smile. There are naive avengers. There are stupid cheerleaders. He roared furiously, and every time Lin Chen swung his gun to kill a person, it was like a stab in the heart. A comrade who was born and died has turned into a mortal enemy. A friend who once talked about ideals has become an enemy. The sweet dreams that once made wine words and songs have all turned into nightmares. The ambition that used to be pure blood has now become a killing intent. The person who once hoped for his victory the most is now the person who wants him to fail the most. The person who once believed in him the most has now become the person who wants to defeat him the most. Once, everyone trusted him. In the end, everyone took advantage of him. Once, everyone relied on him. In the end, everyone wanted to knock him down. Once, everyone sincerely admired him. In the end, everyone ridiculed him. Those he championed became those who cursed him. Those he protected became those who spurned him. Those he guarded became those who betrayed him. Those he loved became those who failed him. Those he saves become those who slander him. The warmest flames around you have solidified into the coldest. The strongest shield around you turned into the sharpest. All beings in the world are redeemed by his great brilliance. All beings are trying to take his brilliance and climb higher. He could have had everything and returned everything to the people. With the body of mortals, struggle with the sky. With the heart of mortals, play against the sky. With the power of mortals, replace the new heaven. He shed his blood for the people of the world. How many people in the world really understand him and remember him? Asking about the past and present, can anyone come? But ask ancient and modern, who dare to come? Ancient and modern are the ambition of Overlord, only the East dares to change. The sky. In front of him, the gods in the sky are all enemies, and the torrent of history is rolling in. His enemies are no longer any gods, god emperors, nor god ancestors. It is the eternal torrent of history, and it is all living beings who are in reincarnation. Although Lin Chen is not the sun, he is like a bunch of stars, brighter and brighter. Like his predecessors, he fought to the end. What he wants to break is not the enemy in front of him, but the history of this eternal reincarnation. At this moment, all the veterans who once sent Lin Chen from Wanli Shenzhou looked at him from all over the god realm. They are old and wasted, like a candle in the wind, which will go out as soon as it is blown. They stared at the youth of the new era with their dry eyes. Where will history go? Suddenly, a vision no one expected. On Lin Chen's face, the azure blue scales and feathers of the Protoss that Hao Futian did not have grew. The hearts of all the powerhouses of the old era shuddered. This time, the history may be a little different. The scale feathers of the Protoss provide him with new power and block a lot of damage for him. The scale feathers of the Protoss began to grow on Lin Chen wantonly. 10 years, 100 years. A legend began to circulate in the god realm. There is a devil who monopolizes the tree of gods and kills all the gods of the human race. There have always been countless challengers pouring in, whether it is the god Emperor, the god Lord or the god King. Everyone knows that he only has one breath left, as long as he is knocked down. The origin divine tree is in front of you, and you can reach it. It's crazy, it's been so long and it hasn't ended yet. What the hell did he get so crazy about? 500 years, 1,000 years. The battle in God's domain has lasted for thousands of years and has not stopped. The God realm has become a forbidden area of the God realm, and they are fighting every moment. Fighting to the frantic killing intent, Lin Chen gradually forgot the meaning of their own fighting. He can't remember anymore. The scale feathers on his body made him forget who he was and everything. Just remember to fight, 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 keep fighting. All enemies who attempt to capture the divine tree will be bombed and killed. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. I don't know how long it took Lin Chen to kill. Until no one dares to take a step forward. The fighting power of God's domain lasted for 5,000 years. In the end, until it was silent, the world suddenly saw sunlight shining into the realm of the gods. Huh? The battle in God's domain actually stopped? It really seems to have stopped. Wow. It's the first time I've seen it stop. Since I was born hundreds of years ago. Many young people in the new era are heading to the realm of the gods. In the land of God's domain, a monster stands proudly. He has a god clan scale feather on half of his body, and holds a magic spear. Seeing that no one challenged him again, he turned around and walked towards the origin divine tree. He dragged his tired body. The delirious Lin Chen murmured slowly. Sacred tree, it belongs to me, Lin Chen. He dragged his body and walked towards the origin god tree step by step. Young people are walking towards destruction step by step. All the gods of the new era looked at this monster with bated breath. When he approached the divine tree, the sunlight shone into the divine tree. And onto the face of the young man, who alternated between light and dark. He was covered in azure blue scales and feathers of the Protoss, like a demon. Suddenly, a kamikaze blew up. Another silver-robed youth appeared. His divine wings were broken, and despite his injuries, he still held the Fengshen Bao and faced Lin Chen. The killing intent on the arrow is awe-inspiring, as long as Lin Chen takes another step forward. The Fengshen arrow of the silver-robed youth will shoot him without hesitation. It is his phantom clone of Lin Chen. This scene is exactly the same as what I saw from the dream reincarnation. A woman's soft murmur, like a gentle breeze, brushed through Lin Chen's mind. May you never fall into darkness in this life. Lin Chen was startled, his consciousness gradually recalled the scenes from the past. Gradually he began to make sense of his own fighting. Thinking of those who sacrificed this way. Remembered why their blood was shed. I remembered why I was fighting. The scales and feathers of the Protoss gradually fell off. In the end, Lin Chen remembered what his teacher taught him. A weapon against the enemy. A weapon against himself. At this moment, Lin Chen's Protoss scales and feathers completely fell off. He was back to what he was before, tired. At that moment, a thin and beautiful woman rushed into the realm of the gods. Idiot, idiot. Stop being a hero, stop being a hero. I'll never want you to be a hero again. Yi Qinggu hugged Lin Chen and cried so hard. Lin Chen muttered to himself in her arms. Teacher, we have not forgotten your teachings. He fell asleep peacefully in Yi Qinggu's arms. On the god of war spear, the blood-stained red eye slightly fell off. Qi Ling floated in the sky above the land of Shenzhou, echoing his promise, to the human race. People in the past have already taken the yellow crane, and the yellow crane tower is vacant here. The yellow crane is gone forever, and the white cloud is empty for thousands of years. Empty yo-yo. Empty yo-yo. Qi Ling slowly fell, gently covering his stalwart body. The gentleman closed his eyes slightly, and the times rolled forward. Mercilessly. Who can save the human race? This is a problem that countless people who are known as legends from generation to generation have thought about and practiced, but no one can do it. A generation of Emperor Tai Hao, who founded a sect and established a sect, dared to be the first in the world, honored as Emperor Shi, and was suppressed by the Protoss. Emperor Shi could not have died. He had ventured into the 5 continents alone, and could have escaped the siege of the Protoss, but he chose to fight to the end and use his own life to arouse the world's vigilance. Has Emperor Shi succeeded? No, a generation of emperors proudly buried the gods and disappeared, and the human race still knelt in front of the gods. However, Emperor Shi's friend Baidi Tang Qin continued his will, leading the 36 divine masters of the constellation, and severely damaged one of the Protoss. Has Emperor Bai succeeded? No, the 36 gods buried in other domains And they were defeated. Together with the light, they firmly believe that this road is by no means alone. They use their bodies as flames to hold lamps and move forward, to the dark world. They ask questions to the world. It has always been like this, right? They are never afraid of fighting alone, cheering for foolishness, bursting into roars, and shattering their bones, so why not? Because the land of China has been around since ancient times. There are people who work hard. There are people who work hard. There are people who pray for the people. They believe that those who fight back out of despair are more tragic, brave, and heroic than those who fight out of hope. So, did Emperor Shi fail? No. He has a student, Emperor Xinju Yuebai. Jun Yuebai traveled to various ethnic groups, established a sect, and only created an immortal Shanyuan avenue for thousands of years in the vast and empty God realm. So in that era, there were countless cowards who swung their blades at the weaker. If they win, they will gather, and if they lose, they will flee. Has Jun Yuebai succeeded? No, his soul disappeared, and a generation of sages returned to the less. Has Jun Yuebai failed? No, he also has 2 students. Those who survive will see faint hope in the bleak blood. The real warriors will move forward even more vigorously. They move forward hard, even if it is the sword river, and the river, it will destroy the mountain and the sea. They screamed and shouted, even if the night is eternal, they will always fight for the light. Did they succeed? No. Burned up everything and shed blood all over the suburbs. But have they failed? No. They turned into mottled sparks of hope. In silent history. In the gloom of the eternal night. In the long silent river. In the corner of Wanmachi. Burning quietly. One after another, the sages of the human race, when the spark was about to go out, dared to be the first in the world, burnt their own lives without hesitation, and made the flames hotter and fiercer little by little. Until the youth who struggled with the sky came out of the world. He lifted up the flames cast by countless blood and turned it into the sun in the east, engulfing the endless darkness, and burying the old era when the darkness covered the sky with his own hands. He smashed the hypocritical aggression of the demons. He fought back the arrogance of the Asuras. He saw through the foolish tricks of the mathematicians. He read all the cowardice and weakness of the Protoss. He stands in the ruins and barren tombs that have been changed and existing. He remembered all the deep and long ago pains. He stared straight at all the overlapping blood clots. He looked into the distance, all that was dead, just born, will be born, and yet to be born. He scolded all that oppression, ignorance, hypocrisy, and darkness. The history of the human race made him. He questioned history again. It seems to be scolding the Protoss and fighting against the evils of the Protoss. In fact, the challenge is the origin of the Protoss. It is the history of this eternal reincarnation. Looking at the Western classics from a distance. Look at Eastern civilization again. He is the first person to challenge the roots of the Protoss with practical actions. Then, he again. Once again, he stood opposite the new Protoss. Once again, he stood on the side of the human race. This time, he was still so proud and high-spirited. Even if the temples are white, the eyes are wasted, and the body is old. In the face of this unprecedented enemy, he still dared to say that after destroying the Protoss, he would be relieved. Humanity, he is naive, because no one can really make the ignorant Terran advance. It is said that he is amazing, because he is the only one who has played a new era. There is humanity, he is pure, because he has never changed since the Beginning. There is humanity, he is tragic, because he created everything for the human race and lost everything himself. There is humanity, he is evil because he teaches the human race to be less servile and more masterful. Some people say that he is cruel, because he taught the human race to always be against the gods, and have the courage to show their edge. Humanly speaking, he is pathetic. To do an impossible thing, but also to pay a huge price. But I said, he has no regrets, he is a pioneer, unparalleled in the past and present, and he never left for a moment. He is still the young man who has never given up in the face of this painful and ravaged land, the ruined civilization, the devastated people. He is still the young man who always has to fight for the light in the face of the eternal night. Did Hao Futian win? No. The three god races are making a comeback. More obscure, meaner, stronger than ever. Has Hao Futian lost? No. He left behind 5 volumes of exercises. There is also a shattered battle, knowing that it will be defeated. Waiting for the next one, the next group. People who surpass him. 500 years have passed since the battle of the divine realm ended. More people poured into the realm of the gods. They chatted and laughed, entered in an orderly manner, not in a hurry, and no one robbed them. This year is the day of the origin of the decade. The human race of the god realm can enter the god realm once every 10 years. And pick the origin divine branch once. Since the god realm experienced what people call the World War I, the branches and leaves of the origin divine tree have been planted with the 5 continents of the god realm and the 9 realm sea. The first law beyond the 3,000 avenues was created in the human race. God realm, transforming the Tao. The God realm has a creation code of 98,000 laws and regulations. Anyone who violates it will face the punishment of the laws of the Taoist law network. The person who created it is the name that shone through the ages, Emperor Shi. Lin Chen. All the gods of the lower realms who ascend to the realm of the gods can become the people of the human race in the realm of the gods. Mortal people are not allowed to fight in the realm of the gods, and those who meet each other's grievances cannot be resolved in the realm of the gods. If you want to solve the grievances by fighting, you can go to the godly desolate star territory to fight for the front. At first, when Emperor Shi promulgated the code, everyone couldn't believe it. It was agreed that the origin tree was not enough to support the distribution of the entire human race. However, when the branches and leaves of the origin divine tree were picked and left by people, after its light nourished every human race, the fortune of the human race after it became strong was fed back to it, and the divine branches and leaves that used it became more and more lush and spread all over the divine realm. The human race of the God realm suddenly woke up. The tree of origin belongs to all human races. Today's God realm human race has entered an unprecedented heyday. There are more than 10,000 strong God emperors, God masters, God kings. The number is inestimable. And this number of God emperors will gradually increase with the passage of time. For the first time in history, the divine tree occupied by the Protoss was held by the human race. The few small clans next door were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. If the 10,000 God emperors of the human race were born, the powerhouses of other races in this world would be like a joke. The divine continent of the God realm, the vibrant divine continent, the era of peace has come, and the restaurant is like a city. In the restaurant, many young gods and kings were drinking and talking happily, and there were heated discussions. Emperor Shi is a great old man, and he fought for thousands of years as soon as he made a move. Yes, Emperor Futian and Emperor Shi, but they are the only two who dare to declare war on the legendary Protoss. It is said that the original Star Alliance Lu Qixin still wanted to slander Mr. Shi Huang. Several young men in white clothes spoke excitedly. Later generations all laughed at Lu Qixin. How many people are not Lu Qixin? Okay, don't blow it. Another group of young men in black robes poured their own drinks disdainfully. In fact, the entire human race stood up against the Protoss at that time. One person can drown the Protoss with a sip of water. Isn't it a matter of time to win? With this general trend, just anyone can handle it. Without him, Lin Chen, there would also be Li Chen, Yang Chen, and Zhang Chen to fight against the Protoss. My evaluation is not as good as that. Damn, after all, it may not be true whether there is a Protoss or not. Maybe it was fabricated by Emperor Shi? A Tsingy man with Erlang's legs crossed and a cloak, handsome and splendid, was drinking from a pot. Oh, so you understand well? A black-robed youth, with a fire pattern engraved between his eyebrows stood up and said disdainfully, "Who are you?" The man in Tsingy shrugged, "Unknown junior, by Juanhao." He shook his glass, half smiling. Actually, there will always be people who don't like his story, and people will always criticize him. In times of peace, there are always people who can't remember him. There is one district that is like this. Everyone wondered, what area? Bai Juanhao laughed. Comment area. Outside the realm of the gods, a woman led a child into the realm of the gods. The child curiously pointed to the vast divine tree and asked, "Mother, it's so beautiful. I've never seen such a tree before." The woman smiled gently. "It's called the Origin Divine Tree. It has a very long story. It was a great teacher and his students who went through all kinds of hardships to help us humans regain the divine tree." The child jumped up and down and said happily, "Oh, I want to listen to a story." The woman smiled and said, she gently took off a section of the divine origin branch, the glazed origin branches and leaves surging with multicolored divine light. She put it in the ring, bent over and saluted the stone tablet of the divine origin tree, and then slowed down. "Leave slowly." When leaving, a cloaked Tsing-yi and the child passed by. The tiger-headed boy tilted his head and stared at the blue-clothed robe. He pointed at the robe in Tsing-yi. "Mother, that person seems to have blue scales on his face, so pretty." The woman's body trembled, and she scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." After speaking, he quickly left with the child. Cloaked Tsing-yi came to the tree of origin, and he took off the cloak. It was Bai Juanhao. Bai Juanhao stood in front of the divine tree, unable to calm down for a long time. He put away his hippie smiling face, his eyes were deep and cold, and the divine light flashed in the depths of his pupils. "Big brother, is this human race in this world really worth your saving? Why do you care about these unscrupulous people? How did they ever know your greatness? People in this world are mostly ghosts and ghosts. If there is no one, I will come and destroy them with my own hands." When he left, he put on a cloak, covered the blue divine scales at the corners of his eyes, silently walked away, and walked towards the desolate star territory. The story continues. In front of the origin god tree, the steel that stands up has already said everything. On the steel of God, the words of the past are engraved. Born out of the sky, swaying the gods, and reading all kinds of situations in the world. 3,000,000 jade dragons flew up, causing the divine realm to be cold. Summer melts, rivers overflow, and people may be fish and turtles. Qianqiu's merits and crimes, who has commented on it? Now I call it God's domain, don't be so high, and live up to this sentient being. And De Etienne drew his sword and cut you into 3 pieces. One part is left for peace, one part is given to mentor, and the other part is young. All the heavens and the universe, the same cold and hot. Outside the desolate star territory, the law enforcement team. The God Realm law enforcement team is the protective force of the God Realm. Human race outside. The person in charge is the famous dragon domain, God Feng Chuan. Above the temple, Feng Chuan and the brothers of Long Wei Jun, looking into the distance, couldn't help sighing. Unexpectedly, Mr. Jiang Yuanqi collected our soul fragments, so that we, the annihilated guys, can be resurrected. Yeah, all those who died in the realm of the sea are reincarnated by the power of light and darkness of the Alliance leader. It's a pity that for those who died in the God realm, Mr. Jiang was unable to collect their soul fragments and would never come back. There are good and bad, some people have become God race, standing opposite to the leader of the Forest Alliance. Some people fought to the last moment for the Lin League Lord. It is said that the leader of the Alliance is still running around from time to time, crossing planes, looking for a way to revive them. The young God Emperors of the new era on the side were fascinated, and were even more curious and admired for the man named Shi Huang. Shangguan. The charming and lovely little sister, Shangguan, dragged her cheeks and slender legs in a bored panic. The surrounding brothers and sisters whispered. Recently, she went to Jiahai, always worrying about gain and loss, and said that she dreamed of having a previous life, and she didn't know what kind of when she was smoking. When the neighbor's young talent passed by the courtyard of the Shangguan mansion, he laughed casually. Didn't you accompany your family today, or went to God's domain? What's the scenery like there? It's so beautiful. The origin divine tree, no matter how many times you watch it, you won't get tired of it. There is also the inscription on the legendary Shi Huang Lin Chen. Bang! Shangguan's little sister jumped up like a slap, ran out of the courtyard, too. Stopped the young man, and said excitedly, You. What did you just say? She, the inscription of Emperor Shi. The young man thought, is this girl okay? No, his name. Lin Chen? Boom. Hearing this name, a broken picture appeared in little sister Shangguan's mind, her heartstrings tightened, and it was somewhat sweet. Hey, little girl, where are you going? On this day, there was another sister who ran away from home in Shangguan. I don't know. However, when I think of his name, I always feel that I am going to find him. He is at the ends of the earth, and I can find him too. Shangguan Yun carried her skirt and spread her feet, flowing through the clear river, across the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon. She always felt that as long as she ran, she could find him. Where will he be waiting for me? The girl thought so, and she showed a sweet smile. In the holy world, there is a legend. It is said that when the heaven and earth were created, the heaven and earth were chaotic and empty. There is a legendary Valkyrie who plunged into the darkness and opened up the world, turning the realm into the universe, the flesh into the void, and the soul into the galaxy. No one knows whether the legend is true or not, but every spring, the frost flower Qin Shuashu in the holy world will bloom and bloom, which is beautiful. Inside an ice palace. A beautiful and refined white-haired woman, reading the scriptures on her stomach with a 5-year-old girl. The little girl said in a milky voice, Aunt Ping'an, why are Hao Futian and the others so powerful? The white-haired woman smiled and said, because they are the cutest people. The little girl wondered, but I don't understand, why Hao Futian would rather be smashed to pieces, then insist on returning the divine tree to the people of the tribe. He can discuss it with the gods. The little girl tilted her head and wondered, don't he know that becoming a partner of the Protoss will resist, smear, and slander him? The white-haired woman smiled halfway. Yeah, would he really not know? The little girl asked again, then why does he have to do something that is bound to fail? The white-haired woman smiled sweetly, when you grow up, you'll know when you go out and get bullied a few times. Many children like you don't understand the story now that they've seen it. The little girl shook her head, as if she didn't understand. Then, is the story of how Fu Tian and Lin Chen over? The white-haired woman smiled and said, it depends on who. For those who don't want to know the truth, it's the end. For those who are willing to know the truth, it's just the beginning. The little girl closed the book and said reluctantly, I still want to hear the story of how Fu Tian and Lin Chen. Is there no follow-up? The white-haired woman scratched her nose and smiled, your current life is the follow-up to the story. A voice came from outside. Peace, take Ling Xuan with us, we are ready to go. The white-haired woman held the little girl. Go, I'll take you to see Lin Chen. Great. Today is the big day for Lin Chen from Kyushu, and Yi Qinggu, the little goblin from the Holy World. Even though it is very low-key, and not held in the name of Emperor Shi, it is still unable to hold back the tides of all directions, and the powerhouses of countless planes come to visit. The number of people is so large that everyone in the Holy World who receives guests feels numb in their scalps. Finally got a spot to enter the field. I've heard the name of the Duke for a long time. Humph, I don't believe this Emperor Shi can be more handsome than me. Ah. Today, finally, I'm finally going to meet my most admired Emperor Shi. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. Hey, what kind of monster is that guy with dark circles shrugging his face? Like a dying alpaca? That one is said to be writing a book. What is the name of the million machine? It's shameless to gather together, and those who write books dare to come and rub my brother Chen's wedding wine. It is rumored that Emperor Shi has a golden god of war spear, which is invincible to kill the enemies of the heavens. I really want to see it. Just you, it would be nice to see myself. In the Bingxin Square of Bingxin Palace, it is full of people. However, more scalp tingling is still to come. Dressed in a black dress, Luo Binger stood in the square of Bingxin Palace. Like a mysterious rose in the dark night. Luo Binger showed a smile on her face when facing the guests from all directions. Everyone. Although the smile was so beautiful, the guests present felt an unknown chill. That kind of feeling is like, it's like seeing my husband go out to steal fish, and then come home in the middle of the night and come back to sleep with the stealing cat. Luo Binger smiled softly. Everyone, today's wedding banquet is temporarily cancelled. I'm sorry, the married bride and groom have both escaped from the marriage. What? The crowd was stunned. Shock. Holy world. On the big day, the husband and wife both escaped marriage? It's really yours, Lin Chen Yi Qinggu. Luo Bingeriu clenched her fist and said a little unconvinced, if only I hadn't given him the dark soul back then, I'd beat him to death tonight. Wearing a purple dress next to her, Zhao Enren, who was victorious as an immortal, smiled and said, give you one more chance, and you will still give it to him. Kyushu. The waves are surging, and on the coast, the young man in silver robe is resting on the jade leg of the enchanting woman, and there is a trace of fatigue in his brows. The fairy-like woman smiled and said, why did you suddenly run out? The silver-robed youth opened his eyes, I found it The enchanting woman asked, curiously, a new girl? The silver-robed youth said seriously, who do you think of me? Did I see someone who likes that kind of person? The goblin-like woman joked, otherwise? What kind of person can you be? Lin Chen smiled, and then he said seriously, I found the candidate Lin Chen. The little fairy frowned, are you okay? Lin Chen supported his forehead, no, I mean that Lin Chen. The little goblin was startled and said in astonishment, you mean, when you crossed over, the original owner of this body? The goblin is the only one Lin Chen has confessed about his transmigration. After all, there is no one in the world who knows him Lin Chen better than her. Lin Chen nodded and said, after Ling Shuang remodeled Kyushu, I found his soul. And found his reincarnation. He seems to have some memories of his previous life. The little goblin said with a strange expression, what do you want to do? Give him your body back? Lin Chen gave her an angry laugh, even if he wants to give it, he can't. I think he is the most suitable person to cultivate the mind. When the little goblin heard the words, a trace of unease appeared in Jiaozhen, are you leaving? Lin Chen nodded slightly, it's still a while, but it's not too far, I feel like I'm going to be unable to hold back my cultivation base soaring. He looked at the sky and the stars, once I become a god, all planes can't bear my breath, I have to go to a higher level, maybe 10,000 years. 20,000 years, but this day will come. Judging from the inscription he obtained from the dragon realm in the holy realm. Above the god realm, there is another universe. That world can't be described as 1/10,000th of it by infinity. One sword cut through billions of universes, but it was the smallest existence. It has a vast and long history of immortality, a technological civilization accumulated by super battleships across the universe, and a supreme demon domain that breeds demons. There are the reborn powerhouses who rise against the sky, the invincible people who carry the system, the son of destiny who transforms civilization. And so on. The powerhouses who have been killed by countless top planes have all become mediocre. Lin Chen doesn't know much about it, but the only thing that is certain is that it is called the heavens and the world. The Tianlong Fusher exercise he practiced came from the heavens and the world. The little goblin stroked Lin Chen's face, it's kind of reluctant to part ways. Lin Chen got up slowly, he smiled and said, it's time to go, I'll find him. Lin Chen's figure disappeared like a move. Lingzhou. St. Wuzong, training ground. The martial artist practiced, his energy was vertical and horizontal, and the fist wind whistled, bombarding a group of living targets. Most of the living targets are orphans or famine people taken in by the holy martial sect. They have a cheap life and wear soft armor. They are specially used to train fists and feet for inner disciples. The living target is basically not the opponent of any Wuzong disciple, it is pure meat sandbag. However, Xing Wuzong recently came to a strange living target. Boom. Boom. With two loud bangs, a gray-clothed boy was blasted several meters away. Hey, is this Long Chi crazy? Being a meat target means being a meat target. How dare you fight back against an inner disciple? Crazy. The two inner disciples with muscles like horned dragons were gearing up for their fists and said with a grin, you are very arrogant, boy, this is the first time I have seen a meat target who dares to fight back. The gray-clothed boy stood up straight from a carp. Although his face was covered in dust, he had star-shaped eyebrows, and his eyes twirled with a dark and agile light. He patted his chest, I have a habit of not being a beaten person in my life. The two of them were startled and laughed wildly. Damn, it's like you have a next life and a previous life. The boy in gray suddenly smiled and said, maybe it really exists. Boom. A ferocious aura rolled up like a hurricane and was released from the gray-clothed boy's body, suddenly pounced on the two of them, stunned everyone in the martial arts field. After a while, there was only a pool of blood left for the two of them. He snatched the nausea of the two inner disciples, like a nimble leopard, and quickly fled into the back mountain of Shengwuzong. In the middle of the night, he carried 2 low-level apprentice rings in his arms and traveled through mountains and rivers until he was sure that no one was following him, and then he collapsed in a lake, tired. You're very powerful, you can kill the spirit realm in the chi refining realm and run away after you finish it. There is absolutely no ambiguity. A laughter sounded like a ghost, and the boy in gray was shocked to stand up and be alert. Who? Pretend to be a ghost, come out. In the dark night, the silver-robed youth appeared out of nowhere with a smile on his face. After becoming a god, his temperament has changed greatly, and the boy in gray can hardly recognize him. The gray-clothed boy said vigilantly, who are you? The silver-robed youth played with taste, is your name Lin Chen? He was startled, and immediately said, no, my name is Long Chi. The young man pointed at him, I mean the past life. The boy in gray is struck by lightning. Past life? How does he know about my past life? This man is mysterious and unpredictable. Who is he? The young Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and he said sharply, why do you know? Before he finished speaking, the young man punched him, and the fist wind was wrapped in a wind blade. The fist stopped within a short distance of the silver-robed youth, unable to start. The young Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and he sensed that the mysterious person in front of him was stronger than him by an unknown number of dimensions. The silver-robed youth laughed and said, the bones are hard enough, let me ask you, why don't you go to other people's sects, to kill people without fear of death? The young Lin Chen said solemnly, because they slaughtered the village that raised me. The youth said, aren't you afraid of death? The young Lin Chen looked directly at him, don't be afraid. I want this life without any regrets. The youth said again, I want to ask you a question, if one day you face an enemy that you can't win, will you still fight? The young Lin Chen clenched his fists and showed his sharpness, fight, why not fight? Okay. The silver-robed youth pointed to the sky, which was the direction of the God realm. If one day there will be a purgatory on earth, do you dare to go there and fight again? The young Lin Chen said unswervingly, dare. The dark night has fallen and the curtain has fallen. The morning light slowly sprinkled down and slanted on the faces of the two of them. The young man looked into his eyes, and suddenly threw the young man a na ring and 5 scrolls of exercises. Nice answer, for you. When the young man looked down at the exercises, he exclaimed in shock. Are you Senior Emperor Shi? When the young Lin Chen raised his head again, the silver-robed youth walked away. At that moment, the wind blew up, and the clouds rose. The young Lin Chen was suddenly stunned. He watched the silver-robed youth go in the direction of the rising sun. One figure after another, following his back. In addition to him, there is an old man in the foreground. In an instant, the sky and the earth roared, and the mountain rained. In the face of torrential rain, thunder, and sky-devouring storms, the two people at the front of this small team are still standing at the front. More and more people followed in the footsteps of the two of them. They took their bodies as flames and marched forward with lamps. No matter how cruel the situation is, Even in the face of an enemy 10 times and 10 times stronger, even if there are only the last few people left in the team. The young Lin Chen was like a first glimpse of the epic corner, and from this moment, he opened the auspicious film feathers intertwined with blood and fire. Why do you need mulberry land to bury your bones? Where is life without green hills? 200 years of self-confidence in life, you will be able to hit the water 3,000 miles. The night moon shines brightly across the sky, and the clear light does not make the green hills lost. Liaokua asked the vast land, who was in charge of ups and downs. When the autumn season is over, the clouds are falling, and there is a riot with a thunderbolt. This is a sad song, Cyclonus falls from the sky for me. Xiongguan Mandao is really like iron, and now it's more and more from the beginning. 3 million jade dragons flew up, causing the divine realm to be cold. Changjing is in hand today, when will you Taizonglong? The divine tree is so delicate that it attracts countless arrogances. I cherish Emperor Qin's martial arts, but he lost his literary style. The ancestors of all ethnic groups were a little less coquettish. All are gone, a few romantic figures, but also look at the present. There is grief everywhere and the city is full of blood, nothing more than a single thought to save the people. If there is love in the sky is also old, and the right path in the world is vicissitudes. Thousands of years later, Qi Ling waved, and there was a demonic mist in the world of peace. The bleak autumn wind is again today, changing the world. Suddenly reported that the human world had bowed down to a tiger, and the tears flew down into a downpour. Today, when I recall Dongfang Hao, it is only because the Protoss has come back again. How many things, never rush. The world is turning, time is pressing. 10,000 years is too long, fight for now. The 4 seas are surging, the clouds and waters are angry, and the 5 continents are shaking with wind and thunder. The human race is united as one, trying to see who can be the enemy in the world. The sacred things of the 5 emperors and 3 sovereigns deceived boundless travelers. The wind and thunder are moving, the flags and flags are excited, and it is the world. There is nothing difficult in the world, as long as you are willing to climb. Dare to compete with Shura, and don't give in to Quanglong. Where is the victory of the human race now? The gods in the sky are in decline. This sword is placed high on the top of the god realm, destroying the gods and letting them go. Hundreds of millions of Shenzhou are all in Fuxi, and heroes everywhere are smoked in the evening. The road is vast, young and old walking side by side. There were fewer and fewer people in the team, some stood on the opposite side, and some fell. But there are always new youths, embracing the new fire, to join in. The tutor and his students always stood at the forefront, riding the wind and waves, picking up the tiles of the stars. Even if it is a long night, it will always fight for the light. The young man in silver robe told what happened later. The old man quietly listened to the students telling him what happened later. No joy. There is no anger. It's just that his brows were twisted together, his eyes were full of tears. And he sighed a few times. Senior, where are you going? Young Lin Chen couldn't help chasing after him, but found that they were getting further and further away from him. The 5 volumes of the exercises are for you. In the end, only the mentor and his students walked past the end of the old era and moved towards the beginning of the new era together. The young Lin Chen tried his best to catch up and shouted as hard as he could. Senior Shi Huang, why did you tell us this history? That silver robe laughed out loud. Because, my practice relies on picking it up. Respect for the conclusion of this essay in memory of the mentor who illuminated me. Young people still remember you. End of full text. The history of the God realm has entered the age of origins 5,000 years after the battle of the God realm. Thousands of years after the completion of the code of creation, it seems that there has been a history of 6,000 years since the battle that moved countless people. With a flick of a finger, 6,000 years, the rise and fall of the world is like a flash of smoke. Of course, Emperor Shi, who created the world, made an astonishing decision. Again, he controlled the branches and leaves of the origin divine tree to a certain amount and traded them to various clans. Not only that, Emperor Shi rewrote the Tai Futian art to become a practice that every race in the world could practice. If the human race of the gods in the future becomes dark, then there is no need to wait for the torch, and all races will become the light. Kyushu Holy Realm. Today, the Kyushu Sacred Realm seems to be second only to the God Realm. The fusion of the Kyushu continent plate and the Sacred Realm was once the hometown of a generation of Emperor Shi. Holy Sword Domain. Above the sword forest, a generation of sword masters, dressed in fluttering red clothes, stood on the top of the clouds. Her red hair is as bright as fire, and her bright red and gorgeous ruby red eyes are beautiful and cold, like a red lotus under the sea of hellfire. A sword boy Yukong fell into the cloud, bent down and bowed, and said, "Respectfully, Sword Master, I have your letter." The Sword Master didn't turn his head, and said indifferently, "Didn't you say that I can't be disturbed by anyone during my retreat?" Jiantong opened the secret letter and said seriously, "But the owner of this letter, he said he wanted to learn swordsmanship from you, and he said his name was Zenda Shui." The delicate body trembled slightly, and the corners of the ever-cold sword master's lips curled up slightly. She snorted coldly. "Humph, he is still a cheap learner, no need to learn, no one can compare to him." Jiantong thought deeply. It seems that he is really a big sword cultivator. Senior Jian Qingqing is already the #1 swordsman in the holy world. So no one can compare to this person? When the sword boy raised his head again, the cold figure of the sword master disappeared. Temple of the Sun. A beautiful woman in white robe is giving a lecture to the students. She has picturesque eyes and a soft voice, as if listening to her lecture is also a kind of enjoyment. Suddenly, several students came running. "Mr. Yun, there are people making trouble outside. Some people are shouting and drinking, saying that you must invite you to tea." The white-robed woman rubbed her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Then ask him to wait for a while, and go when I have time after my lecture." The student added, "He said, if you don't have time, you can do it another day." Clap. The book in her hand fell to the ground. Qingyu was stained with a blushing blush, her eyebrows and eyes were full of tenderness, and she said angrily, "It's 100 years when you run out, and it's not serious when you come back." Lingzhou Appraisal Conference. A beautiful figure is sitting in the chief, especially eye-catching. The beauty in the purple dress is Xingrua Jiaolu, the eyebrows are dyed in autumn frost, and the water between the pupils is quiet and elegant. Wow! I finally saw the first treasure appraiser in the holy world, so excited. When can I ask her for advice? It is said that Master Bihan has a good temper. The surrounding is full of admiration and heated discussion of the younger generation. Suddenly, the organizer of the conference broke in with a strange expression on his face. Suddenly added a message, a treasure appraiser challenged Shangguan Master Bihan to appraise the treasure and asked her if she dared to accept it. The lady in the purple dress sitting in the chief nodded and smiled, "Yes. The host added, this treasure appraiser said that his name is Shirliji. The beauty in the purple dress was startled. The host read the letter with a strange expression. He said that he identified Master Shangguan Bihan as his treasure, and asked the master if it was correct. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar, and many people were angry. Who dares to speak so boldly to molest the #1 treasure appraiser in mainland China? The lady in the purple dress stood up slightly, smiling like a flower. The result of his identification is correct. At this moment, countless young men fell out of love. Holy Realm, Tianhui Pavilion. Rumor has it that the head of the pavilion, Shenlong, is a great mathematician with both beauty and ability. The only disciple of Tianhui Pavilion Master, Chu Wanqin, received a mysterious letter today. Master, it seems that you have a friend who asks you to make a fortune. When the gentle and moving Chu Wanqin found Shizhuan with the letterhead, she couldn't help asking curiously, Master is so maverick, do you have any friends I don't know? The master in the long-sitting pavilion is still beautiful and moving, wearing a long purple and black dress, like the most mysterious star in the sky. Hairpin like jade, pretty like a fairy, beautiful eyes like a star and a dreamy river, but there is more between the eyebrows. Stable precipitation. Over time. Holding the ancient scroll in her hand, she was reading it carefully, and said casually, maybe someone from Tianga Academy, please help me read it. Chu Wanqin nodded slightly and said, hey, this letterhead has no name, I just want you to do the math for him. What is his specialty? Bang Wen. When the ancient scroll fell to the ground, a hint of crimson appeared on the pretty face of the beautiful master, and he took a sip. I can't figure it out. But he said, he can't figure it out and let you take a ruler to measure. Okay, don't read it. How old is a man to do this? He still knows how to come back. Don't talk about taking a ruler, I'll take a knife tonight. Chu Wan thought deeply. I, who is known as a 1,000-year-old genius in the math world, can't even see what the teacher is talking about? It seems that I am not good at arithmetic. I will follow the master tonight with a ruler to see where the sender is. Sacred. Green bamboo forest in the Holy Realm. Countless passers-by once flowed like water, and passing through this forest is like entering a river. In the long forest by the river, there is always a qin player who plays here all year round. Iran Wind Jiu Shui, Singi, plain skirt, plays the piano for half a lifetime. Passers-by pass by, all fall in love with it, but they dare not offend the pure elegance. In the green bamboo forest, the clouds are misty, and as always, there is an elegant and dusty woman, playing the qin and plucking the strings. Her music is pure and melodious, like clear water surrounded by clouds and fog, and it can always pass through the fog and reach the heart, which makes people fascinated. Suddenly, a playful laughter came from outside the bamboo forest. This beautiful fairy, can you order a song? The people who were listening carefully couldn't help but get angry. Who is so ignorant, dare to tease this fairy? The lady in the plain skirt continued to strum the strings, lowered her head, and closed her eyes, and said with a gentle smile, if a friend has a good song to recommend, you can do it. Inside the bamboo forest, a silver-robed figure slowly walked over, he said, with a playful smile. Can you sing I'd rather be a mortal than a god? The sound of the piano stopped abruptly, and the beauty in the plain skirt opened her beautiful eyes, raised her head slightly, and when the corners of her lips lifted slightly, a beautiful and thrilling smile appeared. This Ning, which Ning is this? Dragon veins, clear snow mountain. One of the hidden places of the Bingxin Palace. Today the palace master is on the day of leaving the customs. The elder who was sitting in the outside world suddenly broke into the snow mountain and said in surprise, "Palace master, a mysterious person sent along ice and snow dress." He said that it was made of ice and snow from the god realm, and he wanted to give it to the most beautiful person in Bingxin Palace. The beautiful person who just left the customs suddenly looked back, and looked at the past for 1,000 years. When she saw the long dress, it was led by clouds, with ice as the skirt, and decorated with snow, just like a natural creation. She smiled gracefully. "I see, let's step back. Adventure in the holy world, a certain village." A ray of fireworks rose, and today's village ushered in a bumper harvest. Luo Yaoer, who had taken off everything, put on the appearance of an ordinary person, and settled in the village. On the country road, an imposing young man in plain clothes chased his mother and kept up with her pace. He asked curiously, "Mother, didn't you say that our father is the number one in the god realm? Why didn't brother Lin Chen and I inherit his bloodline?" Luo Yaoer smiled and said, "Then Luo Lin, do you want to hear what my father said?" Luo Lin clenched his fists and said, "What are Daddy's original words?" Luo Yaoer looked into the distance and smiled sweetly. "He said that you have divine blood, which may not be a good thing for all living beings. He has already sealed the divine blood in the realm of the gods." The young Luo Lin said angrily, "Why seal something so good?" Luo Yaoer stroked the top of his head, "Because your father said that he would leave the divine blood to a young man who really needed it, a master who originally belonged to it." The young Luo Lin pouted as if unconvinced. "I am the one who needs it, I need it to surpass Big Brother." Luo Yaoer smiled kindly, "Then you have to work hard, but your elder brother chose the same path as him." In the holy world, Tianga Academy welcomes a new dean. Countless young talents have poured into this top academy in the holy world, and every student can participate in the inauguration ceremony of the new dean. Moreover, on the day the academy took office, it also invited top powerhouses from other planes, and it seemed that there were important things to decide. In the academy square, the new dean, dressed in a flowing cloud robe, is handsome and straight, and there is always a gentle smile on his face. As soon as the new dean appeared, many young students rushed up. "President Ying Liang, it is said that you were in the same class as Emperor Shi, is that true?" "President Ying Liang, what great achievements did Emperor Shi lead you to do? What is Emperor Shi like? Is he really as handsome as the legend?" The new dean waved his hands and said with a smile, "Come here one by one. From the same class." "Well, as for great achievements, it's just a little bit of Tianqiu. As for handsome, I'm definitely not as handsome as me." The young female student's eyes flashed, and she said excitedly, "Then, what does the Emperor Shi who lives in Tianga Academy look like? Did he think about saving the world at the time?" The new dean said sternly, "He in life, I think about it, he was next to the girls' dormitory. Yu Lin Lin, a beautiful tutor in Xingyi next to him, went up and punched him, interrupting his speech. Boom. The new dean was kicked out. "Wait a minute, what happened to the girls' dormitory? Please don't pay attention to these details." The new dean covered his face and crawled back. "Isn't Shi Huang's strength very powerful at the beginning? How did you compare to him, Dean?" Many college boys asked in unison. Ying Liang put his hands on his hips. "Me? I had a 55-50 fight with squad leader Lin Chen back then, and I often beat him one-on-one." "Okay. The tall, silver-haired man next to him couldn't help laughing. He was handsome and beautiful, and he pointed at Ying Liang. Don't blow it, I won't be able to listen to it any longer. Wow. What a beautiful woman. President, who is this beauty? Was it the romantic debt of Emperor Shi? The new dean rubbed his chin. Although he is beautiful, he is a man. All the students were stunned. What? At this moment, a calm voice spread throughout the Tiange Academy. Everyone, I'm very happy to come to Tiange Academy today. I hope we can discuss the great harmony of the world today and save other planes. There will be a result worth looking forward to. The visitor wore a saber and stepped into the square, attracting countless attention. His white clothes were like snow, and his appearance was as handsome as an exiled immortal in a painting. Yes. By Yu Chen. Huang's wife by Ruwean and his only son. Huh? Why does Emperor Shi's son take his mother's surname? When everyone was curious, Ying Liang sighed, because Emperor Shi is always at the forefront of the human race. He once said, all beings in this world are equal, and their children came to the world because of their parents, but not for them. The choice of the surname is based on the father or the mother. It is up to them to choose. Similarly, it is up to them to choose whether to become a human race or a god race. Ying Liang was in awe and said seriously, what if there is a blood relative? And what if a relative without blood? If you become a Protoss, no matter how close you are, you will be punished. If you fight for the great unity of the human race, even if you have no blood, you are still a family. Just like the spark of thought of the martyrs, it will be passed down from generation to generation. Even if the bloodline is broken, the spark of the prairie fire will continue to burn. After listening to this, the hearts of many young generations could not be calm for a long time, and they respected the name of Emperor Shi even more. Holy Realm, Lin family. The Lin family is not big, because Lin Chen and the others have their own responsibilities, and they do not live together completely. What? Father is looking for us? Lin Bugui's excited voice resounded through the Lin family. He is handsome and sturdy, with a 7-point resemblance to Lin Chen, and his eyes glow when he talks about his father. Yang Qing'er smiled gently. Yes, he will be here tonight. Lin Bugui said excitedly, I finally caught him and came back. I have a lot of things I want to ask him. Yang Qing'er asked, curiously, what's the matter? Why don't you talk to me? Lin Bugui said with a wicked smile, I want to ask my father how he got so many beautiful concubines. Yang Qing'er rewarded him with a chestnut and said seriously, don't ask your question in front of your Aunt Bing'er. Lin Buhui gasped in pain and asked, why? Yang Qing'er got up slightly and glanced at him, there's no reason. If you want to try your Aunt Bing'er's sword, I won't stop you. Lin Bugui, when I didn't say it. At night, the lights were bright, and the Lin family mansion ushered in a powerful atmosphere. Inside the mansion, Lin Ping'an accompanied the number 1 cutie, Shen Lingshuang, and she muttered, let's have dinner, I want to have dinner. Lin Ping'an said helplessly, wait, the people are not all together yet. Outside the mansion, a group of figures turned into Dao Dao Xingxia and descended. The first to arrive were Lin Chen's children. Luo Lin with Luo Yaoer, Ling Yuichi's Lin Qiqi, Luo Bing'er's Luo Wangyu, Yan Qianyun's Lin Yunyun. Little brother, I figured out that you will have a bloody disaster tonight. The charming and smart Lin Yunyun suddenly looked at Lin Buhui. Lin Buguei coughed lightly, boss, remember to protect me when we fight later. The cold and elegant Lin Chichi patted Lin Buhui and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm pointing you to alchemy for me. Your life will survive in this catastrophe, sister will protect you. Sister Qi is mighty." Lin Buhui was particularly moved. It's a pity that brother Lin Jing didn't come. I was planning to let him try my self-created exercises. Luo Lin said regretfully. Everyone, come first. Yang Qing'er smiled. Aunt Xie Qing'er. The taciturn Luo Wangyu nodded slightly. Everyone who was about to walk in, suddenly a gust of wind rolled up in the sky, and a shadow fell. Hip-hop. Long time no see, Acridine. The girl was dressed in a red robe, her long hair was tied in 2 ponytails. Her eyes were sly and agile, like a smart little fox, her red lips were slightly raised, as if she had endless energy. She raised her hand and said, I announce that the Lin family's first play conference officially begins. We refuse to participate. Everyone said in unison as they walked into the mansion. The girl pouted, Cut, you don't fight, someone will fight later. Yang Qing'er said softly, Wei Wu, isn't your mother here? Yi Wei Wu shook her head, I don't know, I haven't seen her for a long time. At this time a stream of light pierced the sky, and all the members of the Lin family arrived, including Luo Yaoer, Luo Bing'er, Ling Yueqi, Jian Qingqing, Yan Qianyun, Ning Qingxian, Shangwan Bihan, and Yun Manqing. The remaining people who have not arrived either because they have important things at hand, or are temporarily unable to leave the retreat during the retreat. Yan Qianyun asked curiously, Is Sister Ruoyan not here? Yang Qing'er said, Sister Ruoyan still has something to deal with in the God realm. All the Shu nodded slightly, they stood in the void and did not enter the palace. Yi Weiwu's eyes lit up with anticipation. The younger generation in the mansion couldn't help looking curiously. Lin Buguay stuck his head out and asked, curiously, what's the situation? Lin Yunyan said seriously, although I can't calculate my father's fate, I am sure that he will be beaten later. The youngest Luo Lin asked suspiciously, why do you aunts beat daddy first? Every time you see him? I don't know. Yi Weiwu excitedly said, because the concubines want to force him to take action, let's see if he sends clones to perfunctory. Talking about this, Luo Wanyu seemed to remember something unpleasant, and a trace of anger appeared on his cold and beautiful face. Lin Chichi thought thoughtfully, it seems that daddy, except for the strongest avatar that all avatars are fused with, as long as they are scattered, there will be only the 5th level God King, but the combat power is enough to match the ordinary God Emperor, so all the concubines practiced desperately and rushed to the gods early. The realm of the Emperor. Lin Buguay suddenly said, it seems to be here. Boom. The ladies of the Lin family burst out with terrifying God Emperor realm power, and they all released them towards the figure, close to the Lin family. The opponent released a ray of divine soul and blocked it. You don't have to be so cruel, right? The silver-robed youth sneered. Yan Qianyun snorted coldly, you still have some conscience. It's daddy. Lin Mansion, everyone gathered together. In the face of the ladies, Lin Chen coughed lightly, I have 2 news to gather everyone this time. The first news is that I may enter a new plane in 100 years, which is much earlier than expected. Hearing this news, all the Shu looked different. Luo Bing'er frowned and said, does it have to be so fast? Lin Chen said helplessly, the expansion rate of the heavens and the world seems to be a bit fast. If I don't go, everyone may be dragged into it. Then before Dad leaves. Yi Weiwu stood up with a little devilish smile, I have a question to ask. Looking at the girl who looks like Yiqing Gujiu, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Yi Weiwu said excitedly, with so many concubines, which one does Dad like the most? Silence. The Lin mansion suddenly fell silent. Jian Qingqing smiled slightly. My dear, the child asked you something. Lin Bugui deliberately gave Yi Weiwu a wink, as if to say, well done. If she had asked, he would not have been hit by Aunt Binger's sword. Lin Chen pretended to be calm and said, that's a good question, it's a question that got me to the bottom of my heart. Someone Lin was talking nonsense in a serious matter. Subjectively, it's Yaoer, objectively, it's Binger, the expected one is Qing Xian, the actual situation is Qingqing, the most frequent dream is Manqing, the one who has the feeling of first love is Yueqi, and the lover in the dream is Qianyun, the one who thinks the most is Bihan, and the one who feels the most caring is Qinger. Seeing the ladies smile. His mouth can say that white is black, and salty is sweet. This kind of question doesn't really need to be asked. We all know that. Seeing the smiles of the ladies, Lin Chen wiped away his sweat. He almost had an accident. How exciting just now, how badly Wei Wu's but will suffer tomorrow. Lin Buhui was stunned. Lin Yunyun said in a low voice, now you know why Daddy was able to catch up with your aunts. Lin Bugui, hi, it is hi. Luo Lin suddenly said, Dad, why doesn't Xiao Shuang'er grow up? When asked this question, the children looked at Shenling Shuang and Lin Chen curiously. Lin Chen pondered, no, it's not so much that she doesn't grow up, it's better to say that she grows slowly. In 1,000 years in the world, she will grow 1 year old. The children looked at each other in shock. Could it be that she is the Valkyrie who saved the Holy Realm? The legend is true. Luo Binger said helplessly, if it wasn't for her, there would be no you. Luo Yaoer looked at Lin Chen and said softly, Lin Lang, what other news did you tell me just now? Lin Chen added, another news is that I have entered the heavens and the world. If my strength is sufficient, I should be able to come back, so I am still observing. As soon as the voice fell, the faces of the women changed slightly. What, the body? This bastard, sent a clone back again. All the stunners changed slightly, and made their move in public. On that day, a group of god emperors fought in the sky above the Lin mansion. The battle reached the end of time, and even the avenues were wiped out. No one in the holy world dared to intervene. Outside the realm of gods, within an endless void, the vast cracks in time and space are constantly expanding. Wearing a silver robe and looking into the distance, the cracks in the space are about to approach the realm of the gods. In the end, he jumped and fell into the endless void. All the worlds, I, Lin Chen, are here.